we're here. It's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it?
Join us now for organized chaos. Rolo can put down his vape. Join us now for organized chaos. Rolling stands and ends tape. Join us now for organized chaos. Rolo with his hot takes. Join us now for organized chaos. Hey Roman, let's debate. Rings of power can suck my nuts. And Star Wars isn't more than just a rust. Marvel shows, they really suck. Y'all make Loki look like a cuck. Welcome back to Organized Chaos. They just gave them a clip, and now they both look like simps. The anime titty pimps. That's what you get with Organized Chaos. With the chat that hits, getting all the crits. It's Organized Chaos, moshing in the pits with the chat that hits. Yeah, it's Organized Chaos. The RoloRome cast.
You willing to share the picture? Is it safe
Yeah,
for the
sure.
viewers?
Kind of, I guess. I didn't post any goth furry art. What the fuck are you talking about?
Daisy
What the fuck
Ridley's
are you
ass
talking
is
about,
on
Ronnie?
YouTube, so I think we're okay. Look at all the birds. Yo, did you know? Were you aware that there was 2 bears loose in our town?
Yes.
There was.
Yes.
There was bears in the woods. There was a squatch in them woods hunting down the bears. The
Yes.
bears just walking around.
Like, bro, come on, man! Come on, man!
oh my god, you haven't seen
Come
One
on.
Punch Man, you fucking retard!
What?
That's the chick from One Punch Man, bro.
Dude, look. I don't care where she's from. Oh my god! Oh my god! She could fix me a million ways, bro. I don't care. Come on, man!
Jesus.
She has the perfect hair. It's nice and curly, bro. She has like the perfect tit size. on. Like,
Shut the fuck up, you.
Roland fell out of his chair. That's why he turned off the camera.
What?
Oh man.
You guys hang out with Roman, you don't have to become intoxicated. It just makes you feel like you are.
Oh, come on, bro. You've hung out with me sober plenty of times.
Yeah,
okay?
and every time I do that, I feel like I'm intoxicated.
How? I'm fun to hang out with,
Exactly. Make me feel high.
bro.
I'm rubbing peanut butter on my cock.
I knew that ending was gonna get you, dude. What's up, everybody? How we doing?
What's up, chat?
Hope everybody's
What's
had a
going
great
on?
week. Starting off.
Oh, I'm dying, bro.
Clearly, Roman didn't watch the end of stream last week because I played that clip. That's okay. It's okay. It's fun.
How long did it take you to make that anyway?
Not. Well, to edit it down correctly.
Yeah.
4 hours.
Wow.
4
Wow.
hours, probably.
That's
if I wanted-
wild.
If I wanted to get it right and like do the zooms and get the right clips and like cut it and like do the
What do you
stuff.
use?
What do I
What do
use?
you use?
Oh my god, it's
Yeah.
embarrassing. It's embarrassing what I use. I use Video Leap on my phone and it works phenomenally. I use it for
That's
so many different things. Dude, I use it for I edit on my phone like constantly and it works great. Go ahead and
Is
go
that
check
where
out
all your edits
Go
have
check out
came
Rolo
from?
Films. Yeah, go check out Rolo Films on Instagram. Rolo_films. I got tons of edits on there, and I made them all on my phone. Some of which took like 10 hours, but like I made them on my phone, and it worked.
Is that where you made both of the
A lot of it.
intros from? Was your phone?
Yes. Both intros were made from my phone. A lot of the pictures you see are made from my phone. A lot of the clips that I make are from my phone. It works.
Nice.
You know what they
Bro,
used to say in the old Kmart ads, man. If it fits, it ships.
I mean, nah, bro, look, as someone who's new to the editing game myself, your zooming like your zooms are like perfectly
It's just
comedically timed.
It's just comedic timing, dude. It's just it comes up to that. It's it.
Yeah,
Like,
no, but
as
like
soon as you go like this, like I just have to like.
all right, no, but
That's
look
just
though.
funny. That's funny regardless. Like even if you're not doing something,
Yeah.
like if you just randomly like I could be talking right now, I could be explaining fucking neuroscience, and you could zoom in on my lips like randomly, and it's just funny. It makes people laugh, like regardless.
Ronnie, that's not true, okay?
Yo, you know what's
That's not true. I don't make Palpatine.
actually funny? I am working on a Star Wars edit that has Palpatine in it. So technically speaking, I am making a Palpatine edit in my free
Seriously?
time, which is actually pretty funny. It's
Really?
just he says that. Yeah. No, yeah, I'm working on a Star Wars one. It's been sitting there for fucking months. It's like every once in a while I add something new to it. It's not even close to done.
Well, but you know, a little bit at a time, just like how I'm working on episode 3 of the RoloRome cast lore. So
Yeah, dude,
I hope
like, I've been doing a lot of stuff with like AI music recently.
yeah, Roland's beginning into that.
I just made a fucking track the other day, guys. It's like Tron.
Ooh.
I have one song called "Hey You, You're Finally Awake," Skyrim reference. That one.
So the reason that I texted you that
cool.
was that the first episode after I got out of the hospital, episode 39, you actually told me to name it that. So
Yeah.
So the title of episode 39 is "Hey You, You're Finally Awake."
Well, the other
Also,
one. Oh, never mind. What?
No, I'm saying June 24th is our 3 years.
Yeah, that's actually wild.
Yeah.
The other fucking the other song that I made, and like I might play one later towards the end of the stream tonight. Because I want you guys to let me know because it's free music, right? So I want you guys to let me know. Should I just make Muffler Tape? What is up, bro?
Muffler, what's going on?
I'll play a song later tonight. I'll get it put into the chat here, and you guys let me know if you want me to make a channel where I just post them, because there'll be like free use songs that you can use for streaming, you can use for editing, you can use for video, you can use for whatever you can use.
You should
So I would just like let me know if you like what I'm doing, and I'll just make a channel and start posting the music, and you guys can use it for whatever the fuck you want. And that's cool with me.
You should make a version with and without the actual vocals, so that if people want to use it for like background for like one of their videos,
these ones don't have vocals. These ones don't have vocals.
Okay.
The only ones that have vocals are the what's it called? The covers.
Oh, okay.
The cover songs that I made, but the other ones don't have vocals.
You should be good then. It's free use.
They're totally just free use beats, like stream beats type things, like, and they're good. They're good. I mean, I was fucking jamming out to them in a car, bro. They sound great with some bass. They're fucking cool. I'll play something later. I'll email them to myself, so I got them.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I want to know what the chat thinks of them later, because once we have more people here later on, somehow on these Friday nights, you guys pop off at like 11:30. Roman might actually be here tonight when the chat's got like fucking 13 people in it.
No, bro.
Every single time, bro, you dip. You're out. Every time. Roman dips and the chat just goes like, and it's like the whole
chat's happy that I'm gone. Because chat's happy that I'm gone.
It's like me and Crimson, and we're just hanging out, and Muffler Table pop in at 11:30 drunk, and we're just hanging out until like fucking 1 a.m. Yeah, that's gang shit, dude. That's real cheese moving silence like lasagna, bro.
Lasagna.
That's the
Yes,
shit.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So,
No.
yo, speaking of real cheese moving in silence like lasagna, Roman and I went to a comic book shop the other day, which was fucking cool.
Ooh. Dude, it was sick.
So, yeah, we
It
got a
was really
local
cool.
comic book shop, and I've been wanting to go in there forever since I saw it. And it's literally right down the street from my house. It's equidistant from like my house and Roman's house. So I was like, bro, let's go to the fucking comic book shop. So we got like the Chicken Man. You guys know him, Zach, who comes on here. We were like, yo, Chicken Man, comic book shop? And he was like, comic book shop. So the whole gang went to the comic book shop.
It was fucking sick.
Tape. Look what I got, bro. Look what I got at the comic book shop. Bum, 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 bum. Dude, these things are sick. McFarlane toys, all cloth and plastic, but cloth cloaks. Meow. Meow.
Roland had his eyes also on a Luke Skywalker.
Oh yeah, bro. Ichigo and Uryu, 1,000-Year Blood War, bro, in the box. Fuck yeah, cloth fucking cloaks. I want to take them out so bad. I don't know if I should.
No, don't.
I want to take them out so bad, dude.
They could be worth something though.
Dude, they also had like Iwak and like Toshiro Hitsugaya, and I was like, nah, I gotta wait until I see like some of the gang. There was also a Kenpachi, but I need Ichigo and Uryu, of course. Like if I'm getting 2 characters that are there, it's got to be these 2, right? And I did spend like $74 on both of those. They're like
I spent my whole time,
but it was worth it.
Looking
it
at like the Batman stuff.
Cool. They're like they're big. Like it's sick. There's a whole line. But here's the cool thing. As soon as I went in there, I was talking to the guy, and immediately got my number, got Roman's number, got Zach's number, and asked us what we like specifically collect, and then wrote it all down and said he's gonna give it to the boss. And
shout out to Gorilla Baby
Gorilla. Baby Gorilla. Shout out to Baby Gorilla Comics. But dude, they're like, yeah, you need Lord of the Rings shit, you need Halo shit, you need Star Wars shit, you need like anime shit. Got you. What anime do you like? Okay, cool, you like these anime. All right, we're gonna look for this stuff and call you and like be like, hey, do you want any of this? That's pretty fucking cool. I'm pretty sure they called me at work yesterday, but I missed the call.
They might have called me earlier because I got a call. I gotta check my voicemail. No, but so like,
but it's just cool because I was like, if you find anything Lord of the Rings wise, like let me know what's good, like collectors wise, like, and I'm talking high end shit. Like, don't call me about the action figures. Call me about like, the props. Call me about like high-end figures, like from like movies or like I don't give a fuck about superhero shit. I'm gonna bring my comics in and we can talk business because I have 2 long boxes, 2 40 long boxes with a fuck ton of expensive comics in them. So I'll bring my comics in and we'll talk comics, but like that's a different story.
Right. So, yeah. I spent 90% of the time in the like, you know, like there was a section dedicated entirely to Batman.
Dude, it was actually like if any of you guys were there, you'd be like, look at Roman, man. He's so fucking adorable. Look at him. He's just like running back and forth. He's like grabbing a fucking like Rey Mysterio action figure off the wall, and he's like, oh my god, Rey Mysterio 2005? Guys, Rey Mysterio 2005! And he like puts it down, and he's like, he like walks up to the guy at the counter. He's like, I can't believe you guys have Rey Mysterio 2005. That's insane. Oh my god, you guys are the best. This is the coolest place ever. Oh my god, Joker. Oh my god, Mark Hamill Joker. You guys have Mark Hamill Joker. This is the coolest thing ever. Oh my god, you guys are the best. Oh my god. Oh,
hey
shit.
Man, look.
1984 Batman.
I mean,
you guys
it was just cool.
Oh my god, dude.
It was just cool.
Dude, you guys are so cool. I'm so sorry. I keep coming up to you. I love you. You guys rock. I'm sorry. Like he's just going all over the store, and we're just there looking around, and we're like, dude, Roman is having the time of his life. This is the best thing ever. Like, he was like, I have to be home by like 3:45 on the dot. Dude, it was like 2:15 and we're still fucking in there. And he's just like walking around. He's like, I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't give a fuck when I'm home. This is the best place ever. Dude, it was so fucking cool. Dude, that's how I was too. But like Roman's never been to a comic book shop. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So this is different.
Never.
Like, this was his first time, and it wasn't a big comic book shop. It's probably about the size of like my office here, plus like another room. So it's not that big, but like still, they're packed with shit. And he's never been to a comic book shop, so I can't wait to see this motherfucker at a con, because that's going to be a completely different story. I love
and they had
more. Ronnie, the secondhand Lego store is amazing. We have one nearby. It's awesome.
They have one. They have one in the mall, I think.
Yes, they do.
But
Mullet's getting shot up, bro. I'm kidding. Somebody shot somebody in the mall yesterday, and everybody's like, "There's an active shooter," and I'm like, "Is it an active shooter, or like how many people got shot?" They're like, "1," and then the guy ran away, and I'm like, "So that's not an active shooter. That's somebody that like beefing with somebody, and then did."
Right. No, but so
active
like
shooters, like I gotta fucking, I'm just going postal. Like that's different.
So like, I spent probably 80% of my time in the Batman section. And y'all, they had a Michael Keaton 1989 life-size Batman cowl for $250.
Yeah, but nah. Not wearable, wouldn't do it.
The thing is, I don't have anything to like. I don't have anywhere to put it.
Dude, that's not a good quality one. You can get a way better quality one. Talk to my cousin about it. If you want one, talk to my cousin about it because he's got the good quality shit. He's the Marvel and not my cousin Mike, my cousin Ian, the one who cosplays Spider-Man and like
the one that was on the pod.
I think Ian was on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have him talk to you about getting those collectibles. Excuse me, because he'll do it. He can get you the good shit. He'll know exactly where to look for the good replicas.
So what you're saying is that the one in that comic book shop just
as soon as he took it out of the box, I was like, dude, I could flick that and it would dent, it would scrape, it would have a mark on it. Like I know that.
Damn.
It's a really shitty like polyurethane like material. It's literally you're only paying for the amount of time that it took for them to make it and 3D print it. That's not a good quality one. You want like a legit, like if you want a real one, Roman, you're not spending $200 something. You're spending like $500 at least.
Well,
like,
I mean, I would say that.
Like let's say I wanted an actual, like I got a fucking Boba Fett helmet right here, right, and a Stormtrooper helmet right here. If I wanted a legitimately like good quality one, both of these things, the fucking Boba Fett one is like $60 years ago, maybe, probably less years ago, and this thing was $90. So I really, honestly, if I wanted a good one, would be spending like $200, $300 on a legitimate helmet. You want a prop that is a base prop, like that's different. You're basically asking for a bust of the character without the head sculpt in it. So that's a completely different thing.
But if I'm going to be spending that money, should I just get...
Yo, wait, Crimson, YouTube didn't tell you we were live?
That's weird.
No, because that happened to me last week. Even though I'm on the show, I never got the notification on my phone.
Weird. I got it on mine.
No, because YouTube could be doing something to us. They might not be happy about something that we did. That's possible. I don't know what it is.
It's possible.
YouTube is like an angry girlfriend. They don't really tell you what you did wrong. They're just mad at you. And you don't really know why. And they're like, it happened somewhere between hour 1 and hour 2:15. And you're like,
yeah.
When? And they're like, I don't know. It could be like the fact that you said the word Nazi, or it could be the fact that you said that Ray's a Mary Sue. I don't know. What do you think you did? Tell us. You tell me what you did. That's YouTube.
Wait, Roland. They were charging in that store 250 bills. Dog. It's $99 on Amazon. What? So then what are they charging?
They probably got it secondhand, bro.
That's so whack. That's
Yo,
so
Ronnie
whack.
said,
Look at
Ronnie
this.
said this is
That's so whack.
Yo,
I mean,
hold up. Ronnie said this is the first time it told me you guys were live on this channel. That's why our chat's been
weird.
so fucking lacking, because no one knows that we're actually going live on here. It's not telling
That's
anybody.
weird. Yeah, but
channel. That's the thing. It's this channel. It's the RoloRome cast, the new channel. It's not telling anybody. By the way, we need to make more posts on your channel telling people, if you're subscribed to my channel, subscribe to the RoloRome cast channel. Most of you watch the RoloRome cast anyway.
I'm going to work on that.
You give me work on that. Just make a post. Be like, yo, most of y'all watch the RoloRome cast anyway. Just fucking subscribe to the channel, bro. What does it hurt you?
That is very, very true.
Does it hurt you at all to drop a fucking subscribe?
It's 100% free.
And yes,
it's
people
100%
looking at me begging for subscribers. No, half of you are subscribed on the other channel, and you're like, now you're just asking, like, where'd the RoloRome cast go? Like, we didn't make fucking 17 different posts telling you by May that the RoloRome cast is going to be on a new channel.
I made like 6 different posts.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll make another one.
Just make one and be like, listen, guys, subscribe. For the love of Pete. God damn it. For the love of Pete. Whoever Pete is, man. For the love of Pete, man.
Well, now we have 6 in the YouTube chat. So now we have 6 in the YouTube chat, and we have 1 in Twitch.
Here's how I know that not everybody's come over. I have not had a night like I had where we had like 22, 23 people at like 2 a.m. since we switched over to here. And that's how I know not everybody has come over. Because that was consistent for like 2 months. Where the viewership would just skyrocket random. Like, we would have consistent viewership throughout the stream, and then it would dip down, and then all of a sudden at like 1 a.m., boom.
Yeah.
It would just skyrocket back up from like 5 people to like 25 people. And that's how I know that not everybody's moved over, because that has not happened since we've started a new channel.
Right. Well, I'm going to make sure, as a matter of fact, when I get off stream, when we end it, I'm literally going to make a post, be like, hey, yo,
bro,
y'all used to watch
Okay, make it in the morning, because you're going to be tired of shit when you get off stream tonight. It is 6:26, and we have a 42-minute video to dissect. That's going to take us 3 hours.
3 hours?
Roman, wait until you hear this man's arguments. Now, guys, I will say this video is like 5 years old, 6 years old. It came out like right before
2018 or no.
Yeah, it's like the Rise of Skywalker time. It's like 2019-ish.
Oh,
so it
yeah,
is an
okay.
older video.
2019, yeah.
It's still relevant though. We are gonna start with something else, which I just need to see Roman's reaction to. And I thought it would be funny for the chat to meet a friend of ours again that we haven't talked about, or actually we haven't watched a video from in a long time. It's been what? It was January, I think.
Episode 100 episode 117.
Okay, so I think yes, the Halo episode.
The 117 episode. Yep,
Yes.
exactly then.
Yes, Master Chief Day.
You torture me with that.
Yeah, so there was a video that we watched by a lovely channel, by the name of Movie Bob. Some of you are familiar with Movie Bob, and some of you are not. For those of you that are familiar, you know what you're in for. For those of you that are not familiar, you're in for a lot of fun.
This is how Movie Bob talks.
Want to get enlightened in the middle of nowhere?
No,
like
no. Movie Bob does not talk like that. Movie Bob talks more like want to commit genocide in the middle of nowhere. Like that's more so how Movie Bob talks.
We're not gonna get cut for you saying that word, are we?
No, I don't think so. If we do, then I'm just talking. Movie Bob's about to say it in this episode, in this video, so I think we're okay. When
Rowan told me the title, that was like crazy to me. I was like, no way.
So this video is 11 years old, but it is also still relevant because Movie Bob still tweets things like this out to this day. So this is not irrelevant content. It's just funny, and I want to get Roman's take on it.
And I told Roland that there's no way that he's being real. There's no way that he's being real.
Oh no, he's real. He's 100% correct. He are not correct. He's 100% on point with his, like, this is what he thinks. This is what he thinks. He has not changed his tune in 11 years. This is Bob Chipman presents the big picture classic. Magneto was right.
Oh my god, bro.
Magneto was right. No, dude, I can't already. This is the fucking music, dude. I just. It's so fucking stupid.
No, he's trolling. He's trolling. He's trolling. He's trolling, bro. He's trolling. Right.
No, he's not. Dude, wait. Roman, how many minutes do you think into this 6 minute or 39 seconds in to this 6 minute and 9 second video? How many minutes do you think before he mentions the word Magneto?
2.
I'm gonna guess 6.
You're fucking with me.
I'm not. I'm not. He does not mention Magneto until the end of the video.
What?
I swear to Christ. It's like he might mention him once in the beginning, and he does not talk about him again until the very end.
But what's the point? What's the point?
This is just, dude, I don't know. I don't know what the point of this video is. That's why I'm showing it to you, because I want.
I'm telling you, he's trolling. I'm telling you that he's trolling.
No. He means it.
You know what?
Title was a reference to a quote from a then current X-Men comic storyline, not an actual endorsement of ideology. Okay, sure.
When did this come out?
Let's hear what you have to say.
Hold on, wait a second. When did this come out? 2011, 2014?
2011.
That tracks because there was an X-Men comic where there was like an Elseworlds about like what if like Magneto was actually correct.
Roman.
It was an Elseworlds.
Roman.
It was an Elseworlds.
I know. He named it after the comic. And he said,
I know.
It's not about an ideology. Yet the entire show is about an ideology.
Yeah.
Just listen. This entire video is about an ideology.
Yeah. I know.
He's using it as a jumping point.
So, as a kid, I was bullied. Most severely in grade school.
What's that got to do with Magneto? What's that got to do with Magneto? We can tell you were bullied, Bob. Guess what? I was also bullied too. I don't make shitty content. I was called a retard about 18,000 times. Okay, but you actually deserved it. I didn't. Okay. So like,
as a kid, I was bullied most severely in grade school. Hold on, let's go back. This is gonna take us. It's gonna be a long stream, guys. I gotta hear the music go into that.
So, as a kid, I was bullied, most severely in grade school, but still plenty in high school, just not as physically because I suddenly.
I can't make it through this.
can't do anything.
He's not even at his thesis.
Turned into one of the tallest in my class. I didn't react to it too well, even to the point of occasionally becoming a genuine scumbag myself in projection, something I regret to this very day.
What does Spider-Man and Venom have to do with that?
Wait.
Why were Spider-Man and Venom there?
He goes,
What were they doing there?
I got bullied, so I turned into a scumbag. Which makes me something that I regret to this very day. So he's like, I got bullied, so I treated everyone else like shit. Okay. Roman didn't.
No, I tried to be a nice
guy. An understatement. I don't think there's an aspect of my existence or psychology that isn't colored in some way by a lingering desire to somehow get back. Not only
talk about Magneto. Talk about Magneto.
Roman, did you not hear what he just said? I don't think there's a single bit of my psychology that isn't motivated by revenge. What the fuck?
this very day.
Yeah.
To say that I'm not over it would be an understatement.
I'm not over it. To say that I'm not over being bullied in elementary school and high school would be an understatement.
How old is bro here? Like 30?
He's like 40. Bob!
At some point, you just gotta laugh at it.
You're a grown man, Bob.
Bro, look. I'm over all of my bullying because I know that shit
Roman was
didn't
over
matter.
it the day high school ended.
Yeah, like, bro, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I don't think there's an aspect of my existence or psychology that isn't colored in some way by a lingering desire to somehow get back, not only at all those who were cruel to me, but at the whole overriding social system that allowed it to happen in the first place.
He wants to get back at the social system that allowed it to happen in the first place. No one should have ever bullied Bob. You wronged him. The world has wronged Bob, and the world shall pay.
Which I acknowledge is both sad and the worst possible way to deal with something.
Talk about Magneto, bro. Talk about Magneto.
He just said he acknowledges that his way of thinking is sad and the worst possible way of dealing with it.
I mean, at least he's being honest, though. At least he's being honest, though, about it.
Why are you telling us this?
Because he's trying to justify what he is about to say.
But here's the
That's
thing.
why.
Your thesis is that you got bullied and you're still mad. He's gonna tie this into the fact that Magneto was in a concentration camp and he was still mad about it. I fucking guarantee it.
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
He's gonna be like, just like Magneto was in a concentration camp.
He was in a concentration camp. It's
that's what he's gonna do it. I know it. That's where he's going.
Whatever. Basically, planet Earth, you'd better hope I don't run out of bad movies to take this all out on.
Oh, guys, look out. We better hope that he doesn't run out of bad movies or else Movie Bob's gonna
okay, hold on. First of all, Transformers 1 isn't even bad. Okay? So, I don't know why he has Optimus here.
I would even argue that Transformers 2 isn't that bad.
Nah, like, it gets
Transformers
bad around
3, bad.
Yeah.
And then everything else sucks.
1 and 2.
But 1 and 2 are fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know why he has Optimus here. It's crazy.
The insidious thing about bullying is most of the time it's inexplicable. You don't know why it's happening to you, or at least
you don't know what. What? The insidious thing
happening to you.
The insidious thing about bullying is that you don't know why it's happening to you.
That's the whole point. That's
Stop
the whole
being
point.
A fucking pussy, and then it won't happen to you. Like, just fucking stand up for yourself in the first. He's literally complaining that he couldn't stand up for himself. Bob, you're airing out your own dirty laundry.
At least what the
Bro's
logic chain
in his
is behind the
40s.
supposed why. Certain whys can be easily guessed at. Why pick on members of ethnic or racial minorities? Well, racism.
What? What?
What? What?
What?
What? What's this
Why
guy do with
are you being bullied? Look at racism. What? Maybe you just suck. Maybe you weren't. You know what? Maybe he wasn't actually bullied. Maybe he just was an asshole and no one liked him. That's what I question.
Duh. Why are gay kids or kids who were thought to be gay picked on? Well, lingering arcane superstitions about homosexuality being evil or sinful. But what about everyone else?
No,
What
kids
about
are just
weirdos?
mean, Bob. That just is what it is. Kids.
That's literally
kids are-
it. Kids are just fucking mean.
Kids are just mean, Bob. Like whether you're black, white, or purple,
Retard, bro.
kids are just mean to each other. It just is what it is. Like
Roman, I just want to remind you that you said 2 minutes.
yeah.
And he has not mentioned Magneto yet.
Okay, well, you know what?
I'm telling you, bro. He's not going to mention
I'm holding on, bro.
He's
I'm
not
holding
gonna-
on to hope. He's
I
gonna
think-
mention him in the next 5 seconds.
I
Next
think
5
the
seconds.
last line of this video is going to be, and Magneto was right. That'll be it. That'll be it. I got bullied my entire life, and Magneto was right. Fuck you, Bob. Fucking asshole.
But like everyone knows that Magneto's not right though, right?
Dude,
Like-
here's the thing. I don't mind taking the piss out of Bob's videos because Bob's a dickhead. I'll say,
Yeah.
like, he literally has called for people's death on Twitter and shit. He's an asshole. So
Yeah.
I have no problem taking the shit out of these videos. Also, does anybody see this guy? Look at him. Is that a black guy with like a white perm?
You sure it's not a woman?
That's a dude. That's a black dude with a white perm.
Damn. His hair looks kind of good actually.
That's just like, yo, that's crazy.
That's fire.
And freaks and dweebs. What about geeks? What about
Hey.
everyone else? What about
Hey, it's-
weirdos and freaks
it's
and
Meech.
dweebs? What about geeks?
Meech.
What about nerds? What about, well, me? Straighter than Brad Majors, whiter than Billy Quizboy's business partner. What had my crime against the
Bob,
standing
you
social order
suck.
been?
That's why
You're
that's
an
why you got bullied.
asshole.
The standard response, of course, is because you were different. Now, is it just me, or did that ever strike anyone else as a particularly stupid sentiment? Everyone is different. Hell, I could personally attest that my bullies came in all shapes, sizes, and colors. It was a veritable rainbow coalition. of families. So I never.
You know
really
why?
bought sizes and
You know why,
colors.
Bob?
It was a
Because you deserved it.
Bob's just in a video game in his head, and these are people that just run at him down the hallway in school.
No, like look, right,
He's
bro?
like, ooh, 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 ooh.
When I was in middle school and in high school, I stuttered a ton. And so people would like make fun of me and like, finish my sentences and shit. So people would also say that I was a retard because I, talked very slowly. So while it wasn't justified, there was a reason, I guess, for people to quote unquote bully me, right? But for Bob, he probably was just like, hey guys, Voldemort's right. And then, people were like, Bob, shut up. Like
No, Bob was probably more so like, I will rule you one day.
yeah.
Like, he was that
Something like
kid.
that.
He was the kid that would, like, run down the hallway and just be like, all of you will be my subjects. You will all know the wrath of Bob.
Bro really thought that he was cooking.
You will all know the wrath of Robert Chipman.
Okay, but no one deserves to get bullied except for Bob. Bob is like the only person. Everyone else should not.
Okay. I still can't say that Bob deserves it, but Bob, I don't want to push anybody to go fucking make fun of Bob or whatever.
I'm talking about when he was a kid. I'm saying like when he was a kid.
It would be funny if somebody did leave a comment on this video and be like, "Still relevant."
I'm totally not going to do that after this. But yeah, no, I mean,
yeah, muffler tape. I'm with you there, dude. I love EFAP tearing into them. This is how I found this video from an old EFAP, but they didn't know about it. This is fucking hilarious. Let's continue.
I can't believe that this is
Rainbow
real.
Coalition of Torment. So I never really bought that because you were different thing. And it's been my experience that very few in similar situations did either. It's also been my experience that while we never get an answer, a lot of us know what we want the answer to be. That we were hated because we weren't just different, but somehow superior.
What? What? What?
You're getting into a whole nother territory now, Bob.
What?
You're getting into a whole
What?
other territory of people.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I was bullied because I was superior to the kids on the football team.
Roman.
Okay.
Think about where this goes. You are a superior human. That sounds very close to Aryans.
He's not saying that, is he?
He is. He is.
Bro, what is wrong with him?
We got bullied because we are superior humans. That is why.
What is wrong with him?
Just wait. I'm telling you, this is not a troll. This is real.
I've come to theorize that this notion that social ostracism is actually a result of normal people's fear of some intangible supremacy of the misfit who is not merely different but better is a reactive fantasy that exists somewhere on.
Did you catch that?
I caught it, but
the fear of the normal people is that the misfit is actually better. So he's saying that people that get bullied are actually superior humans. And that's why they get bullied, because the rest of society fears them.
All right, but there's one problem with that.
There's one problem with that? Bullied. I think there's a lot of problem with that.
There is a main part of the argument that kills that whole theory.
I've seen idiots.
Everyone gets bullied at some point. So, does that mean that everyone is a misfit?
Oh my god, we haven't even made it to Cosmonauts video.
You have me heated here, bro, because as someone that got bullied, I can tell you that he is full of shit. Bob definitely did. Bob didn't get bullied.
The point is that he's literally saying he is a superior type of human.
I know that, but that's not what pisses me off.
Eugenics right now.
I know.
He's literally talking about eugenics. It's 3 minutes into a 6-minute video, and he hasn't mentioned Magneto once.
And he's going to mention him now at the 4-minute mark.
No, he's not.
At the 4-minute mark.
No, he's not.
I'm telling you,
in the psyche of every nerd, but better, is a reactive fantasy of that this notion that social ostracism is actually a result of normal people's fear of some intangible supremacy of the misfit who is not merely different but better is a reactive fantasy that exists somewhere on some level in the psyche of every nerd, geek, whoever suffered just for being. For some, it's the not-so-secret driving force of their entire worldview.
What is he talking about?
Hold on, let me replay that part.
Fear of some intangible supremacy of the misfit who is not merely different but better.
The misfit that's not different. Their fear of the misfit. That's
I get that, yeah.
Is a reactive fantasy that exists somewhere on some level in the psyche of every nerd, geek, whoever suffered just for being.
So it's a fantasy that every nerd that's gotten bullied thinks that they're better than everybody. I don't think that's fucking true, bro. That's actually sociopathic for you to say that.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not true.
I didn't feel that way as a kid. Roman didn't feel that way as a kid. I'm pretty sure, which I can't speak to this because nobody on the football team ever did this to me, but I know for a fact that they did to Roman. When a football player made fun of Roman and they were a fucking athlete, I'm pretty sure Roman knew that guy can sprint better than me.
Yeah. Yeah.
He didn't think to himself, well, he's making fun of me because he knows I can be better at football than him.
No.
Like,
no. That's That's some like sociopathic narcissist shit.
That's literally what I'm saying. And he's saying that don't lump us in with you, bro. Not every fucking nerd is like you, dude.
Bob gives nerds a bad name, bro.
Seriously. I don't think he does, because people watch his videos and go, this is fucking insane. We're gonna look at the comments after this. I guarantee you there's comments from EFAP on here. Guaranteed.
For some, it's the not-so-secret driving force of their entire worldview. For others, it's perhaps a fleeting subconscious comfort that they don't even recognize. You can see ample evidence of this mindset informing much of the popular culture, particularly in the realms of sci-fi, fantasy, and anything else aimed at, well, you know. Think about the heroes of
Magneto.
The Incredibles, forced into the shadows of normal society, not for being bad, but for being too good at stuff.
Talk about Magneto!
Our powers made us special.
Wait, that's not the point of Incredibles. What is he talking about?
Yeah, wait. Hold up. What
is he saying?
The Incredibles got put away because they were too good at stuff? No. Hold on. We're going back.
For some, it's the not-so-secret driving force of their entire worldview. For others, it's perhaps a fleeting subconscious comfort that they don't even recognize. You can see ample evidence of this mindset informing much of the popular culture, particularly in the realms of sci-fi, fantasy, and anything else aimed at, well, you know.
Okay.
So fantasies in general? The fuck are you talking about, dude? Yes, you can see that the fantasy genre creates fantasies for people to escape into. Yes. That's literally what he said. Am I wrong? Is that what he just said?
That is what he just said. Yes.
That's pretty much what he just fucking said, right?
Yeah, that is what he said. He just uses words and he talks fast. So it sounds like he's saying something different.
That's what I'm saying. It sounds like it's something intellectual, but it's not. Like, that was retarded. Am I correct?
Yeah.
I'm not wrong here.
No.
Right? Chat, he did say that. I'm not stupid. I'm pretty sure he just said, in layman's terms, he just said fantasy is what fantasy is, because you can escape into fantasy.
Yeah.
Like, what? But he said it in a way that fantasy, sci-fi, and like fiction are all things that fantasy is fiction and sci-fi, and you can escape into fantasy, fiction, and sci-fi. Is that what I gotta go back and hear that again. I might have to put the subtitles on. That sounded retarded.
He sounds like he's smart, but he's not.
You can see ample evidence of this mindset informing much of the popular culture, particularly in the realms of sci-fi, fantasy, and anything else aimed at, well, you know. Think about the heroes of the...
I gotta go back farther.
Geek, whoever suffered just for being. For some, it's the not-so-secret driving force of their entire worldview. For others, it's perhaps a fleeting subconscious comfort that they don't even recognize. You can see ample evidence of this mindset informing much of the popular culture, particularly in the realms of sci-fi, fantasy, and anything else aimed at, well, you know. Think about the heroes of The Incredibles, forced into the shadows of normal society, not...
So, I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. Okay?
This literally just... He's just saying movie words.
Yeah. No, he's just saying shit.
This is word vomit.
I want to know what he says about The Incredibles, which by the way has nothing to do with Magneto.
Roman, we're 40 seconds from 4 minutes, bro. I think I'm winning this. You know what, dude? I don't actually think he's gonna mention Magneto at all.
Not for being bad, but for being too good at stuff.
That's not why. That's not why. It's because he stopped the man from fucking killing himself.
And got sued.
Sued because the man got injured. That's why. Not because he was too good at his job. The guy literally said, "You ruined my death."
Yeah.
The beginning of this movie is heavy.
So, did Movie Bob not watch The Incredibles?
Yeah, like, when's the last time you watched The Incredibles, bro? It's because they hurt people. It's because he gets sued. He loses his job as Mr. Incredible. By the way, The Incredibles is a better Fantastic Four than we're ever going to get. By the way, just saying.
Well, yeah. Technically, there's 5, but yes.
Yeah, there's 5 now. In the first movie, there's 4.
Right, yeah.
But instead of Dash being on fire, he can run fast.
Right,
Other than that, they all have the same abilities.
Yeah,
her spatial abilities, Violet's spatial abilities are pretty much the same thing that Mrs. Incredible can do. Or not Incredible, exactly. Fucking Mrs. Fantastic.
And then
Storm.
Helen is Reed.
Yeah, Helen's Reed, and then he's fucking
the Thing.
Yeah.
But that's still and as someone who has read the Fantastic Four books, Incredibles is just like a better written story.
The Incredibles.
I'm sorry,
good, dude. It's so good.
Yeah.
I don't mean it's better than the Fantastic Four comic books, the original ones. I just mean it's the best Fantastic Four like adaptation. It's still better than this movie that's gonna come out in July.
Yeah.
I can almost guarantee you this is gonna be a more accurate representation. Also, Frozone is the shit.
Facts.
Everybody, yo, dude, I fucking love him.
Frozone's badass, bro.
Frozone's cool as fuck.
Like,
woman, where's my super
suit?
Dude, that's the best.
I can't believe that's Mace Windu, bro. It's crazy.
He's yelling at him, and he's like, "Woman!"
You told me where my suit is, woman. We're talking about the greater.
He's like, "The city." Fucking love it. Okay, all right. I can talk about how great The Incredibles is. Not the second one, but the first one. We have a video about Movie Bob to continue.
Dash said it better than I can.
Our powers made us special. Everyone's special, Dash. Which is another way of saying no.
That doesn't prove what you're saying. That doesn't prove what he's saying.
Is Bob Bob's comparing himself and nerds to Dash and The Incredibles. Because we're special and we have to hide it. And we're superior and have to hide it. Bob thinks of himself as superior and he has to dumb himself down for other people. That's what he just basically fucking said.
Is this dumb Bob? Have we not met Smart Bob?
Oh my god, dude, we're in for trouble if we ever meet Smart Bob. It'll be like you'll get into it'll be like Skynet, and you get into the Skynet, and like everybody's walking through. They're all walking through. They're like, we finally fucking made it. They just got through a major fucking war. It's like the team makes it into the center of Skynet. There's this massive fucking war going on outside, and the one strike team just finally fucking punches through, makes it into the center of Skynet. They kick the fucking door down,
and Bob's
guns in the air, and Movie Bob is sitting in a chair with tubes all in him and shit, and he's like, Magneto was right, and Master Chief is a Nazi.
I still can't believe that Bob said that the Covenant was correct. That's crazy to me.
He goes, "Welcome to the great journey. I will light the rings. I will light this holy ring." And he starts going into the prophet speech. "I will light this holy ring and bring us into the divine beyond." And it's like, "Bob, take him off now." He's like, "Ah!" He's like, fucking huge. It's like some Warhammer 40k fucking Dark Souls boss fight. He's like the size of fucking Yorma the Giant. You need like some special sword to slice Bob down.
No, bro, he's sitting there with like the Paul brothers and fucking like Mr.
He's like, no. They're dead. They're hanging by their corpses are behind him because he is better than them. Bob is better than all. He's got, like, Amaranth as his fucking, like, Princess Leia on a chain.
Star Wars Sex-Plained is also there with him.
He's, like, fucking 3 stories tall. Boogie's like his fat ass fucking advisor that just sits there in a chair. He doesn't move. He just sits next to the throne.
He has
Dude,
He has, like, you know,
somebody make this video game? Somebody mod over the Yorm the Giant boss fight in Dark Souls. Somebody mod Dark Souls 3. Mod
Please
Dark
do.
Souls 3 to make all the bosses like different YouTubers. That'd be fucking great.
Please.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, dude, I like this. I like this idea of Movie Bob being like the final boss. He's just like fucking huge.
You know what's crazy?
He's
probably like 5'2" in real life. He's probably like 5'2".
Hold on.
You're not actually looking him up, are you?
Have you ever actually seen a picture of Movie Bob?
I haven't, no. I can picture what he looks like.
Bob!
He still lives in his mom's basement. He has a neck beard for sure. He has like pit stains in his shirt for sure.
No way! No way! If you look up Movie Bob, the next two things that come up after Bob Chipman is the minion named Bob and the blob monster from Monsters vs. Aliens. They're named Bob.
So fine. Why is that so accurate?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, we're laughing a lot tonight. I like this.
Oh, we're not even onto the story.
I called it. I called it, didn't I? That's him. He looks like the stereotype. He's not helping himself. He looks like the stereotype. Why does he look like a gay Mick Foley?
Oh, fuck. Movie Bob. That's the infamous picture, bro. Oh, shit. Why do people do this to themselves, guys? Like, why?
Why would he post that on the internet? Why would he post that on the internet?
Why would he post that? Why do you do that? This will look good on my MySpace page. As I'm talking about how fucking genocide is correct. Like, what? Let me dress up like Mario while I tell you about how Magneto should have genocided the world and the Covenant was correct. Like, what the fuck? Who are you? Who are you? Yeah, like, dude.
I'm crying.
People, here's the thing. You would not think this is real, but all of his videos are like this. All of them. The Halo video might be... I don't... Actually, you know what? We're not done with this yet. I can't say that the Halo video is worse.
Does he have a video saying that Sauron was right? Does he have a video saying that Sauron was right?
No, he probably has a Lord of the Rings video, though. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't even imagine a Movie Bob Lord of the Rings video. Holy shit. I bet you he's got a Rings of Power video.
3.5 minutes in, he hasn't mentioned Magneto. He's gonna mention him. He's gonna mention him at 4:12. He's gonna mention him at 4.
No, you can't change it. You can't change it until we hit 4 minutes.
All right, fine. 4.
You can't even change it again. You lost already twice.
Actually, kind of a micro variation on objectivism. Come to think.
What?
Hold on. What is this? What?
Our power
What?
man is special. Everyone's special, Dash. Which is another way of saying no.
La 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 la. Fuck you. YouTubers that put clips like this into your videos, you guys are dickheads. Because if anybody's reacting to your video or telling people to watch your video, you can cause us to get hit on copyright. when you put
Yeah,
stuff
exactly.
like this in your videos. Because guess what? If, and I'm not saying he does this, but if King's Advisors makes a video and he puts a clip of Game of Thrones in the video to make a point, and it's this long, I gotta pause it and talk over it. Because you could just show the clip with subtitles and talk over the clip with subtitles.
Or
you don't have to,
you
don't have to play it.
Or you could alter the voices. You could also
don't
do that too.
That. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible to the ears. Don't do that. Don't do it at all. Just talk over it. Because whenever somebody else is watching it, and then you don't have to ever worry about your own video getting copyright struck. Like, I don't get it.
It's actually kind of a micro variation on objectivism, come to think of it. Perhaps the ultimate modern archetype is Harry Potter.
What's that got to do with Magneto? Wait. Objectivism has to do with Harry Potter? What is he talking about?
The objective modern archetype is Harry Potter. Let's see where he's going.
What's that mean?
Roman, keep in mind that we have gone from, let's see, what's in the beginning? Getting bullied to racism and gay people to nerds to his dreams and how he's superior and how it's a fantasy to The Incredibles to Harry Potter. All within 3 minutes and 40 seconds, and we still haven't mentioned Magneto.
I'm telling you that he's trolling, bro.
He's mentioning everything except for Magneto.
That's why I'm saying that he's trolling.
He's not, though. Like, I've seen enough of Movie Bob's videos to tell you that he's not. Unfortunately. It's not something I do for joy. I do like people ripping into them, though. It's funny. I hope it's enjoyable for you guys, because this is ridiculous. This is like...
guys, this is funny, but, like, sad.
Let me tell you something. If you think that it's difficult to be a YouTuber, just remember that Movie Bob has a channel that's been going since, let's see. He's got 137K subscribers. His channel's been around for like fucking 12 years. 13 years, some shit. Probably more. Probably like more like 15.
There's people that actually agree with him though, because look at the right. It says X-Men 97. Magneto was right. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah, I know. But that's from a different channel. That's like Screen Crush or some bullshit. But
who watches
anyway,
Screen Crush?
A lot of idiots. Normies. Bob has that many subscribers and still has a channel after all of this that he's doing in a video where he says Magneto was right and hasn't mentioned Magneto in 3 minutes and 40 seconds into a 6-minute video. So
my question is,
and by the
how
way,
does the video not get ratio?
Keep in mind that probably the last 20 seconds is an outro. But you guys can do it too. This is what made Roman and I be like, yeah, no, we can do it. If we can do it,
it's really not that difficult.
It's not. Really, look at this.
It's really not that hard.
Look at this.
It's really neglected, outright abused. But perhaps the ultimate modern archetype is Harry Potter. Teased, neglected, outright abused by his supposedly normal family of ordinary people, only to learn that he's not merely different from others, he's better.
I don't know if he thinks of himself as better.
Harry never says that.
I don't
Harry's
think Harry,
a humble ass dude.
I don't think Harry ever thinks of himself as better.
Harry's a humble ass dude.
I think he's just different. He's not better.
Yeah.
He actually very much cares about the normal people. Because if Harry thought of himself as better, he would join Voldemort, Bob.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that was the whole point of... Bob is on Voldemort's side. Unknowingly. He doesn't even realize it. He does not even realize that he's on Voldemort's side. what he just said.
Yeah.
He's saying that Harry finds out that Harry is better because he's a wizard. Therefore, Bob is saying that wizards are better than regular people, and he's thinking because earlier he said that people that get bullied are superior. So therefore, if Bob was a fucking wizard, he would be on Voldemort's side because if he got bullied by regular people and found out he was a wizard, he'd be like, I'm better than all of you.
Yep.
Bob is on Voldemort's side. Bob's not on Harry. He thinks he's on Harry's side, but he's not. What the fuck are you saying, Bob?
A born prodigy at wielding godlike supernatural powers. Welcome to every nerd's ultimate fantasy.
No,
Whoa.
I mean, Harry's just a dude. He doesn't have godlike powers. He has to learn over time. Like, what is he talking about?
Yeah, he actually sucks for like 5 books. He's pretty shitty.
Yeah.
Like, he's not good in the first book. He's not good in the second book. He's not good in the third book. He's not good in the fourth book. In the 5th book, he learns a lot on how to defend himself and fight. And then after that, he's like pretty fucking solid with dueling and fighting and shit. Because up until the 4th book, he doesn't really have to fight all that much with spells.
Well,
like,
yeah.
Up until the 4th book, because that's when it gets real. That's when he knows that he's got a hit out on him, and like every motherfucker, as soon as like any bad motherfucker is gonna try to kill him. So after he first meets Voldemort, like legitimately, and barely survives it, he's like, "Fuck, I gotta train." So that's what he does. So like because up until Voldemort legitimately comes back in corporeal form, he doesn't really need to rush his training.
Well, but Harry also got bailed out though a lot too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So he doesn't really have to rush his training until Voldemort legitimately is back in corporeal form, and then he's like, "Oh fuck! Like now I gotta like learn and go." And even up until Deathly Hallows, he's still pretty shitty.
Yeah.
Like with certain spells, he sucks. He doesn't know any protection charms. Like Hermione does them for their campsites, and he's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And she's like, "Protection charms, bro." And he's like, "Oh yeah, my bad." Like he's not good with that shit.
It's
like,
obvious the movie. So
movie Bob. Like, okay, so he's very similar to Obi-Wan in the way that like he's not a prodigy. So Movie Bob just called him a prodigy. He's not a prodigy. The only reason Harry Potter's special is because he didn't fucking die.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's the chosen
like,
one.
Good,
he's
dude.
not like...
And the only reason Obi-Wan is fucking special is because he happens to be the Jedi that trained Anakin. That's it. Obi-Wan's not that good. He trains in defensive mode because he sucks at using the Force and he sucks at attacking. He's really good at negotiating and defense and strategy. That's what Obi-Wan's good at, so that's what he focuses on. That's why they send him for Grievous, because they know that he can disarm Grievous and defend against 4 lightsabers because he's trained in specifically defense and not offense because he knows he's not good at offense. So, like, that's the same thing with Harry. Harry knows he's not good at certain shit, so that's why Harry's really fucking good at flying a broom.
Yeah.
The same way that Anakin Skywalker is really fucking good at piloting. He's also really good at using a lightsaber. But, like, if you take that away from him, he's basically Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Except for the fact
that it's obvious to me that Bob never ever read the Harry Potter books or watched any of the films.
He's not a prodigy.
Wielding godlike supernatural powers. Welcome to every nerd's ultimate fantasy. Oh, okay, second to ultimate fantasy.
I can't agree with that point, Bob. That one I can agree with. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, facts.
Okay, third. Look, it's up there.
Wait, what was third?
Oh, okay, second to ultimate fantasy. Okay, third.
Who is that?
Is that Lara Croft? No, it's not. Who the hell is that? Chat.
Resident Evil. That's Resident Evil or Lara Croft. It's one or the other.
look, it's up there, okay? It's not just that they don't understand you, it's that they're intimidated by you.
Bro, you are a sociopath. You are a sociopath. I got bullied because everyone's truly intimidated by me. Isn't that the plot of the Joker?
Yeah, and Joker's
Dude,
and, and Joker's made to be wrong in that movie.
Isn't that
And
the
Joker's
plot
made to
of
be
the
wrong.
Joker, dude? Where he's like, he's just been bullied the entire time, and he's like, I'm actually better than everyone.
And Joker's wrong in that movie. And Joker's wrong in that movie. You know why? Because Joker's a serial killer psychopath.
Movie Bob's like, you know why, Murray? Movie Bob's sitting there. He's in his Mario outfit on Murray tonight, and he's like, "You get what you fucking deserve."
Look. It's a great movie, but Joker's wrong.
No. Instead, Movie Bob's on Joe Rogan's podcast instead of Murray. He's like, "You know why, Joe? You get what you fucking deserve." And he's dressed like Mario. Fucking Bob Chipman, dude.
And your bullies aren't just wrong, you could make them pay for it.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Bro's on Nicholas Cruz's side, bro.
What the fuck? Your
Bro's on
bullies
Nicolas
aren't
Cruz's
just
side.
wrong. You can make them pay for it.
Up there, okay? It's
Does
not
Harry
just
make
that
the
they
pay
don't
for it?
understand you, it's that they're intimidated by you. And your bullies aren't just wrong, you could make them pay for it. And then, of course, there's...
I told you it was around the 4-minute mark. Actually, I called it. I said 4:12.
Roman, did you know that your bullies aren't just wrong? They're actually intimidated by you, and you can make them pay for it. Have you ever thought about that?
So the kids
Have
on
you
the
ever
football
thought
team
about hitting
bullied
up
me.
somebody from high school and telling them that you're going to make them pay?
So the kids in high school
What the
thought
fuck?
that I was going to take their spot on the football team. That's why they made fun of me. Okay, cool.
This is...
That's cool. I didn't know that.
the X-Men, a school for gifted youngsters, gifted in this case meaning natural-born superheroes, literally referred to by science as homo superior, who've been driven out of the normal world because people fear their extraordinary powers and abilities. Immature? A reactionary empowerment fantasy we should really just get over by...
I just want to appreciate that shot right there for a second.
What run is that from?
It's probably a Jack Kirby run. He knows how to draw asses.
That is a Jack Kirby run. I can tell because of how Wolverine's drawn. Yeah.
I was going to say Wolverine and what's his name? Colossus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jack Kirby knows how to draw.
Kirby's a goat.
Kirby knows how to draw his women. Look at all three of them. Look at Storm. Look at even fucking Rogue back there. All of them. Yeah.
Bro, Storm?
Can we just appreciate the fucking Kirby art, dude? I'm pretty sure. All right, this will really suck if this isn't Kirby, but I'm pretty sure it's Kirby. Could be. No, Chuck Dixon didn't ever work on X-Men, did he?
Nah, and it's not Miller. It's not Frank Miller.
No, I don't think
this is either John Romita or
Mark,
Jack Kirby.
What about Mark Miller? It wasn't Mark Miller, was it?
No, it could be Mark Bagley though. It could be.
Either way. Look at the fucking tone, bro. You put the tone in the fucking... They don't draw comics like this anymore, dude. Just saying.
Nah, bro. No, bro, look. As someone who reads modern comics, all the women are sticks. Why? For what? For what? Why?
Because the male gaze
men are
is
still
wrong.
muscular.
The male gaze is wrong.
By now?
Yeah.
Well, maybe. After all, the oppression of nerds by normals thing kind of ends once you're out of the cesspit of high school. And
The oppression of nerds by normals.
By normals?
I don't
What does
think
that mean?
I don't think that in high school nerds were really that oppressed in 2011.
11?
Like
Yeah,
Black
'cause
Ops
there-
Black was popping off, bro. In fact, you might get made fun of if you didn't play Black Ops.
So there was kind of a time where like being a nerd wasn't like uncool. It was a niche. But now it's cool to be one. Now it's cool to be a nerd now.
No, because like even still, like if he made this in 2011, like bro, gaming was pretty big. The 360 and the PS3 were out. Like,
yeah,
the Xbox One was about to drop. The PS4 was about to drop. Like, people were fucking gaming. Like, every dude had a game console.
Yeah.
Like, whether you were on the football team or not, like, you were gaming or somebody, like, no one had a problem with you gaming. And by the way, every chick was playing a game on her phone, like Candy Crush or some shit. Like, nobody was doing this. This is a fallacy. Now, you might have gotten made fun of for being a huge Star Wars fan and wearing Star Wars shirts and shit. But, like, if you came in fucking talking about your KD, like, other dudes be walking up to you fucking be like, yo, my KD's this. And you'd be like, all right, yo, like, 1v1 after school. Like, you, bro, yeah. People would be fucking talking about gaming and shit. Like, no one got made fun of for having a good KD in Call of Duty.
True.
I swear to God, no one did. They'd be like, yo, that's fire. You might have gotten made fun of by a couple chicks, but then you just be like, yo, these bitches don't get it, bro.
Right.
I just went fucking like 20-0 in a round in a game of fucking
I wish I could have gone 20-0.
I just went 20-0 in a game of Search and Destroy. And like the chick would be like, I don't care. And like every dude would be like, that's fucking insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, fuck yeah, bro. That's crazy. You murked that team in all 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Like, a dude would understand that, but, like, no one got made fun of for being a fucking nerd. You got made fun of for, like, maybe liking Star Wars in 2011 or being a big fucking nerd for something specific in 2011. And then as soon as, like, 2014 hit, and like Disney, like the fucking trailer for The Force Awakens came out, you were the popular kid because you knew all the shit about Star Wars, and everybody wanted to know about it. So it didn't matter. At least that's how it was in my school. So
yeah,
this is a fallacy. Because guess what? We got fucking Pokemon cards. We got Beyblades. We got Yu-Gi-Oh cards. We got Tech Decks. We got Bakugan. We got a fucking tennis ball, so we couldn't play.
The Beyblade tournaments were the shit, bro.
All that shit got
Beyblade
fucking banned in my elementary school because everybody was into it and kids were fighting over it. Elementary school, bro.
Remember the Yu-Gi-Oh days, bro?
No one got fucking made fun of for that shit. We got silly bands banned because kids were fucking.
Remember the Yu-Gi-Oh days, bro? They were awesome.
Yeah, bro. I used to have a trap card that I carry in my wallet just to fuck with people. Just be like, now you've activated my trap card. I don't know what happened to it. I need to get a new trap card just to keep in my wallet.
Right? Or does it?
No. Yikes. Yeah, so this next part is pretty indefensibly whiny. Bad 2011, Bob. Bad.
This part is whiny?
Shut the Bob, I think the first minute is whiny. He still has not said the word Magneto, by the way. He mentioned
Bob
for a second.
Bob's one of those...
Dude, Roman. He mentioned the X-Men for a second and then immediately got off of the X-Men. He's not talked about Magneto yet.
Bob is one of those people that would say, you know, the Beatles weren't all that great because, I don't know, like, I'm just trying to think of something that like he would say. The Beatles weren't that great because they've since been outsold.
I'm totally fine with somebody saying the Beatles weren't great, but saying they suck is a lie because you can not like them and say they're not great. But saying they suck, like they can't play instruments and they're not good, is fundamentally incorrect because clearly they're good. I mean, they were one of the most popular bands, if not the most popular band of all time.
Yeah.
So like you can't say that like they aren't good musicians. But what you can tell me, and I will totally take, is that I hate them. I hate the Beatles. I don't like them. And that's fine. Like the same way, if somebody came up to me and said, I think Lord of the Rings sucks, I hate it. I'd be like, Well, you can't say like the cinematography's bad. Like you can't say like the music's bad. You might not like the sound of it or the look of it, or like you might not like fantasy. And usually someone will just go, "Well, no, I'm just not really into fantasy." But if someone tells you like, "No, they're shot horribly and the CGI is terrible and the music sucks," you'd be like, "Okay."
And the acting's bad.
And the acting's bad. You'd be like, "Okay, you cannot be talked to about critiquing any movie. You don't know what you're talking about." Because even if you do not like it, that's fine. You don't have to like it. But like you can't say that like fundamentally it is bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Think about the way the popular culture, even today, demonizes different people of extraordinary ability.
What?
Okay, let's hear them out.
Particularly extraordinary intellect or outside the mainstream artistic vision.
Who the fuck demonizes Bob Ross?
Yeah, I've never heard anyone ever talk badly about Bob Ross.
Who the fuck demonizes Bob Ross? That is a terrible thing to put up there just because you're talking about artistic vision. Maybe put up.
Who talks badly about Bob Ross?
No, maybe just put up graffiti, because people do complain about graffiti, but it is an artistic vision. Just put up a picture of a graffiti art.
Yeah,
because
why do you put Bob Ross there for?
Because technically speaking, it's illegal. Also, is that fucking what's his name?
I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
It's a weird fucking name. He's in Far Cry. I mean, not Far Cry, Fallout, the show.
Yeah.
Fuck, I love him. Goggins. Walton Goggins. Is that Walton Goggins? I think it is Walton Goggins.
I think so. No, but him putting Bob Ross there is crazy.
That's that doesn't make any sense.
Think of all the mad scientists, disturbed artists, or psychotic intellectuals. Think of how stupidity, simplicity, and anti-intellect...
Jersey Shore.
Okay, let's see the pictures he puts up for each of these things.
Humanizes different people of extraordinary ability, particularly extraordinary intellect.
Intellect?
Or outside the mainstream artistic vision.
Outside the mainstream artistic vision. I don't know if this is outside. I don't know if Bob Ross was technically speaking outside the mainstream, but okay. He painted paintings and he just did it on TV. I wouldn't say that's outside the mainstream. I'd actually say that's very mainstream, but he did it in a way that influenced many people in a great way.
Yeah.
Think of all the mad scientists.
Okay. Bob, you are saying
yes.
He is saying, think of all the mad scientists. Meaning the mad scientists out there in the world. Think of them, guys, sympathetically.
Disturbed artists.
The disturbed artists.
Psychotic intellectuals.
The psychotic intellectuals.
Think of how stupidity, simplicity, and anti-intellectualism are lionized. Think of...
What does Bill Gates have to do with this?
We're going to find out, I assume.
How Bill Gates was seen as a supervillain for making billions in technology.
That's not why.
That's not why.
Even in 2011, Bob, that wasn't why. Even in 2011, that was not why. It was still Big Pharma in 2011. That was still the reason. It's the reason now, and it was the reason then. It's still the fucking reason, Bob. It had nothing to do with the fact that he owned Microsoft. No one cared about that. Everybody was like, yeah, we appreciate Microsoft, but can you stop giving all this money to fucking this shit so that, like, you're just making bank?
Off, like,
you're making
fucking... Yeah.
You're making mosquitoes? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Wait, what's Michael Jordan have to do with this?
We're about to find out, I assume. I don't know. Magneto hasn't been mentioned, and we're at 5:08. We have a minute left, and there's no mention of Magneto. Or why?
I lose, Roland. I
know. I don't think I'm going to hear the word Magneto in this video.
Think of how Bill Gates was seen as a supervillain for making billions in technology, while, say, Michael Jordan was an American hero for making billions by bouncing a ball.
Are you kidding me right now?
That's not why he was seen as American hero. He was literally one of the best fucking players of all time. And I'm not even a basketball fan. Not only that, I think he really hit hero status when he got fucking AIDS and became a huge proponent for it. Not proponent for it, but proponent for like an advocate.
That was Magic Johnson.
Magic Johnson, my bad. Fucking Michael Jordan was different, my bad.
Jordan was
MJ
just
and
influential
Michael
though.
Jackson, whatever the fuck. I think he became fucking real like Michael Jordan became fucking really big with different shit. Not because he could
people still buy Jordans now, bro.
He's still
people
fucking
still buy Jordans now.
Dude, he was remarkably influential towards kids.
Yeah.
Also,
like,
he was not supposed to fucking make it.
No.
At all. He got seen potentially. There was potential. I watched the movie about the Nike fucking shoes. I watched the movie and it was good. Ben Affleck. I thought it was gonna be stupid and it was pretty good. But like in reality, like I actually did look into it afterwards. He quite literally fucking he did so much shit for people. That's why they saw him as an American hero. It's like people saying that you know, like let me think of something. Let me think of a person. Let me think of a person who you wouldn't think. Tom Cruise is an American hero because he's in movies.
No, it's bigger than that.
Yeah, yes. No, Tom Cruise is an American hero because he's fucking insanely good at what he does, and he actually really cares about the people and the fans. People love him. People love him as a person. He's a great person, seemingly.
That's why
he's into Scientology. He's into Scientology, but I'm just using him as an example.
That's why people like Johnny Depp too.
Yes, exactly. That's why people defended Johnny Depp, not because he plays a pirate, but because he dresses up as a pirate in his free time and goes to children's hospitals to hang out with kids with cancer. That's why people like Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
That's the reason. People like Robert Downey Jr. not because he plays Iron Man in a movie, but because he's really good to people in real life. He's a genuinely good person, and guess what? He came out of like fucking hell and came out on top through his
addiction, and he has made billions since.
Yes,
billions.
That's why he has a great comeback story. That's why people like Robert Downey Jr. Not because he shoots propulsor beams out of his hands in a movie. That's not the reason that people really, really like him. They like him because he's a good person on the outside. They like Iron Man because of that. They don't like Robert Downey Jr. because of that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. People don't like Robert Downey Jr. because of Iron Man.
Don't fucking belittle Michael Jordan, bro. Like, that's fucking retarded.
No, bro. Bob talks smart, but he is the most shallow person ever.
No, he just uses big words. It's retarded. A lot of YouTubers do that. They use big words, but they mean nothing.
Yeah. All right. There's less than a minute left. He has to be getting something here. He has to be.
So we've gone through this video so far called Magneto Was Right. We started with the fact that Bob got bullied. And then after talking about that, we talked about how Bob became really mean because he got bullied. It was mean to everybody else and how he needed revenge. And how the world is lucky that he watches bad movies to review. Okay? And then we get to the point where him getting bullied is just like racism and homophobia. And how nerds actually live in a fantasy, but they're correct. Because you can get revenge on your bullies because we're superior and we're different. The Incredibles were like that. Harry Potter was also like that. And Harry Potter knows that he's better than everyone and is superior. The X-Men are homo superior. That's all he said. Okay. Smart people, mad scientists. Bill Gates, Magic Johnson. Let's continue. This is the video. Magneto was right. That is literally the gist of it.
In fiction, highly educated so-called elitists turn out to be Hannibal Lecter. In real life, meanwhile, cannibal serial killers tend to have a vastly less refined background.
Huh? What's he talking about? What's he saying?
How do we get here?
You know, bro, I've been asking that same question.
Dude, there's 30 seconds. There's 40 seconds left.
You know, the fucking intro is perfect. Do you know why we're here? It's one of life's greatest mysteries, isn't it?
Broman, we're talking about serial killers and cannibals now. How?
He hasn't talked about Magneto once!
Dude, how? How did we get here? I need to go back.
Yeah, wait, how did we get here?
Bill Gates.
Talk about Bill Gates 20 seconds ago.
Bill Gates, Michael Jordan, Hannibal Lecter. What the fuck?
Anti-intellectualism are lionized. Think of how Bill Gates was seen as a supervillain for making billions in technology, while, say, Michael Jordan was an American hero for making billions by bouncing a ball. In fiction, highly educated so-called elitists turn out to be Hannibal Lecter.
Do they? Highly educated elitists turn out to be Hannibal Lecter. I think I can name a highly educated elitist in a movie that's not evil or a murderer. Who could you categorize as a highly educated elitist?
Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
Tony Stark.
Severus Snape.
Severus Snape, yep.
Ian Malcolm in Jurassic Park. Also Dr. Grant in Jurassic Park.
Yep. Reed Richards, if you want to be technical.
Yeah, Reed Richards. I would Mace Windu.
Yeah.
Dude, there's like tons of people that are Gandalf. Theoden is an elitist of what he does. No women on the battlefield, and he is a soldier through and through and a king through and through. He is elite in what he does. I don't think that you can just say that all of the elitists in anything. Being an elitist does not make you a villain. You can know that you're part of something greater or part of something more, or know that something needs to be elite without being evil. However, most elitists would be evil, but I think you can argue that there are elitists that are not evil. I think there's a lot of anime characters that fit that trope.
Yeah.
Like, I would say that Kenpachi in Bleach is an elitist. He will not have anybody in Squad 11 that cannot defend themselves, that cannot fight to the death and give a good death. He will not allow you to be in his squad unless you literally can like fight like a fucking animal. And that's the whole point of his squad.
Yeah.
So I would say that is an elitist. Right? And then the same thing with the stealth squad in Bleach. You can't join it unless you are the best of the best at stealth. That's elitist. They're not evil, though. They're all good people.
Would you say that Levi falls under that category?
Absolutely. And I would also say that Elvin, I would say the entire scout regiment falls under the elitist.
Yep.
They are the best of the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, I would also say that all three regiments in Attack on Titan are elitist.
Yeah.
All three of them. The scouts, the military police, and what is the fucking other corps? It's the Survey Corps, the MPs, and the ones with the roses on their back.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm blanking right now.
I forget the name of that corps, but them. Crimson will know. Crimson! What's the name of the third corps?
Crimson.
Crimson, what's the name of the third core, Crimson?
Come through, Crimson. Come on, man.
My point being is that there is like a lot of elitist characters that are not evil. Like the 501st, the entirety of the 501st clone troopers are elitist. They're all elite clone troopers. It takes a lot to work under Anakin Skywalker. They say that.
The third.
And same thing with the fucking 212. Obi-Wan's fucking division as well with Cody. You can't serve under them. And like they're literally considered some of the best divisions in the entire fucking army. Same thing with Plo Koon and Mace Windu and CC-10. Those 4-5 divisions are like fucking insanely good.
Crimson, what is the third regiment in Attack on Titan? The ones with the roses on their back.
I could totally look this up. I'm not going to do it.
I just want to get this video done.
All right, 520 and no mention. So apparently they're like Hannibal Lecter.
Uh-huh.
He's working on Fictionology. By the way, Crimson, I can definitely make it to Fictionology on Wednesday, but I've not had the chance to finish Death Note, and I don't think I'm going to have it finished by then. I have seen it before, but my information will be vague, so either I will make it or I will just not come on for that one, depending on what you want me to do, because I can still be part of the discussion, or I could just not come on. Whichever, because I don't care either way. I'm cool with either one.
It's not going to be the same without you, bud.
I'm cool with either one, though. If you'd prefer me to have more information, that's cool. If you'd prefer me not to and just come on anyway and talk about it, that's cool, too. I don't mind either way. Because if you guys are trying to make it real tight and succinct and just have you two bouncing back and forth talking about it, that's fine.
I think Muffler is going to be there, too.
Yeah, I think Muffler will, too.
You can show up. That's cool. Oh, okay.
What is that what he said? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll hang out then. Talk about it. Let's talk about it. Dude. Yo, Crimson, tell me how Dan Vask posted a video today and it wasn't the Man Bun song. I'm so fucking mad, dude. Maybe we'll go over Dan Vask's new video with Eric July, because he did do a song with Eric July from the Rippaverse, which is pretty cool. I didn't hear it yet, so maybe we'll play that after this. Go over that to kind of wash our mouth out before we go over the next video.
In fiction, highly educated so-called elitists turn out to be Hannibal Lecter. In real life, meanwhile, cannibal serial killers tend to have a vastly less refined background.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? What
so
the hell is he...
in fiction, elitists are like Hannibal Lecter, but in real life, cannibals aren't like Hannibal Lecter.
What is he talking about?
What's your point? What's the point of that?
What is he saying?
Roman, if I came up to you and I said this sentence, so in movies, dude, the elitists are all like Hannibal Lecter, but in real life, cannibals are like Ed Gein, and they're really not that special. They're just cannibals. You'd be like, yeah. Okay.
I would be like
if
where are you going with that?
The show today, and I was like, guys, I got a topic for you. In movies, like Hannibal Lecter is an elitist, but in real life, cannibals, they're not as special as him. You guys would be like, what the fuck topic? That's literally what he just said. What does that have to do with anything?
It doesn't. It doesn't. Did he write a script for this video?
I think. I would assume so.
Now, obviously, there's...
Settle down, folks. Fuck you, dude.
Some hyperbole in this. In reality, nerds aren't quite mutants, and we don't live in the world of the X-Men.
No fucking shit, Sherlock. I hate when YouTubers do that, dude. I hate when YouTubers are like, in reality, we're obviously not in Star Wars and don't have the Force. Like, yeah, no shit. You don't have to tell me that. You don't have to say in reality.
That's why it's not real, bro.
Yes, you're making a point about something fictional. I understand your point. You don't have to. Actually, I don't understand your point because it's retarded. But You don't have to say, hey guys, I'm making a point about the X-Men. By the way, the X-Men aren't real and we don't live in that universe. No fucking shit, Sherlock.
But ask yourself, if it were, and we did, and you were a mutant, be honest. Whose team would you really end up on?
The fucking good one, because I'm not an asshole, Bob. What the fuck? If I was a mutant and I had superpowers, I'd probably still save people.
He said it. Wow.
Bob, guess what? I got made fun of in elementary school and middle school sometimes. And I still hold the door for old ladies and people. I'm still really nice to people all the time out in public. I would still save somebody from a burning building without superpowers, Bob, because it's the right thing to do.
Wait a second. So is he saying that because Peter Parker got that, you know, he got bullied, he shouldn't be Spider-Man, even though with great power comes great responsibility?
I'm sure.
Is that really what he's trying to say?
I am almost positive he has a Spider-Man video, and I don't think we want to get into that today. I'm sure he's got a Spider-Man video.
You know, Spider-Man shouldn't be a superhero because he got bullied. He should use his powers for evil. Like,
I have to hear this again.
And we don't live in the world of the X-Men. But ask yourself, if it were, and we did, and you were a mutant, be honest. Whose team would you really end up on? The let's be nice and work with the people who hated and tormented us team, or the let's show those bastards who the world belongs to now team?
Probably the one to prove that we're not all that bad.
Right.
That's
the whole point. That's the whole point.
That's the fucking point. Probably prove that we can actually help everybody and save lives, not murder the entire world and subjugate it. You're fucking insane. Still has not mentioned the name Magneto, by the way. 19 seconds left.
I know where I'd be. Just saying.
He said it! He said it! If Bob had superpowers, he would subjugate the world. He said the quiet part out loud, bro. That's
Look.
crazy.
Look.
That's crazy.
Look. I'm not justifying what Magneto did, but at least he went through the Holocaust. What has Bob gone through?
Somebody called him fat in middle school and in elementary school, and they kept calling him fat until high school. It was the same guy. He just kept calling him fat, probably. Bob got fired up, and he said, "One of these days, I'll rule the world, and when I can control metal,
like I said,
and I'm sitting in Skynet."
Magneto's
You'll
wrong.
Be sorry,
but he has a little bit.
You'll
of a
be
reason.
sorry when Bob Chipman has 137K followers on YouTube.
Like, look, Magneto's wrong, but he has a little bit of a reason. A little bit. Bob would have none.
Bro.
Dude went dark.
Dude is insane. LOL. Dude went dark. Rudy is from MT or something. All right. We're almost there, guys. And the name Magneto has still not been mentioned.
Bastards who the world belongs to now team. I know where I'd be. Just saying. I'm Bob, and that's the big picture.
He didn't mention Magneto once. He didn't say the name once.
Bro, he just talked about getting bullied and how everyone's an asshole and how nerds are a superior race. And then he just goes, I would subjugate the world. Goodbye. That's the big picture. What the fuck?
What the hell? Bro, what? What? What?
That's Movie Bob.
What?
First introduction to a Movie Bob video. Go back.
All I gotta say to that is
what?
Like what?
back and watch episode 117 of this podcast and watch the Halo one. It's crazier. I would say
The Halo one is worse.
Is it though? Because in that one, he's calling the UNSC who's defending themselves against genocide Nazis. But in this one, he quite literally is advocating for nerds to rise up and take control.
So a while ago, I made a character who was this dude who used getting bullied in high school as an excuse to become evil. It's like I gotta rename him to Bob.
Dude, please name him Bob. Please name him Bob. Please name him Bob. Crimson Hood. Oh my god, can you make him like a big Mario fan?
Put him into a Mario costume.
You know, a must. Yeah, just randomly. like one like chapter. It's Halloween and he's dressed as Mario. Please, I.
That's true.
That's good.
That's
good.
so true. That's so true.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
That's a good one.
Oh.
That
killed
guys,
like
we haven't even gotten to the main event because we have time tonight.
That killed like a full hour. So
that killed almost 2 hours. What are you talking about?
True.
Dude,
True.
We went live at like 6:02.
Damn.
It's 7:50.
Damn. So, what do you want to watch next? You want to watch that?
Yeah, let's watch Dan Vest's new song.
Word.
Why not? See what it sounds like. We'll cleanse our palates a little bit from Movie Bob with some good music from Dan Vask. Hopefully we don't get hit for it. If we do, we'll cut it out later. But fuck you, Kickbot. Get the fuck out of my chat.
Oh God.
Get the fuck out of my chat. I will punch you. You're a bot, so I can say that, YouTube. I can say that. I can threaten a bot, right? That's not illegal. By the way, Roman, I appreciate the fact that we used the pirate background. However, we need to switch it when we start talking about the prequels to a Star Wars background.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yo, guys, go and subscribe to Dan Vask because he's fucking good. Makes great music. Makes fantabulastic music. Really good covers. Let's see what this sounds like. I'm not going to play the whole thing because I want you guys to go and listen to the whole thing by yourselves. So I'm only going to play like the first minute. But just to cleanse our palates a little bit. But yeah, go subscribe to Dan Vask. He's a nice guy. I've talked to him on Twitter a couple times. Just gotta say, pretty fucking sick that he's doing the animation. That's new.
Yeah.
Usually Dan's just in a black room.
Yeah, no, this.
Wait a second.
Really cool.
Wait a second.
What?
So if he's in the same room as Eric, either Dan came to America from Brazil or Eric went down to Brazil. And the reason that Dan couldn't go to any of the meetups was because he couldn't fly down or fly up because of like COVID. But that was still going on up until like last year. And now he's waiting for the ability to be able to go to a meetup in America. So either they recorded it in 2 separate black rooms and like spliced it together and just made it look similar, or like Quarter Black Garrett, and because he was in the Friday Night Tights song music video, so they would have had to fly down to somewhere to meet Dan. Interesting.
Here we stand at the turn of the tide. I can see an innate desire. Sword in hand, warriors side by side.
Oh,
I can feel it, it burns like fire. Worlds collide, an unstable landscape.
bro, Eric actually can fucking yell. That's what I like.
Side by
This is
side.
sick.
That's what this man digs. Be it might and unlikely allegiance. We will fight because that's the best defense. No turning back, for such is our path. This day we find a glorious death. Glorious death.
Yeah, bro, I love when Dan does that shit, dude.
Our mission is clear as we ride against a dark empire. By my soul, may the last thing they hear be the roar of this raging fire. We set bay, the savagery mindset. Not today, we'll let loose and find it. Brutal will define our reaction. Rip out the throat of this one imperfection. No turning back.
Dude, hell yeah.
This is fire.
This is good as shit. Love it. Bro, I don't know why I never thought about Eric and Dan working together on a song, but shit, that came out well.
This is fire, bro.
All right, I'm pausing it there. Everybody else go and
This is
listen to
fire.
the song because that was sick.
This is fire.
I did not know that I needed a song between Eric and Dan, but this is awesome.
That's
It's
dope as
awesome.
hell.
Eric's band
That's
is really
sick.
good too, but yeah, that's sick. We need to get Dan to America so we can get him into a band with everybody. Shit, man, that was cool. That was cool. Roman, you should record that reaction. Tweet it out to Dan.
You know what? I think I actually might do that.
Do it. Be like, yeah, we just reacted to your song and sent people over.
Yeah.
Don't even say that. Just, be like, yeah, we just reacted to your song and it's awesome. See what he
All
says.
right.
He'll probably respond. He's pretty good with that.
So, Roland, question for you. So, are we doing the Cosmonaut video now? Because if so, I got a background.
Well, you can make the background already.
You like that?
I can't see it.
Damn, true.
Literally everything is covered except for C3PO. Just like,
Okay, then find one that we can see. Then
just look up a space battle.
all right.
Just
No,
just add shit.
I'll look up a Star Wars space battle. And
No
before
shit,
you
Sherlock.
Oh, that's dope. No, I don't want the one from the
By
other.
the way, if you guys are one of our regular guests watching, meaning Grey Pilgrim, Crimson Law, Muffler Tate, Ronnie, Zach,
I haven't seen
and
Pilgrim in chat in a while.
anybody like that who happens to be watching currently, that looks terrible, by the way.
It does, yeah.
Pixelated.
You're right.
Anybody that happens to be watching, who's one of our regular guests, if at all, during this video that we're about to get into, you want to come on and give your point on a certain topic that Cosmonaut is saying or that we're saying, come on in, be my guest. Whether it's for the prequels or against the prequels, I am welcoming all type of conversation tonight. So we'll be going through this video for a while. That was a 6-minute video. Now, given it's a movie Bob video, so it takes some time to understand. But that took us 2 hours. We have a 42-minute video to go through.
Damn it.
So we're in for it tonight, guys. That works. I like it. Could be better, but it works.
Pilgrim is still mad? Dude, I said sorry. I said sorry like 2 weeks ago.
Pilgrim ain't mad at me.
No, he's mad at me.
Not mad at me. He came. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? He came through on my stream last week.
Okay, well then he's mad at me then. Fine.
He came through on the stream last week and he was like, "Oh man, you're shutting it down." And I was like, "Yeah."
Wait, he came by last week?
No, he came by in chat and he was like, "Yo." And I was like, "Hey, buddy, my bad, dude. You just popped in right as I'm shutting the stream down." And then I went for an extra like 20, 30 minutes just talking in chat. No, maybe more like 15, 20 minutes. I wanted to give Crimson something, or not Crimson, Pilgrim something to watch. Why do I do that? Why when I mean to say Crimson, I say Pilgrim, but when I mean to say Pilgrim, I say Crimson? I don't know why I do that.
Do I dare to pull this up? I think I dare to pull this up.
What is it?
The video. I don't want to, but
Pilgrim had a breakdown the other night after Roman did. The other night? Not Friday?
The other night. I didn't, I'm being dead ass. I didn't know that he felt that badly about it.
I actually don't know what the fuck anybody's talking about.
Remember the Ronnie shit that I pulled a couple of weeks ago?
No, but I don't know anything past that. No fucking idea. Dude, I'm not fucking involved.
I genuinely don't either. I don't either.
But you fucking clearly you know more than I do. No one's telling me. No, I have not got a text message from Pilgrim, Ronnie, or anybody. But here's the thing. I was talking to Caleb the other day, but that's whatever. You know who I do really fucking miss is my boy, fucking Star Wars dog.
Yeah.
Really about to shoot somebody a text.
No, look.
This video.
Look, bro.
Dude, I actually. Somebody explain to Rolo, because Rolo don't know.
No, look.
You guys fucking leave me out or whatever the fuck you're talking about.
I don't even know,
based off. This is literally I have people. I had Caleb texting me going, "What the fuck's going on?" And I'm like, I don't fucking know,
dude. I didn't get anything. I got nothing. Probably because it's my fault. But bro, I said sorry. Ronnie's here. I said sorry. It was about him. I was wrong. I fucked up. I said sorry. What more am I supposed to do?
It's also not. If it's that specifically, that's not true. So,
I think
now I will straight up say, Roman, not fucking cool, and the way that it was said, not fucking cool.
Yes,
and I will say that 100%.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call you out on that. Not fucking cool. But
I said I was wrong.
Also, what I will say is that whatever the fuck you said is not. There's no validity to it.
And I've said
I'm also not defending it, Roman, because I wouldn't have said that. and I have to be honest with you there. I wouldn't have said what you said. Like regardless, like that's just not like a level that you go to. But like we're not trying to get into that. But
Right.
if Pilgrim and you have something going on, then whatever. But like
I don't know if there's anything going on. I haven't been told anything.
Yeah, but to my knowledge, I'm cool with Pilgrim. Yeah, like I'm
Same.
I just send him a
I
fucking.
got nothing against him.
I send him memes all the time, and he likes them. So like, I don't think. But like, I will gladly text him and be like, "Yeah, you want to come on and fucking hash this out? Like, do it."
I don't like my thing is I said sorry to Ronnie, and like I totally admit that I fucked up.
Dude, I'm not here to tell you that you should have, but like you should have. I'm not here to admonish you. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to say that like
I did what I was supposed to. I said sorry.
I'm saying that, but what I'm saying is you just don't fucking like that's just like you don't do that, and you know that, and like but like if people want to still be mad after that, like there's nothing much you can do. Yeah, and see, Ronnie actually seemingly is cool because he's making a joke like that. You need to make an apology video now. He doesn't really fucking want you to do that.
No, and he's going to, deservedly put it into his.
Oh my god, yeah, 100%. He has full rights to fuck with you now because of that.
Yeah,
100%,
1,000%.
Yes,
1,000%. Yeah,
he has all the rights to fuck with you,
and I absolutely deserve it. 1,000%. But Ronnie, again, just in case you weren't here when I said it, I'm sorry. I was wrong. It was fucked up. I should not have said or done that. It will not happen again. And I'm sorry. So there. Let's talk about Cosmonaut.
And actually, you know what? I will also apologize because I should have denounced it immediately. And I did. And what I did say was that I don't fucking agree. And I quickly tried to brush it away from the topic of conversation. But in reality, I should have just been like, fuck that. So that's on me too. I will take that bit of the I should have been like, yo, honestly, Roman, what I should have done, and for your own good and for everyone else's own good, I should have just removed you from the call. Because you were heated about something and you were about to, I don't know what you were about to say. I should have removed you from the call. But that's on me. That's on me.
Yeah, but I shouldn't have said it though.
People started talking shit. So so what was even said? Move on, you sluts. Roman, basically, I don't want to bring it back up, but it's like a couple weeks ago. Let's just outing somebody from something that you don't really
out people from. That shouldn't be out there.
And if whether it's true or not, because you had no proof.
Yeah. So, and I have since apologized and I've said sorry. So, but anyway.
Yeah, there's a difference between like saying something and saying something.
Yeah.
But that's been acknowledged, so I don't think anybody has any real animosity here.
So, Roland, what do you know about Cosmonaut? Just like before we start, do you know anything about him?
Yeah, so I know that Cosmonaut likes to judge his videos on judge his movies on how they make him feel. Does he feel something? Does he not feel something? It's basically how he judges a good movie versus a bad movie. Or does he slightly feel something, but it's interesting? That's basically how he judges movies. So he's going to be judging the prequels.
Yeah.
I have watched this entire video.
God bless you.
We are about to watch it together. God bless us.
3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Star Wars The Phantom Menace was the most disappointing thing since my son.
We're already starting.
He's starting with a Plinkett video? He's starting it with a Plinkett video from Red Letter Media. So I watched this video a while ago. But I'm pretty sure that's Plinkett from Red Letter Media.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's.
If I'm not, yeah, that's Plinkett right there, clearly. But he's starting his video with a clip from Plinkett. Okay.
Yeah.
So wait.
Before I start this break.
Oh.
So
Sorry,
therefore, he's probably going to regurgitate a lot of Plinkett's points, which, if I remember correctly, he does. Some of which are some of which are very stupid, some of which are very on point. So I will tell you, some of his points make sense. Some of his points utterly retarded.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Let's go.
Down, I have to address the big red letter in the room. The Mr. Plinkett reviews by Red Letter Media are probably the best analysis of the Star Wars prequels.
No,
there we go.
No, I wouldn't
say
that they're the best analysis of the Star Wars prequels. They are taking the piss out of the Star Wars prequels for fun. He takes every single shot he can possibly take to tear the movies apart. They are a fun watch, for sure. Even if you are a prequel fan, they're a fun watch because you have to admit, like, yeah, some of this shit's really stupid. But because we can all admit, like, if you are like really a prequel fan, you can admit like they're not the best movies, but we love them. You know, it's like Revenge of the Sith is my favorite movie, but I can tell you that Empire is a better one. Like Revenge of the Sith is my favorite movie, but I can tell you that Citizen Kane is better.
Yeah,
probably. I mean, I've actually never seen Citizen Kane. I don't fucking plan on it either. I don't care. But my point being is that I can tell you that certain movies are probably better than Revenge of the Sith. And I still love it. So I can admit when something's shit. So watching the Plinkett reviews of the prequels is fun. It's they're taking the piss out of it and it's enjoyable. But I think he also knows that he's going overboard. And yeah, Pod Racer was a legendary arcade game. You are correct.
Yeah.
The prequels are fucking amazing.
On the internet.
I think they're good, Muffler Tape. I do. I really think they're good. I love the movies unapologetically, even Attack of the Clones. So it's fine. Like, but I can also admit that like they're not as good as they're not 5-star movies. But
before
we
go further in,
they're way better than the sequels, and I have to say that Cosmonaut has defended the sequels before.
Before we go any further, do you think The Phantom Menace is better than Attack of the Clones?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think The Phantom Menace is better than Attack of the Clones. I think in terms of like least to best, it would be Attack of the Clones, Phantom Menace, Revenge of the Sith. Because Phantom Menace's third act is great.
I mean, I still think that like Attack of the Clones still has some really good like things in it though. But
I'm not saying it doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it doesn't. It has some awesome shit in it. But
yeah,
it's really weirdly paced.
True.
Like really weirdly paced. It's like Obi-Wan's on Kamino and now they're on Tatooine and then they're on Geonosis and then they're on Tatooine and then they're on Geonosis and then everyone's on Geonosis and then like it's very strangely paced movie, but like it gave us Dexter Jester, so
yeah,
that's worth it.
And unfortunately for me, they are incredibly in-depth. These movies have been around for a while, and there's almost nothing I can say that hasn't already been said by someone. But you guys have been demanding that I review these movies for years now, and I do have a lot to say, so I'm just going to go.
True. You're absolutely right, Ro.
with a clear mind and put the good old cosmonaut spin on things. Because I do not like these movies. I barely even like them ironically.
All right, but look,
I
though,
barely
you
even
have-
like this. Shut the fuck up. Also, he's doing the Plinkett voice. The voice of like, I don't care. I'm just gonna watch these.
You can
movies.
have ironic
And
fun
these
watching
movies-
these films.
These movies
You-
are not fun. These movies suck. I'm not having.
Nah,
a
you
good
can have a
time.
blast watching them.
Yeah,
You-
everybody has fun. We're 38 seconds in. I can't even. Oh my god, 38 seconds. That's about how long as Heel versus Babyface lasts in bed.
These movies are not a guilty pleasure for me because when I watch them, I feel no pleasure, only guilt. Like I said in the last video,
Bro, what? You feel only
This is gonna
guilt for
take
watching
us
them?
it's gonna take us so long to get through this video, dude.
Small
Small
time.
time
What's up?
Republic, what's up? George needed someone to challenge him more on some of his decisions. Everybody has a bad idea or two. Exactly. That's it. But he was notoriously like very fucking regimented. George Lucas would literally come in and be like, nope, this. And everybody would be like, but George, that doesn't make sense. He'd be like, no, this. And they'd be like, okay. Like even things like, well, George, you've already established that's not how this specific thing works. And he goes, well, we'll change it. So, like, he literally has done that. So he changes his own shit all the time. We saw that with the originals. So he is very regimented in what he wants. It's that simple. But you're not wrong. Small time. Not wrong at all.
you have to be brainwashed into liking these movies.
What?
That's a
Brainwash.
fallacy. That's a fallacy. That's a fallacy.
Brainwash?
There's many kids that grew up watching these movies that love them. Me and Roman being two of them. And probably some of the people in chat. I don't think you have to be brainwashed into enjoying it.
Brainwashed?
You might need to be brainwashed into liking the sequels. And you could argue that. Because everybody that likes the sequels is also an SJW. So.
Not Santa. Not Santa.
Mostly everybody. You're right. Santa is not an SJW. Santa is very based. But he likes the sequels for some reason. I don't understand that. But shout out Star Wars Santa. I do like him. He's a good person. He's very wholesome.
Yeah.
Love that guy. He's
I know
sweet.
this because I was brainwashed. They came out with these boring ass movies with a racist Jamaican caricature alien.
Whoa! A racist Jamaican caricature alien.
I never picked up that Jar Jar was Jamaican.
I never picked up that Jar Jar was racist either. Like a racist portrayal. Watto, yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Watto's
racist, yes.
Watto's a Jew.
Yes.
Watto's
Yeah.
a true stereotype.
Yeah, but not Jar Jar. That's
Dude,
dumb.
are Jar Jar's ears supposed to be dreadlocks? Like, bro, they're just one octave off of him being like, Misa Jar Jar Binksa. Dude, wait, that's how Boss Nass sounds. Boss Nass
That is how Boss Nass sounds.
Boss Nass is like, Yusa, be thinking Misa. Be Watto's
Watto's a Jew.
Yo, the Bambo Clate. Bambo Clate. Yo, tell me how Jar Jar be like, we taking the bongo. We taking the bongo through the we taking the bongo through the planet core. Ayo, Baka. We ranting Naboo. Ayo. Hey, bo.
And they sold us toys and video games and Halloween costumes. And this was my whole childhood.
I had that.
You have what?
I have that.
Oh,
the walkie-talkie.
yeah. Yeah, that's sick.
movie, new video games, new toys, Star Wars potato chips, Star Wars candy. Star Wars was everywhere, and I like Star Wars a lot, bro. I was watching Star Wars since before the prequels even came out.
I've been in this fight since I was 6 years old.
It truly fucking blows my mind that people are only just now mad at Star Wars for being a cash grab franchise that only cares about merchandise.
I mean, nah.
Bro, how many times I gotta say pause it?
Sorry.
I said pause it like 9 times.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't hear you. I gotta turn the video down. I'm sorry.
Chat's probably like, bro, he's just ignoring him. And you were fucking with me, bro, because you kept hovering over the pause button over and over again every time I moved.
I'm sorry. I have the video turned down.
I was trying to say, Muffler Tape, I have a Rasta hat that I use for pirate cosplay where I tie a bandana over it because the Rasta hat has fake dreadlocks on it. And I look like Jack Sparrow. It works.
But he also, in high school, did actually look like Johnny Depp for, like, you know, a short time when he had his long hair.
A short time? Like fucking a year and a half.
I mean, that's short in the grand scheme of things, but...
Yeah, that's short in 20
They seriously
years.
So, can you still hear it all right if I have it like this?
Act like Disney's the only reason Star Wars is trying to make money?
No, Star Wars has been trying to make money since like the 70s.
Disney's the only reason that Star Wars is trying to make money.
George made billions of dollars before Disney.
George specifically only took money from the distribution rights and the rights for the not distribution, the rights for the merchandise.
By the way, I have that R2. It's like somewhere in my closet.
I have that TIE Fighter.
Nice.
What fucking planet have you been living on? Star Wars has always been like this.
Star Wars Micro Machines. There's a cool adventure in every collection.
I have those.
Dude, I always wanted to have one of those. I always wanted to have one.
I have like fucking 20 of them.
Dude. I hate that. No, I don't care. Yeah.
New Star Wars Micro Machines. Machines so iconic, they're legendary.
Yeah, I remember when the Micro Machines came. I remember when they came back.
Yeah, but this says 2017. It's like literally the same product. It's like, yeah, bro, but nobody bought it.
That's
nobody
true.
Bought them because they were all sequel ships.
But I'm saying
probably the only ones that got bought were the original trilogy ships, the prequel ships that came back out, and the Rogue One like U-wing.
Yeah, like
and the TIE fucking TIE silencer.
When the Micro Machines came out in 1994, they probably were like the biggest thing ever. Like,
it's sick. And then they brought them back again for the prequel era, and they were dope.
Yeah,
they were dope as fuck.
Yeah,
I've got a Wookiee ship that has like 2 little Wookiees in it. One of them's got a fucking turret on the back. It's cool as fuck. It's like this big. Yeah.
Nice.
My favorite one was the LAHT.
Nice.
When the prequel train started revving up, it was just time for more merchandise. It was a good time to be an impressionable little kid who loves Star Wars. And
I had that too. That thing was the fucking shit. The fucking Naboo Starfighter that made sounds. It was so cool.
Yep.
Dude. Oh my god, that was awesome. That was awesome.
I didn't have the mental.
That's the thing. Okay, so if nothing else, the prequels did so much for the lore of Star Wars, for the EU, for gaming, for action figures, for toys. Like, oh my god, if it wasn't for the prequels, like, dude, holy shit. There was 2 aisles in Toys R Us of Star Wars shit. 2 of them.
Yeah.
2 of them. Back in the day before Revenge of the Sith, you'd walk into Toys R Us and it would say Revenge of the Sith and have the Vader helmet with the lava pouring up around it. It would be the biggest thing in the store, dude. Oh my god, it was awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Mental capacity to judge these movies. Nobody in my age group did. We saw the lightsabers and we were on board. We didn't give a shit.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Pause it. That's not true. he said we didn't have the capacity to understand this shit as
Yeah,
kids.
no, that's not true.
That's not. Fuck you. Speak for yourself. I had the capacity to understand Star Wars. He said we saw the lightsabers and we were on board. That wasn't what got me into Star Wars. Was the lightsabers, bro? That wasn't it. Newsflash for you. It was the story. It was watching Luke Skywalker do what Luke Skywalker did. It was watching Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn like find Anakin, train Anakin, and fight Darth Maul.
Yeah.
And then have Qui-Gon die and have Obi-Wan go crazy about it. It was Palpatine pulling the strings. I got that as a kid.
Yeah,
all right.
it's
like
really
kids
not
aren't retarded, bro.
well.
Speak for yourself.
To be fair, it's not that complicated.
So I didn't understand all of it, but I wasn't watching it for the pew pews and the lasers and the swords. I liked the characters a lot.
The pew pews and lasers and swords are just kind of like.
By the time Revenge of the Sith came around in 2005, I was invested. I had watched the first 5 movies countless times by that point as a kid. I was 5 years old. I was watching Star Wars probably almost every day. And then, like, going to watch Revenge of the Sith, I knew what was going to happen. I was like, Anakin's going to become Vader. This is going to be crazy. Like, dude, don't even begin to say that kids can't understand a story. I got a lot out of Atlantis, The Lost Kingdom. It's still one of my favorite movies to this day. I got a lot out of The Incredibles, which we talked about earlier. I got a lot out of Nemo. I got a lot out of Toy Story. Kids get a lot out of movies that you show them, dude. Yeah. I still fucking hate certain types of crickets to this day because of not Jurassic Park, King Kong by Peter Jackson, where there's giant crickets jumping on Adrian Brody.
Yeah, facts.
Fucking hate them. Like that's stupid. That is stupid.
Yeah.
Everybody has that moment where they're watching the prequels after having grown up a bit and they realize, Jesus Christ, what did I like about these movies?
Pause it.
No.
Everybody has that moment when they're watching their prequels after they've grown up a bit.
I'm still watching the prequels, bro. What are you even talking about?
I know exactly what I like about it. You dumb bitch. You stupid twat. I know exactly what I love about the prequels. I love the choreography. I love certain actors giving their all. Ewan McGregor is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Count Dooku is phenomenal in every scene that he's in. And
you cannot tell me that Hayden is not doing a good job. Especially in
Small Time. Have you seen this video before? Because I know Small Time and I watch a lot of the same content creators. Have you watched this? EFAP went over this like on EFAP like 60 or something like that. This like years ago. It was before, I think it was right before The Rise of Skywalker came out that they went over this, or right after. I found it. I found it again recently. I was reminded of this video recently, and I was like, "Oh my god, Roman and I should go over this." Because even though this video is like 5 years old or 6 years old, it's still relevant to how people argue that the prequels suck to this day, and I think it's retarded. We haven't even gotten into full arguments yet. Sorry.
People meme Hayden Christensen for how he was acting in the Attack of the Clones, but bro, he's still doing a good job in both that and also in Revenge of the Sith.
He's doing exactly what he's told to do. Exactly what he's told to do.
It's not his fault he had A-list actors around him. Like
the fuck, bro. You have like Samuel L. Jackson, you have Christopher Lee, and you have Ewan McGregor. Like you have like and Ian McDiarmid. Like you have so many scenes with Ian McDiarmid. You are not gonna look as good as Ian McDiarmid in any scene that you have with him.
Yeah,
it's not possible. No one acts as good as him. But then you also have scenes which, I will argue there is criticism there where it's like, it's because I'm so in love. No, it's because I'm so in love with you. Oh, so love has blinded you. Well, that's not what I meant. Like, yeah, that's fucking corny, but that's George dialogue. That's not them.
Right. Yeah.
I hate
that
sand.
moment where
I don't mind. I really don't mind the whole sand conversation.
I mean,
it's a
meme, but like,
I don't mind it.
I don't hate it. No.
I think it makes sense for a slave kid that grew up there to be like, yeah, I fucking hate, like she's talking about how much she loves the beach, and he's like, I never want to be on a beach.
Yeah.
I hate sand. Like, I never want to be near it. Like that is a valid thing to say to somebody that you're friends with when they're talking about how much they loved it because they never got to experience it. And you're basically saying, like, bro, if you lived on a planet that was all like, if I was talking to the homie, right? If you and I were having a conversation, I was from a planet with all sand. That's all I knew. There was barely fucking water. And you were like, yeah, my planet's so beautiful. I love to just go to the sand for fun. I'd be like, bro, I lived on a planet of only sand. I never want to see sand again.
Right. Yeah.
I hate it. I never want to see it ever again. It fucking sucks. It is irritating and it does get everywhere. It fucking sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Is he wrong? Has anybody ever argued that Anakin is wrong about that? Because he's not.
Well,
let me ask you in the chat. Let me ask anybody who's watching this to comment. Do you actually like sand? Like, can you sit there and tell me I like sand? No. I prefer sand over soil.
Hell no.
No one will say that. It's not even fertile. You can't even grow shit in it. All right, continue the video.
All right.
where you realize that you don't actually understand the plot of any of these movies, that they're boring and the acting is bad, and there's just no good aspect to enjoy. Once my generation got older and we
Go back. You don't even understand the plot of these movies. I'm pretty sure everybody in chat can tell me the plot of the prequels.
Hold on.
The fall of Darth Vader. The rise of Darth Vader, the fall of Anakin Skywalker, the taking over of the Republic by the Emperor. It's very on the fucking nose.
Yeah, it's not really that complicated.
Plot of any of these movies, that they're boring and the acting is bad, and there's just no
muffler tape. To your point, it exfoliates. It's not the worst for all things. You know what exfoliates your skin better? Mud masks and mud things. They have exfoliate way better than sand does. Just had to make that point that if you were to ask your girlfriend or a woman, hey, would you rather have a sand exfoliation or a mud mask exfoliation? They're going to go with that because that's what the Kardashians use. All right, anyway. I only know this because my ex-girlfriend was super into that shit.
Good aspect to enjoy. Once my generation got older and we realized these movies were bad, there was peace on the internet.
They're not bad, though. That's the thing that we have to get over. They're not bad.
Don't lump us in with you.
Well, I don't know how old the Cosmata is, but yeah, no. Like we're all still...
He said my generation. That would be us. We are in that generation. That would also be like... Well, no, it wouldn't. We're right before... No, yeah, it would be our generation.
Yeah. So,
no,
I don't get it, bro.
Don't lump us all in with you.
Yeah, because most of us still love the prequels, bro. So,
well, here's the thing. Even if we don't, we fucking appreciate them. Like even if you don't like the prequels, you can appreciate their existence. A lot of people do. I have people in this chat right here that don't love the prequels. There's people in our chat that do not like the prequels, but they appreciate them for their existence and what they did. Oh my god. Roman, We're gonna be here all night, bro.
Yeah, we are. Let's just go.
For a brief time, it was widely accepted that the Star Wars prequels were not good movies, and there wasn't anybody.
No, it wasn't.
Who said that?
No, it wasn't.
Who said that?
A lot of people said that, but it wasn't widely accepted. Within the Star Wars fan base, there was a lot of problems, but outside of the Star Wars fan base, the normies were not accepting that. All right, continue.
Alive who unironically liked them. There was
Roland and I did. And
there was nobody alive. There was nobody alive that unironically liked the prequels.
That's just not. That's literally not true. That's just literally not true.
There was no more world hunger. Racism was over, and we as a species had finally achieved world peace. And then Disney started making Star Wars movies.
This is a nightmare!
And now all of a sudden people are saying the prequels are good?
But the prequels were never bad though, bro. And they're better than the Disney movies. They're better than the Disney movies by like 1,000%. Because I'll tell you what, the prequels look, I'm not gonna sit up here and say that they don't have flaws. They have them, but there's passion in those films. Disney movies are corporate slop. They are corporate slop.
Until you get to the point where he talks shit about the choreography and the fight scenes.
I've seen this video. I think I remember that. Yeah.
What the fuck happened? I've seen so many people unironically defend these movies and then turn around and shit on other bad movies like Suicide.
Suicide Squad sucked. Fuck off.
Batman v Superman is bad, bro. Yes.
They're both bad movies. They suck.
Yes.
Suicide Squad sucks. Batman v Superman, I've never even fucking watched it because everyone told me it sucked.
Yeah, it does suck. I have watched it. Both cuts. It sucks.
Squad or Batman v Superman, even though they all share the same exact issues.
By the way,
overly expensive.
Not a good idea when you're trying to talk about how bad the prequels are, and you're trying to compare them to movies that people said sucked but are good. I wouldn't use any DC movie ever. Except for maybe The Dark Knight. But no one said it was bad.
No, but
I wouldn't use a DC movie because they've all flopped.
Yeah, true.
Most of them.
Except for
most of them. Suicide Squad and Batman v Superman both flopped. So I wouldn't fucking use either one. Those as an example.
Out of like the 40
maybe
movies,
Batman v Superman didn't quite flop, but still.
No, like kind of like to your point, out of like the 40 movies, 4 of them made money.
You could use so many more movies as an example.
Well, right, no, but like just like really fast.
You use 2 movies that are widely like disliked. For valid reasons.
2 just like really fast. It's like,
and they didn't do good. They didn't do good. It wasn't like people were bullshitting like, oh, these movies suck, but the movies are actually doing really good. No, like they did bad. They did poorly. Both of them did poorly.
Yeah, no, they both like got ran out of theaters in like, I don't know, a month maybe. Like they were not in theaters for that long.
Movies with bad effects and worse writing. And way too many people are saying that the prequels are redeemed because they're better than the new movies.
They are better than the new movies.
There's no redemption, bro. People are just realizing now that like they're not nearly as bad as they thought they were because they didn't think it could get as bad as the sequels. By the way, what a fucking pause.
I know, right? Sorry about that.
Now, first of all, the new movies aren't even that bad.
Famous last words, brother. I think this
The
is
new
before the
movies
Rise
aren't
of
even
Skywalker.
that bad.
I think this is right before the Rise of Skywalker came out too.
The new movies aren't even that bad.
Yeah, because he was doing every Star Wars movie reviewed before the Rise of Skywalker came out, because Part 3 was going to be all three of them.
All right, I'll grant him Rogue One, and I'll grant him like half of Solo.
No, I won't grant him Solo at all. That movie sucks. It is poorly executed. It jumps around so jarringly you get whiplash in the theater watching it. Like,
did you see that movie in theaters?
Yes, I've seen every Star Wars movie. Well, not every Star Wars movie. I've seen every Disney Star Wars movie, and Revenge of the Sith, and The Phantom Menace, and A New Hope. No, and Return of the Jedi in theaters.
Did you see the Clone Wars movie in theaters?
Fuck yeah, I did.
Yes, sir.
I don't love every aspect of them, but I cannot call them bad movies.
Why? Why can't you call them bad movies? Can you explain to me that? I want you to extrapolate on that.
Well, I think you might now.
Well, no. Like, you've already told me that the prequels are bad, and you're about to extrapolate on that, but you're going into then say that the sequels are not bad. But I don't think you're going to actually truly extrapolate on that by telling me that they're good for certain I want to hear why they're good. Why are they better? What makes them better? Because if it's literally just like, well, the graphics look nicer, then like that's not an argument that I can take, because obviously it looks newer. It's a newer movie.
I guess we'll see.
You know
honestly have full respect for people who hate the prequels and the sequels equally. I think that's totally fair.
Okay, so what about the people that like the sequels and hate the prequels and the OT? Because I'm sure there's a person like that exists.
You would have to be a masochist, but
I mean, Small Time Republic's out here. Like, I agree with him. The Last Jedi is one of the worst sci-fi movies I've ever seen. Like, yeah, but physically, it doesn't look bad. Like, if I were to criticize The Last Jedi, I'm never going to criticize it's
physically graphic. There's some like good shots in it.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna criticize the shots in the movie. I'm gonna criticize everything else that it does, and the way that it breaks the world by having the hold on maneuver and things like that. Like, I'm gonna criticize other things, but like, what about the person that does hate the OT and the prequels? Like, what if they got into Star Wars with the sequels and then they were like, "Hey, I'm gonna watch the other 6 movies now," and they don't like any of them? Like, what about that person, Cosmonaut? Because that person exists. There was a person out there that has never seen Star Wars before, and then in whenever the Phantom or the Force Awakens came out, they went to see that. They were like, "Oh, this thing called Star Wars. This is fun. Oh, The Last Jedi. That's a thing called Star Wars. That's coming out. I'll watch that. Oh, the Rise of Skywalker. That's the 3rd one. I'll watch that. Oh my God, there's 6 other Star Wars movies. I'll watch those. I don't like those 6. I like these 3. Like, what about that person? Because there is a person like that out there, right?
I mean,
we can't deny that
they're wrong, but like,
no, are they though? Are they wrong though? That's like their opinion is that like that's how they got introduced to Star Wars, and that's what they like. They like that, right? They don't like the other stuff, and like that's fine. Like, who's to tell them that they're wrong about it? Like, I would never tell somebody that they're wrong
can't judge
for only liking the sequels. It's the same way that I won't tell somebody that they're wrong for only liking the OT. I would more so agree with that than somebody that only likes the sequels, but I'm not going to tell them that they're wrong.
Let me rectify my statement. They're not wrong. I don't agree with them, but
that's different.
But they love the same thing that we all do. They just love it They just love it
They
different.
love it. No, they don't though, right? Because they love something different. They love the sequels, which are very different.
Well, yeah, but
a whole different world, right? So
Yeah.
like it's the same
Yeah.
world, so it's a different era of said world. Like they like that era. That's fine. That is more than okay. But for me to say like those people don't exist, like he's basically saying like there's these people that only like the OT and they're cool. Okay, what about the people that only like the prequels? Like they exist too. I know they exist because I know some of them in real life. I know friends that only like the prequels of Star Wars. They don't like the OT because it looks too old.
Right.
Or it just doesn't hit them the same way that it hits us. Right? But they love the prequels because they love they love a certain character, or they love certain fights, or they love certain story elements of the prequels. Like they love Palpatine, right? I know somebody that fucking loves Palpatine, but he only loves Palpatine because of the prequels. He doesn't like he'll watch like the OT, but he's not a big fan of it. Like if he's gonna pick a movie, it's gonna be one of the prequels. We have friends like that, and that's totally fine.
Yeah. Yeah, but for
Like, there's
Cosmonaut
people
to
that-
for
like,
for
there's
Cosmonaut
some
to make
people,
that
bro, there
assumption.
are some people out there that like now this is before Andor came out, right? But there's people out there at this point in time that like the OT and Andor only.
Right.
That's it.
There's
people out there that like the sequels and the Mandalorian only.
There's probably a set of Star Wars fans that only like the EU.
Yeah.
And
yes.
Yeah. And that's fine.
Yeah, that's totally fine. There is people out there that don't even watch the movies but love the games.
Yeah.
Half the kids that play Fortnite.
Hey,
people that play Fallen Order that aren't Star Wars fans.
But by those kids playing Fortnite, they might get into Star Wars.
Yeah, or by those people playing Star Wars games that they really enjoy because their friend told them, like it, dude. It's the same thing with like. I don't mean to get on this tangent, but it's the same thing with Halo. It's like people will like play Halo with a friend and then like actually get into it and then be like, "Oh, I got to read the books."
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Ronnie, I've heard great things about it. Star Wars Fortnite. I've heard fucking awesome things about it. Everyone says it's amazing. I was even tempted to download it, but I didn't.
What kills me is when people say these movies are good and these aren't. Oh, at least the prequels had some original ideas. Who?
He said what bugs me is when people tell me that these movies are good and these movies aren't. What if I prove it to you with actual fucking statistics and data?
Do you have that though?
I fucking could get it. I could get it. Revenge of the Sith made more money than The Rise of Skywalker and The Last Jedi.
Probably combined, right?
Adjusted to inflation. No, I don't know about combined.
Oh.
The Force Awakens obviously made way more because that was the return of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Who the fuck says shit like this? Original ideas aren't enough to make a movie good, and something can still be good without having original ideas. Stranger Things doesn't have a single original idea at all, and it's generally seen to be pretty.
I mean,
wait, did you just say that Stranger Things doesn't have an original idea at all?
That's not true.
I've watched 4 seasons of that show, and I'm pretty sure there's some original ideas in it.
You would know better than me. I haven't seen it, but I'm just gonna take your word for it and just
the Upside Down's pretty original. But like if you were to boil it down, I suppose not. Like, a kid with magic powers hangs out with these other kids and is fostered by these people in the town, and the government wants the kid, and the Russians are involved in these crazy experiments because the kid has powers. Okay, so if you were to boil that down, yeah, there's a lot of stories like that.
Okay, but it's like successful though.
But like that's I could boil Star Wars down to farm boy wants to live a better life, and so therefore he meets old man who's a wizard, and old man who's a wizard teaches him how to use magic, and he becomes a savior. How many stories are like that? A lot. So don't tell me that Stranger Things is like redundant or whatever. I'm not even defending it. I'm just saying like yeah, is there tropes in it? Of course there is. But like you can't say that while you're talking about Star Wars, because Star Wars quite literally is the biggest trope of all time, which is the hero's journey and or a tragedy, which is the hero's downfall.
By the way,
so
I wanted to ask you.
It is literally the oldest trope of all time.
Yeah.
Is the hero's journey in this movie. And if you argue that Rey has a hero's journey, then that too, but she doesn't. But like,
what do you think about Netflix splitting the final season of Stranger Things into like 3 separate parts?
That's fine. It worked for Cobra Kai.
You don't mind that? At least we have dates for it now, right? Because like you were saying that like.
Well, I just want it to be over. Like I am this invested, or like I'm not even like I'm like I'm this. I do like the show. I will be honest with you, but like I watched 4 fucking seasons over the course of like 10 years. I just need to see what the fuck happens at this point. It's like Game of Thrones. You know what I mean? It's like I've watched 7 seasons of Game of Thrones. Like season 8, I'm on season 8, episode 5, and I'm like, this sucks. But like I gotta see it through because I've made it this far.
Shouldn't the kids of Stranger Things have all like grown up by now though?
Well, they're all like 21.
Damn.
They're probably all doing coke and fucking getting high and drinking and shit. They're all partying together on the set at this point.
Honestly, base as hell. But yeah, no.
I hate to say that, but like it's probably true.
Yeah.
Good. Everybody likes it. The prequels have a lot of unique ideas. Yeah. And they're not presented in a good way at all in these.
Okay. The prequels have a lot of good ideas that aren't presented in a good way at all. Okay, the Senate.
The Senate's cool as hell.
The Senate is presented in exactly the way it should be. People can argue that it's boring, but it's a good idea and it's presented exactly how it should be.
Yeah,
pod race is a cool idea and presented exactly how it should be. The arena in Geonosis is a cool idea and presented exactly how it should be. Order 66 is a cool idea, presented exactly how it should be.
Yup.
Mustafar is cool.
Yup.
The Battle of Kashyyyk is cool.
Kamino's
dope. Utapau's dope. Darth Maul is fucking amazing and presented exactly how he should be. General Grievous is mind-blowing when you're a kid and presented exactly how he should be. Fuck off, Cosmonaut.
Movies.
The Jedi! What do you know?
If you thought this was going to be a video about me...
Pause it. You know who actually is really fucking cool? When I was a kid, I thought Sebulba was dope.
Yeah.
That alien is so interesting.
He's not one of my favorite characters, but like he's still like interesting though, yeah.
Alright, keep going.
Facts.
Praising the prequels, then I'm sorry. You probably don't know me very well. Maybe we can be friends in another life.
Okay. I don't know you very well, and I actually... Yeah, I've watched some of your videos. You remind me of Hello Greedo in a way.
Damn.
Today I'm going to try and bring these movies back down a peg. Because I hate them, and when people disagree with me, I feel uncomfortable.
Bruh.
I'm about to make you feel really uncomfortable.
One platform, any website. Unlimited creation.
Now, before I start tearing into the movie, I should be fair and talk about the good things. This isn't the worst movie ever made, so it has to have some positive qualities, right? So, the music is pretty good. The thing is, almost every aspect...
Pause it. You can't just skip over that. Duel of the Fates is the best song, other than Binary Sunset and the actual Star Wars theme. Duel of the Fates is the best song in Star Wars.
Battle of the Heroes is up there, bro.
Battle of the Heroes is only good because of Duel of the Fates in it.
Okay, that's a good point. You don't like Battle of the Heroes?
Battle of the Heroes has Duel of the Fates is better. Listen to them both. Duel of the Fates is better. Duel of the Fates is mixed in with Battle of the Heroes, by the way. But Battle of the Heroes wouldn't be good without Duel of the Fates. You can't just skip over that. You can't just be like, okay, well, the music's good. Bro, you're reviewing the movies. Like, you should talk about the fact that the Duel of the Fates is one of the best fucking songs in the entirety of Star Wars.
And also, that's one of the coolest scenes.
The only song from the sequels that I really like is Rey's theme. And that's because John Williams did it, and I genuinely like it. The one that's like dun, 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 dun,
did they use didn't he do something for Vader's Castle? Did they use that? Did they use Vader's Castle? Because I know that John Williams did that too.
What do you mean?
I thought he had a song that got cut from the movie that was called like Vader's Castle or something.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, no. I could be wrong, but...
This movie that's sort of okay has a little asterisk right above it. I want to say the effects are good because a lot of them are technically very impressive. For a movie that came out in 1999, Jar Jar looks pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong.
You literally can't even just say Jar Jar looks pretty good. He was the first thing ever to be this.
Right.
There was no full CGI characters before this movie. They didn't exist.
Everything was practical, right?
They didn't exist in this capacity. There was characters that were animated over, but they did not, or claymation that was like trick of the eye. But this was revolution. This is what gave way to Lord of the Rings. Well, this technology gave way to Lord of the Rings because they got it. It also came out in 99, I believe. But also, like, this technology was developed like 3 or 4 years before this movie to work on this movie. And we wouldn't have the technology that we have today, or we wouldn't have Marvel movies, or like Thanos, or any of the characters in Avatar with the blue people if it wasn't for Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah, so
just remember that.
Even if you don't like him, Jar Jar is literally one of the most important characters in fiction. So, like, yeah.
But the effects aren't always integrated into the movie in a convincing way. I mean, the pod racing scene is pretty cool because it's the only time in the movie where you feel like you're not dead.
Pause it!
I mean,
this is the only time in the movie that you feel like you're not dead. So you felt dead during Duel of the Fates.
Right, yeah.
The Battle of Theed. And the battle on the fields of Theed. You felt dead.
The Battle of Naboo is sick too.
Yeah. That entire sequence, the whole third act, he felt dead.
The third act is hard, bro. Like, what? What's he talking about?
Probably the only enjoyable scene other than the final battle. And I...
Oh. No, wait a second.
You can't say that's the only enjoyable scene in the movie other than the final battle. I think the beginning's pretty solid with Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon getting out of the ship. That's pretty fun.
I can say when they get to Tatooine, does it feel like a slog? Sure, but it's also like exposition and it's like, you know, world like building and stuff like that.
I would say the same thing about all the Senate scenes and every scene that Palpatine's in. Every single scene Palpatine's in, I'm hooked.
Yeah. Like, like, yes, there are some slow scenes in this film, but it's for the point of like exposition and like, character building. Like, it's not, there's no like wasted scenes, I would say, in this movie. At least that's my own point of view.
I'd say the final battle is the one scene that is so cool it tricked people into liking this movie for just a little bit after it.
No, because the Battle of Naboo is badass. Like, that's a badass scene. And the space part of it, like, that's also really cool. So, I don't know, bro. I think you're tripping a little bit here, Cosmonaut. Sorry.
Came out. Sometimes an exciting ending can fool an audience into thinking a movie.
Hold up. So, you're saying an exciting ending can trick people into thinking that a movie's good. Are you trying to imply, because it's been years since I've seen his, Disney Star Wars movie review, is he trying to say here that Rogue One isn't good, that just like the ending is good, and that's what tricked people into thinking that like the movie's good? Because
Roman, I need you to go back. I need to rehear. What did he say? Because I missed that. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. So I'll tell you, but also he said that an ending to a movie can trick people into thinking that a film's good. But here, I'll play it back.
It's probably the only enjoyable scene other than the final battle. And I'd say the final battle is the one scene that is so cool it tricked people into liking this movie for just a little bit after it came out.
Yeah, so he's
saying
that...
okay, I get what he's saying, but I don't agree with what he's saying. You know what I mean? I understand what he's saying, which is that people are only talking about the final battle. All right.
Yeah, but like
that's
the battle of
that's also the best part of the movie.
But the Battle of Naboo is sick though too. Like, it's not boring.
That's what he's referring to. He's referring to the third act. He's referring to all of it. But he's also showing Rogue One here, where people are like, "Yeah, the Vader scene." But I think people also enjoyed a lot of other stuff in Rogue One other than the Vader scene.
I think that people talk the most about the Vader scene, but like Rogue One is still solid though.
Again,
overall.
The third act. Like, it's the third act of every Star Wars movie that's pretty much the best part. Am I wrong?
The first act of Empire is good.
Yeah, and the first act is usually good too. It's usually the first act, and then it slows down in the middle in the second act, and then by the third act it revs up. That's usually the formula for a Star Wars movie, generally.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Sometimes an exciting ending.
The Lord of the Rings, it follows the same formula.
Yeah.
Can fool an audience into thinking a movie is good, and this final battle is actually pretty dope. But at the same time, it's kind of hard to enjoy it when you realize that you don't care about any of the things that are happening in this movie. There is also one...
That's not true.
You don't care about anything that's happening in the movie.
That's not true.
So it's hard to watch the prequels when you realize that you don't care about anything. So you don't care about what's happening to Obi-Wan, who's a character that you like in the OT. But you don't care about him and his trials and tribulations when his master gets murdered in front of him, and he can't do anything about it. You had nothing. You didn't feel anything for Obi-Wan as a character at that point. I don't understand that. Like, what do you think about that, Roman?
I think that if it's kind of like to my point that I said earlier, like a lot of the movie. So like, while I don't agree with it, I can see why people say The Phantom Menace is boring, because a lot of it is slow and prodding. And
yeah, but nobody ever talks about Attack of the Clones. That's way slower of a movie.
Right. No, but
I mean, I can tell you, like, I like Attack of the Clones, but it is way slower than the Phantom Menace. You don't have so Attack of the Clones, big jump in the beginning. And then after that, nothing. It's just
Yeah,
slow. It's talking. It's scheming.
There's nothing for like an hour and a half.
It's a mystery, and then it's a big finale. Boom, bam, bam, bang, and then it's over.
But the point that I was making about the Phantom Menace
is way more broken up.
Well, but like the thing that I was saying about the Phantom Menace is like even in the slow scenes, you get like the character building and you get like the world and you get like the world building. So you feel invested for Anakin's journey and like him having to leave his mom and like all of that stuff and the internal struggle that he is feeling, and then you feel about how you feel about how Qui-Gon is trying to take another like Padawan under his wing and how he's going
but
up against
he also says that Obi-Wan's ready. Obi-Wan's done. He's for the trials. He can make the trials.
Yep.
He's fine.
Yep. Yeah. So there, Zach, what's up?
Roman, finish.
So there are things to be invested in, but yes, you can think that if you're not actually watching the movie. If you're hate watching, yeah, there's nothing to be invested in. But I was invested as a kid watching it.
Single line that I kind of...
Hold on. Zach, you here? Let's see.
Oh, there he is. Zach.
Yo.
Switch them. Hold on, I got it.
What's up, B?
Why do you always have to join two of them?
Yeah. What are you doing with two?
Because I join on my phone.
You can just join from your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's very small on my phone. So I can watch you guys on my computer screen.
You can just watch the stream. You can just pull up the stream on YouTube. Give us a view, motherfucker.
What don't you understand?
Oh, I understand perfectly.
It's bigger on the screen, so I can watch you guys rather than on the little ass phone.
Aw. He wants to see us in big form. How sweet. All right.
Zach, you're a fan of the prequels. Roman.
Relax.
I'm about to take control of this.
Relax. Calm down.
Zach, you're a fan of the prequels, correct?
Yeah, Phillies are up 2-0.
I know that.
Hey.
Let's fucking go.
You're a fan of the prequels, though, correct?
Yeah, Phillies are up 2-0.
Dude, we're talking about Star Wars.
Taiwan Walker is doing great.
All right. Well, we gotta keep it on topic, bro.
Yeah.
No way.
Come on, bro.
In this movie.
Perhaps I killed a Jedi and took it from him.
Hey, there's me.
I don't think so. No one can kill a Jedi.
I wish that was so.
I kind of like the subtle foreshadowing.
Wait, go back.
What
What'd he say? What'd he say? Go back. I want to hear his argument. You can just hit the back button, bro. But okay.
Relax, B. I'm not used to doing this. Okay.
That's why I should do it.
I don't think.
All right, then do it, Roland.
I will.
It's now 2-1.
I will.
We're at 5. We're at 5:22. Crimson, that's honestly probably true.
What did Crimson say?
He likes you when you're bigger. That is honestly probably true. I mean, like, I can't speak for Zach, but that's honestly probably true.
Roman, he's talking about you.
He's not. Oh shit, he is talking about me. No.
Weirdo.
He's talking about you talking about Zach.
No, that's
Yes.
That's
yes.
It's cap. It's not. It's not. That's.
All right, what happened? I just heard my dad scream "fuck" downstairs.
Is the game tied, Zach?
Yeah, it's tied. He said now it's tied. I heard my dad say it downstairs. Motherfucker.
That's important because both us and the Mets are tied for first place. So
get him out of the fucking game.
This is how I feel about Taiwan Walker.
You're gonna end up in the shed tonight.
That's how I feel about Taiwan Walker. You're gonna end up in the shed tonight. This is what I'm gonna do to Taiwan Walker when I see him.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
It is on spike when I.
Right now,
It's disgraceful, Joe. We spend $4.9 trillion every year on healthcare as a country. Imagine if instead we took that money to the casino and doubled it. Then we could give that money to the Department of Education to build casinos in all our schools. Gambling is a basic.
Why do you have that?
I don't know.
You don't even know.
I don't know.
Bestiality should be illegal. All right.
I got pussy!
That's a video that we're supposed to be going over.
One single line that I kind of like in this movie.
Perhaps I killed a Jedi and took it from him.
I don't think so. No one can kill a Jedi.
I wish that was so.
I kind of like.
That's the one single line that he likes in the movie.
That's the line that he likes.
Shadowing in that line, and that's one of the only times I'm ever going to call these movies subtle. So,
That's the only time I'm going to call these movies subtle.
Bruh.
Bro, this is the prequels we're talking about.
Yeah, would he?
They're kind of subtle. Palpatine's fucking speech to Anakin in the opera. Is that not subtle? I think that's quite subtle.
Is he gonna sit here and say that the prequels are subtle? Because they're not subtle. No, sorry. Is he gonna say that the sequels are subtle? Because they're not subtle, even in the slightest. So,
Zach, your background noise is fucking crazy.
He muted himself.
But the main positive in this movie is definitely the music.
Not the song you should choose. You should choose.
All right, but that song is like a banner, though.
Use Duel of the Fates, bro.
That's true. But that song is a freaking banner, though.
Okay.
Although Across the Stars is better than
the John Williams score is always the one aspect of these movies that is on point. I want to believe that old Johnny saw these movies and was like, okay, I got to try to fix these as best as I can. But it is kind of unintentionally funny sometimes because you'll be visually looking at nothing happening in these movies, but the music will be popping the fuck off.
It's not. There's something happening in this scene though. Like it's.
Yeah, they're fucking storming the. Okay, I see what he's doing. Hold on.
Are you talking about an establishing shot?
So you're showing people running down a hallway into a room during the music. That's because it just cut from a fight, and they're running into something else, into the fight or into the throne room to take over the throne room. I think that's fair to show the people getting there with the music running. I think Marvel probably does that a lot, right? They'll probably play action music as Captain America's running.
They do that a lot. They do that a lot.
Or as Iron Man's flying to something, they'll probably play action music, correct? I would think.
Bro, Iron Man was walking away and you heard a rock riff.
Well, yeah, that was fucking sick.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
But yes.
Yeah.
this point isn't valid. It's moot.
Yeah, it's literally a moot point. It's stupid.
I agree with the overall point, but the point that he's trying to make within his point is dumb. The music is good, but he's trying to be like intellectual with it, and it's not working.
Sorry, I'm setting something.
You're fine, bro. Don't worry about it. I got nothing but time here, dog. I don't gotta be up early, so I'm chilling.
I want to wait for this person's answer. Yo, bro.
This person. Interesting drop of knowledge there. Do I know this person?
Yes.
Okay. I just don't want randos on my stream. I mean, like, I don't have anything against randos, but like, I don't want them on my stream, if that makes sense. Like, chat, fine. But not.
Alright. Hold up.
I'm so tired, bro. I'm so dead from work.
No, you're not. Silly.
Man, I'm not leaving. I'm just saying I'm tired from work. I can be tired. I'm allowed to be tired. I mean, working in a hot kitchen for the whole day, like it can be kind of tiring a little bit, especially when you don't go out of it and you're like back there for the whole.
I feel that, bro. I spent a day in a fucking 85-degree room with fish. When I walk outside,
Okay.
it's fucking 95 degrees.
Okay, I mean, you know, it's good. It's a good point. It's a good point.
I understand. It's hot. That's facts.
I mean, I'd rather be in a kitchen than a fish room, so I kind of don't blame you. Cause like in a kitchen, I know like everything there, whereas like in a fish room, I wouldn't know jack shit about it. I would be like, where does this go? What's this thing? Like, I'm just trying to imagine what your fish room looks like, and then like picture how like I would do in it.
Surprised you haven't
Like
been.
No, like, so you have. I would just like assume, like it's probably a circular room. Fish are on like display, and
You just said circular.
guys.
Incorrect.
Oh, okay. All right.
It is rectangular. It's
Okay.
split in half.
So, is your store just like one giant room?
No. My store's 2 giant rooms.
Okay. So, where do you work most of the day? Are you in like the fish room?
Yes.
Okay. So then what is the other part of the store? Like all of the like reptiles and shit?
No. It's everything else. All the equipment,
Oh.
all the food, all the decorations, all the
okay.
shit. Actually, it's 3 rooms if you count the pond room. And then the back room where we'd get receiving, and then the 2 bathrooms, and then the basement, and then the office. Who joined? I sent the link out to a couple people. Oh, Zach joined again. How?
Because he probably had the link from prior. Oh, my bad.
Hello?
He said,
Can you hear me?
Hey, Zach.
Yep.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yo, if I remove this one, keep talking.
No, now I want to add. You did this last time. Yeah.
No, I heard you before. You were fine, B.
Hey, good catch.
It's such a
Hey, what's going on, Zach?
My dad just called. He wants to go see 28 weeks. I'm sorry, 20 years later.
Yeah, I want to go see that too.
We're going tomorrow.
Nice.
Sick. I'm gonna be cleaning.
I can't believe the Mets hit back-to-back home runs.
I mean, it's Taiwan
Guys,
Walker,
talk
bro.
amongst yourselves for a second.
Okay.
Robin, what you do all day?
Worked, bro.
How's that?
Well, as I was telling Roland, I was in the kitchen for the whole day. So, I mean, it's hot in my kitchen, so it was kind of a little bit grody. But I mean, it was cool because I'm off Saturday and Sunday, so that's nice. So, but yeah, I mean, other than that, it was fine.
Bro, it was really like cool out this morning, and then it got
was
hot.
It got hot at like
so
12.
hot.
Like when I went to take out trash at like 10, it was nice. And then like at like 1 or 2 o'clock, it got really hot outside. I was like, bro, where'd this come from? Because it was from like the rain last night. That's why it was cool outside.
Yeah. I thought it'd be humid today, but it was not.
Well, I mean, it got humid later. By the way, did your power go out, Zach?
Dude, my power didn't come on until 4 in the morning. I was just driving around like the neighborhoods and, up on Route 1 and shit. I was out till like 3:30. There was just trees everywhere down. All the traffic lights weren't working.
That's wild.
There's cops everywhere.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was just sitting in my room like, fuck, dude. It's too quiet. It's too hot. I don't got a fan or nothing. Power's out. So, like, I just got up and left.
No fucking way.
It wasn't until like 4 o'clock.
Oh my god.
Everything came back on. No way! Oh my god.
Your first appearance! What's up, yo?
This dude's real hard to get a hold of.
In the fucking crib, boy!
I heard we were talking about the prequels.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Oh my god, songs? What the hell?
How are you guys?
Doing great,
oh my
bro.
god, dude.
Jake, I miss you, buddy.
Miss you too.
Bro, I can't believe
bro,
you're
the
here.
gang's
This
all
is
here.
crazy.
This is fucking sick.
Never mind.
So, Jake, jacuzzi. So, this guy is breaking down the prequels. He is a fan of The Last Jedi.
Who?
His name is Cosmonaut Variety Hour.
Okay.
We are watching his video.
Okay.
It is from right before The Rise of Skywalker came out, but it is why the prequels suck.
Okay, it's his opinion on why the prequels suck. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are currently 5 minutes into this video. It's quite a long video. You don't have to stay the entire time, obviously, but we will be streaming for probably the next 3 hours at least, going over this. So stay for as long as you want, but it's great to fucking have you, dude. I miss you, bro.
Good to see you guys.
Yes, sir.
And I figured this
Always
is a good one to have you on because you are a fan of the prequels.
Yeah, I'm definitely a defender of the prequels, I would say. Yeah.
Cool.
Mhm.
Alrighty, so let's get back into this shit. Cosmonauts. Jake, let me just tell you that one of his points later on in the video is that Count Dooku is the worst character in Star Wars.
Okay, that's an interesting take there for sure. Interesting train of thought.
The worst character.
That's
in Star
retarded.
Wars. He's worse than any other character. He's the worst character in Star Wars.
I have a. Let me see if I can grab it real quick.
Yeah.
One sec.
Dude,
I can't believe that
jacuzzi.
Psalms is
We
here.
love having Jacuzzi on. Jacuzzi's the man. Jacuzzi's in the rap song that Roman and I made.
So I do have this from many moons ago, where someone I knew made. I was like, I really like the way Count Dooku's saber is like a cane, the way he walked, and so I had a friend make a similar little. Yeah, look at that.
Yo, let me show you something. Hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Oh God.
Hold
Pretty
up.
crazy.
Crimson, what's up, dude?
Nothing much. I've been working on
Crimson.
an intro for a couple of hours now.
Crimson, this is our friend from high school and middle school, Jacuzzi.
How are you, Crimson?
Howdy.
Jake.
So do like e-girls like take a bath in
Aw.
you or something, or is
He had to one up you, Jake.
No, I literally just
No,
got
that is clean. That
I
is so
just-
clean.
This is the Theory Saber from Star Wars Theory. I just got it. Like over like Christmas time.
Oh, I gotta find mine.
That looks great.
Where's
Oh, hold on.
mine at?
Let me find mine too. Just kidding. Crimson, where's your lightsaber?
it's up on the shelf.
Okay.
Qualification
Mine
number
doesn't have the
one.
blades in it, but it is I got two of them with a connector,
Mine's in my shorts.
so that I can basically do the Asajj Ventress thing and have two sabers or put them together.
Yo, Crimson,
That's it.
I've been wanting you and Jacuzzi to fucking meet each other for the longest time because you guys are both anime heads and you guys would hit it the fuck off. I am willing to pause this video currently that we are going over in order for you two to talk about anime for a minute.
So I guess just top five. What's your top five all time?
Ooh, interesting. I would say I haven't been watching anime all my life, but from the ones I have watched, I would do Naruto, Re:Zero, Cowboy Bebop, Frieren, and Mob Psycho 100.
Those are great picks.
So this is the guy, Crimson, that got me into anime with SAO.
Nice.
Sword Art Online when it first came onto Netflix in 2012, 2013. What a outrageous time. Yeah.
I mean, that's one like from all I haven't watched it yet, but from all the study I've done on just like isekai in general, that's one that a lot of people seem to say was hated on just because it was popular to hate on it. So I'm really interested to see whether I end up liking it or not when I eventually get around to it, because knowing the people that I am friends with, I eventually will have to get around to watching it.
I think you're really gonna like it. It falls into, without spoiling, of course. I think it gets a little bit tropey at times. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's for sure, especially in Alicization.
Well,
or Alicization.
I can handle tropey. That's fine. I watch like 30 at this point. I watch like 30 seasonals in a quarter because that's what I cover on live streams now.
Amazing.
Yeah, Crimson has a great show on Saturday nights. And actually, Roman and I will be discussing Death Note with him on Wednesday on his channel.
Death Note.
Oh, shout out the channel. What's the name of the channel?
My channel is literally just Crimson Law.
Okay.
So yeah, Fictionology is Wednesday, and that's what I've been working on while I've been listening to you guys rip this person a new asshole over his shitty fucking prequel takes.
Actually, Jake, the last Fictionology we did was on the original Clone Wars from Tartakovsky.
I'm trying to fit some of that footage into this intro because it's just too much fun not to have some. The issue is I got to figure out what like the limit is on it.
Yeah.
It's like you can show 3 seconds, but I've seen people post the clip of the clone trooper firing a rocket out of the elevator at Grievous.
Yeah, and you can also do Fordo when he's killing all the droids by himself.
Oh, that's for the chorus of the intro, dude. That's what I'm kicking.
I was gonna say you can use that. That one's fine. That's copyright free.
There's some live action ones in here. There's some other things that we probably will end up discussing in the future. Cool. But we'll just leave that for the foreshadowing.
Dude, I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, same
I'm excited
here.
to see it. All right, let's get back to this video, guys, because I want to get your takes on this guy's take. I've seen this entire video, so I already know what my takes are. nobody here has seen this video, but we are all fans of Star Wars and we are all fans of the prequels. So this will be fun. Let's see. Also, Jake, before we get back into this, I wanted to say to you, did you see the Avatar announcement? And Crimson, did you see the Avatar announcement?
Which Avatar are we talking about?
That's
Good
what I was
Avatar or Blue People Avatar?
Last
Correct.
Airbender.
Okay. Good Avatar.
So they announced The Legend of Aang is officially coming out next year.
Right.
It's a movie that will be in theaters, and it's about the adult Team Avatar.
The thing is, those movies were supposed to start in like 2023, I thought.
I know, but it has an official announcement, and Paramount Pictures officially announced it, so it's all on.
I'm kind of my
the
faith in that
timeline.
whole franchise is kind of shaken at this point after having.
Oh, of course, dude, because I'm scared about the Seven Havens. Jake,
Like,
I know
well-
Jake and I text each other about Avatar, like, specifically, because him and I are massive Avatar fans.
Well, just like Korra, I haven't watched it, can't really say much, but I don't ever like. I hear a lot of mixed reviews.
Ooh,
the
you
live
have to
action,
see Korra.
I've watched
That's
both
eyebrow
live
raising.
actions.
So
And,
Jake, give him your opinion on Korra.
So I have rewatched Korra probably more than the original. But
I own both of them. I've
I
watched
do.
it tons of times. Jake and I have rewatched this show together probably 4 times.
Season 3 of Legend of Korra will change you. Mark my words, if you've never seen it. It is one of the most legendary seasons that explores some of the themes that the first one can't because it was attached to Nickelodeon and being on TV. Whereas Legend of Korra actually did go online halfway through after season 2.
And yeah, and season 3, Zahir is probably one of the best villains in all of Avatar. He's fucking amazing.
Well, really, what shakes my faith the most in all of this, like
And
I
then
said,
they
I haven't
do
seen Korra. I've only seen some mixed reviews of it and the gay porn that Daimyo decided to send me at one point.
Oh man, lots of that.
But the live actions are the parts that really like shook my faith in this franchise. The announcements around the latest season in particular, and just the general trend of entertainment in the West. Like if it's a triple, if it's like a big thing, a big cultural thing, you can kind of expect it to be corporatized and kind of meh at best. A lot of indie stuff is still good. A lot of like smaller, lower budget stuff is still good because it's just a bunch of people who actually had a passion to do something.
Yeah.
But I generally tend not to have a whole lot of faith.
The other thing that I'm going to tell you as well is that generally I'm absolutely going to review this, but I'm going to go into this with huge skepticism because of what's happened to the Avatar franchise. Especially Jake, I don't know if you agree with me, but like season 4 of Korra.
Definitely a little bit shaky in my opinion, yeah.
And then everything that's going on with like the franchise at large, between the comics, the Seven Havens rumors, and I don't know if you saw, there's a new book that's been rumored for years, and it was supposed to be like an encyclopedia like Star Wars has for all the creatures. It was called The Beasts of the Four Nations.
I remember hearing something about this from the YouTube channel.
Right. So the book has from the Avatarist, who's a good YouTube channel. He covers all this stuff. Shout out to the Avatarist. He's really good for covering any Avatar The Last Airbender news. He's really
Even that has me.
Hold on, Roman. Hold on 1 second. So this book has been delayed for like 4 or 5 years now. And it's finally coming out. And it's all in black and white. And every page is from Aang's perspective. So when you get to the page about dragons, it's just like these mysterious creatures have never been seen before because Aang's trying to protect the dragons from like their existence being known, right? Because they're the last 2 dragons that he meets. So like the whole fucking thing is just him being like, yeah, I saw this animal one time and it was kind of cool. Or, hey, these dragons are mysterious and no one really knows about them and they don't exist. and they're all dead because Iroh killed the last one. Like, that's the page about dragons. Like, you don't get any information from this book that's supposed to be a bestiary, like an information book about beasts from the world of Avatar. Like, I would buy that because I have one. I have one right in the other room. I can grab it right now from Star Wars.
I was going to say, yep.
And Jake, you've looked through it.
Mm-hmm.
You like that book? I think I lent you that book. Did I not?
At some point in time.
I'm pretty sure in middle school I let you borrow, or high school I let you borrow that book to look through it because you were like, "This is really fucking cool." I was like, "Yeah, take it home. I don't care. Bring it back."
The fact that there's a label to put on every single species you see or hear about in Star Wars is pretty awesome. Yeah, it just goes down the whole depth of Star Wars.
Yeah. The thing that I was gonna say is that the thing that has me concerned but hype about this upcoming Avatar stuff is if we're getting the announcement for the Legend of Aang, what I'm hoping for. Now, do I doubt that this will come out? Because kind of like to Crimson's point, like this all kind of tepidly.
Well, we're also getting a movie about Kyoshi afterwards.
It did tepidly get announced in 2023, but not really. But
you don't gotta worry about hitting your vape on stream, bro. I do it all the time.
Okay, good.
I'm hype, but scared about the Zuko movie. I want that to be good so badly.
I think we're still gonna get Team Avatar in that though, because that's gonna be the movie that's about him finding his mother with Azula.
Right.
That's gonna show us what happens to Azula after. Which I keep saying, and my snake is like fucking sitting right here. My snake's name is Azula, by the way, Jake. If you didn't know that,
that's a good name for your snake.
I have a ball python. She's like 3 feet long, and her name's Azula.
Fantastic. When did you get that?
I've had her a year. A year in July. I've had her, but I've taken care of her for a year before that at work, and then I brought her home because my manager was like, "Take her home for $20, bro. You got a free 60-gallon tank." And I was like, well, I guess I'll take a snake home, like $20. I was like, bro, I can't spend $200 on this snake because she was selling her for $289.99 because she's a pastel mojave, which is her coloration and design on her. And
so she is like a special snake.
But she was already like 2.5 feet long, and she was there for like a year, and I took care of her at work, and she liked me, and he was like, bro, you have that tank now, you should take the snake home. So I have a ball python now, and she's a sweetheart. She's more afraid of her own shadow than anything.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Love her to death.
And then it bit him.
She's the best pet, dude. I feed her once a week. I don't even have to feed her every week.
Bit him right in his leg.
You know that.
Oh, when Sheena first Jake, when Sheena first saw her, like
I bet it took a while, right? Yeah.
No, freaking the fuck out. And I was like, yo, calm down. She's good. She lives here. She's cool. She lives here. But she chilled out, and then she went up to the tank, and the snake like struck at her, hit the glass, because the snake was scared of her. And now they're used to each other. Now they both go up to the glass and they look at each other and shit. She's right here. She's right in front of me.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I thought you have her like right next to the cam.
She's literally looking at me right now. Hold on. Let's see if I can show you guys.
Damn.
Oh, I see you changed the office around a little bit, Roland.
No, it's the same.
That's it. No, he hasn't.
The last time I was in there, you didn't have all of them figures in there.
Yeah. When the fuck is the last time you've been in my office?
I've been to your house. I've been to your house, but I haven't
been in my office though. Like if you haven't been in my office since a year ago, because this has been like this for like a year.
Bro, you need to redo that whole room.
Yeah, we know. I know, Zach. All right, we've had this conversation today. We're watching Andor.
Bro, we're trying to watch episode. Like the TV faces this way, and we're sitting like on the side of the wall. I don't know. Huge glare.
Yeah,
works.
but
All right.
but the TV's big enough though. Like
Let's watch this guy's video because we got to get back to this fucking shit.
Roman, TV's amazing, but if it turned and you were able to like look on it, straight on, even better.
Shout out Andor.
Shout out Andor.
Jake, he's on.
I'm on season 2, episode 3 or 4?
Just you wait. Just you wait.
Yeah, he has no idea that he's about to see the best thing ever. Jake,
No idea.
See, guys, Jake loves Andor.
I really do. I think I don't know if this is a hot take, but I think season 2 is better than season 1, and I really like season 1.
No, I agree with you.
Season 1 was really good.
Okay, the only thing I will disagree with you on is that season 1 has 2 episodes that are phenomenal, and that's One Way Out, and then that's the finale.
Also, Roland, nothing has wowed me yet in this season like season 1 did.
Yeah, because you're on episode 3. You haven't even finished episode 3. Trust me, you will get wowed in episode 8.
Brandon Marsh.
Jake knows.
The double.
Jake knows episode 8 is crazy.
You're gonna love it.
Roman also knows episode 8 is crazy.
Shut up, dude.
No, Zach, you're gonna love it. I promise you.
I don't want any spoilers.
You're not gonna get any. I'm just saying.
Everyone explodes. The whole gang blows up.
Chewbacca shows up and just kills everyone.
Gets killed.
Yeah. Jihadi style. Wait, wrong kind of blowing up.
That would be quite the twist.
Cassian Andor gets killed in Rogue One.
The whole series, the whole story, it just ends with Allahu Akbar.
Han Solo
him and Luthen have a kid.
Han Solo is in the Solo movie. That's crazy.
Him and Luthen have a kid. That's crazy, dude.
I think if that came to be true, I think we knew who made that decision from the Star Wars end. Yeah.
Yo, Zach.
Yeah, Roland.
Look at the screen.
Muffler tape. Ditka Durka. Durka.
Muffler tape. You have no idea, but Zach says that all the time.
Durka. No, I don't.
Yeah, you fucking
When
did.
the last time I said that?
Jake, you heard me say that before, right?
I can say.
I've heard all of you say it before.
No, Jake just
He said it on
agrees. He
Wednesday.
knows, because Jake and I grew up with you, bro. We know you say that shit all the time. Durka.
Everyone
Jake,
dropped
is it
her.
bright in your room?
No, but my eyes hurt from this camera ring light.
Shit.
Jake's a
I
real
bet you
YouTuber.
it's 100 degrees in your room.
It was earlier. My God.
He said it was earlier.
Do you stream? Is that why you have the camera set up?
Yeah, on occasion I just play League of Legends, Counter-Strike, or it's
Where
like
do
a
you
watch
stream it?
along.
Jake, can we please Counter-Strike?
So you don't shower. Got it.
Yeah. You got it.
Can we counter?
Go!
Yes.
Philly score,
and
baby.
To what Roland said, yes.
Can we Counter-Strike, sir?
Dude, we gotta play Counter-Strike.
I would like
Please.
to Counter-Strike with you, my lord.
Can we? Would you partake of the Counter-Strike?
Me, you, and
with
Hector.
me, sir? Kind sir, would you gentlemanly partake of the Counter-Strike with me?
Me, you, and Hector, we can Counter-Strike together.
I don't want to
Yeah,
hold
bro.
you up. Last thing I want to say is that I did actually just out of the blue, haven't played with him probably in a couple months. Me, Hector, Keyshawn just played a couple games of Counter-Strike the other day.
Yeah, Keyshawn's always on.
Yo, Jake, I need to get some of your takes on this video. So we're gonna get into this. All right, guys. Let's see.
You
if we
said
can-
that 20 minutes ago.
Let's see if we can get a minute.
I can say in the way of praise, these movies honestly fail at almost every level of filmmaking. So we are going to watch this movie with the same framework that we watched A New Hope in. For the first time, I'm going to try to watch this movie with my fully evolved film brain. I'm going to pretend as if I have never seen this movie before. And right off the bat, the opening title crawl is just too much.
Shut up, dude.
What do you mean it's too much? It's explaining what's happening.
He's just trying to find something to complain about.
His pussy
How is
hurts.
that
That's what's
too
wrong.
much?
Yeah, who is this guy?
If there's
Cosmonaut
some,
reviews.
if there's some actual reasoning,
Cosmonaut Variety Hour.
Durka.
if there's some actual reasoning, maybe like he doesn't like how this is worded or that, but you can't just say it's too long. It's setting up the movie.
Exactly. It's doing
And
what
this
it's
is like,
do.
you know,
It's telling
this is
you
Star
that
Wars right here.
It's telling you that this is something. This is a simple trade dispute that's about to go out of haywire. Like
it's a classic
Star
Wars
out of
intro.
haywire is a mixing of phrases. Out of
I
control.
know. I
haywire.
knew it when I said it. I knew you were gonna say it, Crimson. I knew you were gonna say it. You're correct. I know.
I will not do the part of this. I was about to say I won't do the part of this that gets your channel demonetized, but yes, I am a grammar Nazi.
Grammar Nazi or just a Nazi?
Remember when I talked about how perfect the title crawl is in A New Hope? It's simple, effective, and it doesn't throw too much information at us. This is the...
I think that can be said for most of them. It doesn't start with somehow Palpatine returned or whatever the fuck the other one says.
No, it literally no. The start of the Rise of Skywalkers is the dead speak.
The dead speak, yes. And it's just talking about a message.
Yeah. So is that not too much? No, that's too little. That doesn't tell you anything.
In the Phantom Menace title crawl.
Turmoil has engulfed the Galactic Republic.
Yeah.
Everyone is calling this the new billion-dollar...
F off.
Whatever. Mute it.
I hate ads.
I'm not paying for it. Not yet.
I do, because I'm not
Outlying
poor.
star systems is in dispute.
This is the first indication of the tone of the movie.
Okay, but that sets up why the Jedi are here.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
The title call's not like supposed to give you the entire synopsis. Generally, it takes you into the start of the film. That's what it's meant to do.
It literally just says like, "Hey, these people are doing this thing, and this is going on in the galaxy, and that's why these people are here."
Yeah.
It's fucking boring. There are no...
It's not though. They literally start with getting gassed out, and then they kill battle droids and fight droidicas and sprint down the hallway and have a whole fight. That's not boring.
Oh, signs of life in this movie.
Okay.
Does he mean the pacing of like the first couple minutes of this film where they're just chilling as a family? Because maybe I could understand that angle.
No.
Jake, that's
He's
like,
talking about Tatooine. He's talking about like
that's like 30 minutes into the movie.
Right.
Now,
No. Here's the thing. What Jake missed in the beginning is that he quite literally says that the pod race is fun and the ending with Darth Maul is fun. So now he's saying that this movie has no feeling. So what are you saying? You're contradicting yourself within the first 7 minutes of your video.
Agreed.
Philly just scored. Sorry.
Yes.
4-2.
I can hear it because my parents are clapping.
Good shit. Sorry.
At all. The performances are stiff. The lines are dry.
None of Palpatine's lines are dry.
Yeah, why is he showing Palpatine?
None of Palpatine's lines are dry. None of them.
And lifeless, and the movie isn't even directed in an engaging way. Everybody kind of talks the same, and it's really awkward. Like, who the fuck talks like this?
This is incredible. We recommend a commission be sent to Naboo to ascertain the truth.
They're fictional characters, bro.
Yeah, they're aliens. They speak a different language.
Talk like that. That's a Japanese accent. Japanese people talk like that. What the fuck? Who the fuck talks like this? And he plays a guy speaking a Japanese accent.
I have a question. What's the device that like transmits an alien language?
Here's a better one. Who the fuck talks like this? I don't know, maybe an alien fucking race with a language and a way of speaking that isn't normal for humans?
Yeah, like, that's the worst example to fucking pick, dude.
Look, what's the device that allows humans to hear aliens? What is that?
A transmitter?
No, they speak English. They speak Basic. So Basic is English. So everybody in the galaxy speaks Basic to some degree. Most of them.
It's like this is the proof that he's literally just looking for reasons to hate on the series, because it's such an inane complaint to like bring up who speaks like that. It would be one thing if we're talking about line delivery, or we're talking about like words chosen in this, but in that section, it's not like there's any bad line delivery. It's not like there's anything that is out of place for this. So, like, if he was talking about, like, if you wanted to critique Yoda throughout the whole thing, like, who speaks like this, I might hear him out, even though I still think it would be retarded. But in this case,
he
it's
hasn't
just
gotten to Yoda yet.
He's nitpicking.
Yes, this literally is the salty fanboy who liked this fucking Mary Sue Star Wars trilogy, and got really upset that everyone else called it shit.
Yeah.
Damn. Speak your mind, Crimson.
This is my truth.
Jake, you got anything to say?
Anything to add to that? I think you guys covered all the bases for what he said. Yeah.
The Congress of Malastare concurs with the honorable delegate from the Trade Federation.
When you start, what is wrong with that? The guy said the Congress of Malastare agrees with the honorable Trade Federation. What's wrong with that?
I do know. Wasn't it Mark Hamill said some lines that George initially wrote for the script do feel robotic?
I don't. Like that's also like something that you can criticize about. Like, bro, Jake, we've talked about this before. I want to go to Toxie Station to pick up some power converters. Like,
yeah, that's a silly one.
Like, dude, like. Yeah, there's a lot of silly lines in the original trilogy, so that's not really a point you can make with the prequels, in my opinion.
Yeah, because that's literally just like the way that George writes. Like
exactly.
Yeah, he's a silly goofball.
Start the movie, you might think that the Jedi just talk in this weird, overly wordy way because they're like warrior monks. I kind of accept the fact that they talk weird. But everybody fucking talks like this, except the Jamaican and the literal child.
That's so fucking racist, bro.
This is like the Freerin demons discourse, where they immediately associate a like evil race or like some race with a negative stereotype, and it just kind of tells on them and what they think of these people, rather than what the people they're accusing of being racist actually think of those people.
The Jamaican.
What do you mean, those people?
Why is Jar Jar Binks Jamaican?
Because Jamaican me crazy, man.
He says Misa, so he's Jamaican. His hair, his ears are supposed to be like dreadlocks.
I mean, and he always seems like he's stoned. That's absolutely true.
You know, actually, Cosmo and I might actually be onto something.
Pretty way because they're like warrior monks. I kind of accept the fact that they talk weird. But everybody fucking talks like this, except the Jamaican and the literal child.
So everybody talks weird except for Jar Jar Binks.
And the child.
And Anakin. Jar Jar Binks
doesn't talk
weird. He talks normal.
He talks normal, apparently.
What the fuck?
And while they may sound different, their line delivery is on another fucking level.
You mean I get to come with you in your starship?
He was a kid.
9. He's 9.
He was a kid.
That's a child. All child actors suck ass.
Yeah,
exactly. All you're gonna, I mean, the number one thing you're gonna get from a child actor is high energy, but it's not gonna be as masterclass as like an 18-year-old or like a 25-year-old.
Not everybody can be as good as Macaulay Culkin was.
Yeah.
Like
that's right, Roman. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh no, dude! Not even that. The kid that voiced Aang in The Last Airbender was 12. That kid did a great job in voice acting. Great job.
I feel bad that I forget his name, but he fit that role like the 12-year-old Aang.
Something?
I know about him.
He played Pablo in the Backyardigans too.
Oh. I did not know that.
Backyard.
That's insane that you know that.
I do have a fun fact.
I only know that
about him.
because Liam knows that.
Roman, that's
Roman, you know that because you're a fan of the Backyardigans. Don't
Roland,
I was.
OG.
what did Roman say that I did? Like, I don't know how many streams ago.
I don't know. I'm gonna go.
Remember he remembered something.
Oh yeah.
What were we talking about?
Hold on. I'll be right back.
Roland is leaving us. Roland's leaving us. No, but So Jake, what's been new with you, Holmes? It's been years since I've seen you physically. I miss you, bro. I miss you.
He wants to see you physically.
And yes, that'll have to happen.
He desires that physical relationship. He wants your.
You don't get it,
connect.
Crimson. I have not seen this man
Oh,
physically in like 3 years.
Well, I'll tell you.
So you need him to fuck you good next time, huh?
Oh my god.
I'll tell you what. We do have Fantastic Four coming up relatively soon. Maybe we could all see each other for that.
You know what? It's a whole freaking bet, bro. The movie's gonna be ass, but I would love to hang with y'all.
That's
the movie's gonna be ass, but your ass is gonna be good.
The only thing I saw, like the main thing that I saw that I think I'm gonna like from that movie, because I watched the trailer many times, the one that they dropped on YouTube. Galactus, of course. I'm very excited to see
his Bigfoot walking through the city.
Well, I'm excited to see how they're going to realistically have these four take him down, because
they're not going to,
because he's fucking huge.
They're not going to.
Exactly. That's what I think, Roman. It's going to end in failure.
I think it's something to do with Silver Surfer.
Mm-hmm.
And why is she a girl? I don't know.
Yeah, well, they like to gender bend on certain characters. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, Captain Marvel, we have female Marvel, and then this time around,
the Thing should be a woman.
Interesting.
I mean, that's funny.
Roman would be into it.
Bro,
Big
are you
rock
kidding me?
titties?
Who wouldn't be? As long as I can find her pierced nipple, I'm fine with that, bro.
Oh my god, dude.
Hey man, look. Jake,
Hey,
you haven't even
rock pierced titties.
You probably haven't seen, but I've been on a Goth Girl arc, and I am.
Oh my god, dude! I leave for 1 fucking minute. You're talking about goth girls. God damn it!
He's really trying to distract everyone from his 3 exceptions.
Dude,
oh, Jake doesn't even know about that.
Jake doesn't know about your goth girl arc. That's for sure.
I'm just hearing a bunch of funny words that I have no idea what is behind the meaning. Yeah.
Roman said there are 3 dudes he'd fuck.
Okay. Well, out of what context did you say this?
Where's the clip?
It was taken out of context. It was
it was not. You literally said, "I'm not gay except for Palpatine and Andrew Garfield."
No. Where's
Robert Pattinson?
The clip?
In terms of their achievements.
No, and then he added Captain Levi later on.
From AOT?
Yes.
Roman, is this true?
Yes. I'm literally on the video.
Wait, I can find it. All I have to do is look up Crimson Law, and it'll take me straight to Ronnie's channel.
You just really love.
Why?
Because when you look up Crimson's channel, it takes you straight to Ronnie's video on.
The first thing that comes up is Ronnie's video. The dark truth of Crimson Law. And I cannot tell you the number of times I've mentioned that to my family that I have a YouTube channel. They look it up and that is the first thing that they find.
It's so funny.
By the way, y'all, if there's anyone here that's not subbed to Crimson, go and sub. He's almost at 1,000 subs.
Yeah, you better shout out Ronnie. He fucking deserves it, you meanie.
I'll definitely be the next sub.
Yeah, Crimson, I haven't subbed either.
Is it part 1 or part 2? I think it's part 1.
It's I think that the exceptions are part 2.
Wait. Jake Summer, I don't know if you've seen this. This is
Why are you showing him this?
Because this is phenomenal.
No, you're diverting. Stop.
I am diverting.
Also,
he doesn't need to see this.
He
Phillies
does.
drop 8-2.
Gosh, I
No,
forgot how long
Psalms.
this fucking scene is.
I have to read this to Palpatine first. Yeah, this has to be a stop Roman mistake.
No.
Ironic. He could save others from dying. Let's not do this. No.
And
We're gonna skip that part.
Very good.
Where's it at? I'm pretty sure the exceptions. I'm pretty sure the exceptions are in here.
Who's trans? What was that?
Roland is trans.
I don't know. It might be part. It might be part 2, but we'll play
I
this
told you
part.
that it was part 2, Roland. I told you it was part 2. No. I was not need to see this. No.
I
You mean like
Yes, like the same thing with fish.
You mean like when we like go into Target and we see them take like the hot dog and it like comes off of the stand and it comes like out of a box and it's like when like you go into Target and you're like asking for a hot dog and then like the hot dog comes off of that conveyor belt, John. It's like
continue.
That's how. So like when a slug bangs, it's kind of like
Bang like a reptile.
it's kind of like the hot dog shit coming out of the shit at Target. It's like that.
Oh my god!
If you when
that little
when a slut bangs, he just goes into when a slut bangs.
I said slug, not slut, you asshole. I said slug.
Wait, do you have to show Jake the lore? Like, it matters.
No, we don't have to show him anything, okay?
We do. Right here. This is part of the lore.
The lore doesn't matter. The lore is bullshit, okay?
I love that Ronnie used the Star Wars Theory intro for this video.
We would be honored.
He would join us.
They're so different. This is their biology. So here's who gives the best head biologically. Keldor, 0, because Keldors can't take their mask off. You know what I mean? Who knows? Maybe a Norland? They got them tentacles in the back of their head. I don't know. The answer, though, is definitely Keldor. They're all, like, sluts. Because every single Twilight that we talk about in the books or the movies is either sexual slave or Twi'leks. Twi'leks and humans are considered the most beautiful races on the planet. They're on in the galaxy, right? A lot of Twi'leks go into somewhere. That's explained in the Darth Vader book. Dark. What is it? What's the one where it's Darth Vader and Palpatine stuck on Ryloth? Like, Dark Apprentice? Dude, he's so... You know you're doing something right when Ronnie's making videos about you.
I think you just passed it, Roland. I think you just passed it. Or no, wait. It might be right there.
Yeah, that looks like there's me and Daimyo in the chat. That looks like
that's it.
When he revealed on the previous RoloRome live stream the manner he would give Sloppy Top and get railed by. Take a look.
I think they made him gay.
Can I be totally and completely honest with you?
I look good there.
No.
If Palpatine asked me to sleep with him, I totally would. What? He's my one. Him and Andrew Garfield. They are my two.
Oh, you were gonna say Nicolas Cage for some reason.
Him and Andrew Garfield are my two. Nah, Robert Pattinson as well.
Stop now! Stop now! He's got fucking 3. He goes, no, wait, I missed one. Hold on. That's the lore about the 3 exceptions.
I have said my own fair share of questionable stuff, but I have still never opened my mouth as wide as this dude does for old man dick.
All right, look. I was taken out of context there, okay?
No, you were not. You cannot continue to lie. There is no context that changes this. You literally give the context. If someone asked me if Palpatine asked me to sleep with them, I would. That was the context. There is no context. You are gay.
But I'm not gay though. Like I'm
You're
not
probably
gay,
a
though.
Lily Tino fan.
Who?
Don't pretend like you don't know.
Don't, I don't know who that is. Okay. No, but so look, right?
Do yourself a favor and look it up sometime.
So basically what happened was that I was hyped up on pain pills and my mind was not exactly in the best mind frame at that time.
It's a fair excuse.
So the pain pills turned me gay on that day. Okay? Since that day, I haven't I haven't felt that way.
Shut the fuck up! Fuck you, dude.
And with that,
the pain pills turn me gay is a line almost on par with we've done nothing but argue about hot dogs and Uranus for 40 minutes.
Thus, another clip has been created.
The pain pills turned me gay. The pain pills turned me gay. I didn't even mean to do that.
Oh my god, you can't do that to me when I'm taking a sip of water, bro. Holy shit. That's not fair. That's not fair.
It happens to me all the time, Holmes.
Oh my god.
Where you start laughing while you're sucking dick?
Holy fuck.
You know what,
All
Crimson?
Right, we're gonna just do this.
Do what?
I'd rather not get into a gay orgy on stream. Thank you
We're
very
not
much.
gonna do that.
This weird problem where his dialogue kind of the worst thing about his movies. I'm not.
Would you agree or disagree? George Lucas's dialogue is the worst thing about Star Wars.
Honestly, as much as I love Star Wars, like look, his dialogue
some of it's amazing,
be,
some of it's poopy. I don't think you can encompass
some of it is poodoo, but like
I don't think you can encompass
it's George. That's how I see it.
I want to hear you three's take. Zach, Jake, and Crimson. Like, what do you guys think? What do you think the worst thing about the prequels is? The worst aspect, I guess.
I got something to add after.
I can't really say that I have like one worst aspect. It's just a couple of things that just make them rough movies. Like the dialogue is one, pacing across the three movies is another.
Yeah.
And just like certain character arcs aren't really fleshed out as well as they could have been. Like with Anakin and Padme. Those are really the big three complaints that I would give of the prequels.
So if you leave Revenge of the Sith the way it is, but you give a lot more flesh to Attack of the Clones and the Phantom Menace, Revenge of the Sith excels, right? Like, but they don't have that flesh that they need for Revenge of the Sith to be like as amazing as it could be.
Also, Roland, I think for when those movies came out, graphically they were pretty enhanced. Probably a little bit.
Absolutely, no, they were amazing for the time.
And then you could see as the other movies were made, they were really, really well done, as far as how they were shot graphically and all that shit. CGI just took over throughout the years.
So the one thing I will take away from the prequels or the sequels is like visually the sequels look great, right? But what sucks about the sequels is that their lightsabers are actual like combat sabers, and like they're not CGI. Like they don't look as good as the prequel sabers do.
Well,
they don't feel as light, right? They don't.
The choreography's off. It's kind of like
they didn't have Nick Gillard, so the choreography is not the same.
I think something that well, I mean,
well, Jake
Roland
has
has like
something to add, but
yeah, no, Jake, go.
So on the topic of the dialogue being like bad in the prequels, I guess, I would say, one of my favorite characters, Anakin, of course, during this time is he delivers some lines that are lackluster, to say the least, right? Some pretty not memorable lines, but I really do feel like it's a double-edged sword because sometimes you'll get the robotic response answer where it's like how Roland was talking about earlier, where just no real person would ever say that in passing dialogue. And then the good part of his dialogue is, when he faces Obi-Wan or when he's actually in those intense, crucial moments. Yeah.
Dude, I've had people say that like I love the line of like my powers have doubled since the last time I met Count, and then he goes twice the pride, double the fall. Like that's good, and as well as like you and my brother Anakin, I loved you, I hate you. Like that's good. Like you will not take her from me. Like people say that's cringe. I like it.
Good in the context, but
Because
could be cringe without context.
Because Anakin
Hayden's
is
acting
breaking.
is
He's
phenomenal.
breaking. He is breaking as a human.
I feel like the thing about that line that I don't like is really just his delivery of it.
Sure.
No, I like it because, dude, it sounds manic.
Well, yeah, it
You
sounds
will
like
not
he's
take her from me.
That's
Like,
my angle. It sounds like he's breaking down, which he's supposed to be. Yeah.
It sounds manic. It sounds like he's losing.
I don't know. I feel like you could have gone a little bit more with
I love liar.
The enraged thing. No, that
Yeah,
line
I'm with
is
you.
great. The
Liar!
liar. That one's good.
So good.
Dude.
But I feel like you could have done more anger or
argue,
rage
right?
in
You
the
can argue,
"you will not take her from me" than just "you will not take her from me."
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It is, but it's no worse than.
Sorry
like,
for yelling. Oh, my mic.
No, you're good. I
way
was
high.
yelling, but it's no worse than like I was going to Tashi Station to pick up some power converters.
Oh yeah, that
Well,
dude. Well,
like-
Mark Hamill is like the worst actor in all of Star Wars.
With what Crimson delivered that perfectly because I remembered that exact scene as soon as he said it. It sounds like an engine is roaring over the line Christian Haydenson's trying to deliver when he's saying
Christian Haydenson, Christensen.
yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. But it sounds like there's some background fuzz when he's trying to deliver that line or whatever, where it just should be one of the more intense pieces of dialogue. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The other thing about that too, like with I don't think there's a lot of bad dialogue. I think there's a lot of good dialogue in the prequels, and I think people mistake bad dialogue for exposition dialogue, which you can argue the exposition is a different argument, right? But it's not bad dialogue. It's just too much exposition, right? I think we can argue that instead. That the dialogue isn't necessarily bad. It's just a lot of explaining of things.
Over-explaining, yeah.
And people will mistake the over-explaining for bad dialogue, but it doesn't necessarily make the dialogue bad.
Yeah,
We'll
real quick,
see.
Phillies just scored another home run. It is 10-2.
Fuck yeah.
Let's go.
Lion Man, even in the original Star Wars, the instant classic, his actors constantly made fun of him for his dialogue.
And then I started reading, and it seemed to me that
Okay,
dialogue.
I have to say that he, like, famously thought that Star Wars would fail.
Did he give what was his reason? Do you remember?
He thought it was stupid. Space wizards.
Okay, he just didn't think it would be practical to like a wide variety. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't think people would think it was cool. Basically, he did it, but he didn't think it was going to be a good movie.
The true story: Harrison Ford, who plays the space pirate in the film, at one point threatened to tie George up and make him say his own lines at gunpoint.
But back then, he had a team to help him fix up the script and make it sound like lines that real people would say.
Not true. George change the script all the time.
Star Wars should be simple. We just saw Han.
Why should Star Wars be simple? That is a question.
What does that mean?
Star Wars should be. So does anybody here on this panel agree that Star Wars should be simple?
What does simple mean?
Because we got Andor. Jake, would you consider Andor to be simple?
This is a weird route for me specifically to go down because I feel as though I'm not as hardcore as you, Roland, but I think I'm more in the camp of hardcore / like purist. Like I like the pure.
No,
story.
Jake, you're there after you watched. Okay, you and I've talked about this before. You and I, back when we were younger, we don't do this anymore. We took LSD and watched Return of the Jedi.
Yes.
That was fucking awesome. We watched every single Star Wars movie, though.
Multiple times.
Yes. And the thing here... Yo, Rolando Ramirez, what is up, my dude?
Rolando, what's happening?
Taco Roland.
Yeah, he's the Mexican me. But I would say that you are pretty hardcore. Like you've watched, like you know your lore. You've watched lore videos and shit. Like you know your Star Wars lore. You can hold your own. Like if you went to a con and were in a conversation, suddenly thrust into a conversation of Star Wars lore.
Yeah, thrust into that conversation.
I think you could probably hold your own.
Just to finish it, just like not hold us up. Like I think it just depends on if I'm really interested in digging deeper on the topic. For the instance of like kyber crystals, like why wouldn't you want to know more about kyber crystals? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and also like you're a big fan of the clones. I know that.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, how that all came to be. Yes.
So there we go. I would still consider you more on the hardcore side because you know the EU shit. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Solo talking like a regular fucking guy, and now all the characters talk like weird Shakespeare robots.
I don't agree with that.
No, that's not true.
By saying that the death toll is catastrophic, that's what he just showed here. That's when that hologram says that. The death toll is catastrophic. Okay, that's legit. He's being forced to say that. They know that it's a trap. He's being forced to say that. So, what about that is Shakespearean? That is fact. The death toll on the planet is catastrophic. That is fact to them. I don't see it.
And that's a word that I've heard people use to describe this dialogue, Shakespearean. But that's honestly using the word wrong, in my opinion. I've always seen a work as Shakespearean when we talk about how the actions of the character...
Crimson?
Is Berserk is it Shakespearean Crimson?
I need you for this, Crimson. This is all
Phillies
you.
win, baby.
Fuck yeah, Phillies won.
Well, I haven't read much Shakespeare, so I wouldn't exactly. I want to hear his definition first.
All right, let's see.
Characters dictate their emotions. It's less about what they say and more about how they feel. It's not just Shakespearean because they talk funny. It's annoying and it makes it impossible to connect to the characters.
Okay, you can pause it. I would agree to some extent with that assessment that Shakespearean, that would basically just be what I would call, show, don't tell. It's really that simple. This is just a pretentious way of saying it. Show, don't tell. Berserk does a lot of that. You do have to read between the lines on a lot of the things that happen in that manga. They don't really directly say it, and I do enjoy that sort of storytelling, but there is a level of bluntness that is required for certain audiences. I would almost say Star Wars is a much more family-friendly thing, something that you could watch with kids, and thus requires a little bit more of that bluntness. Because kids are smart. They'll still pick up on messages and stuff, which is why Batman the Animated Series is one of the greatest cartoons ever created. But they aren't going to be able to put everything together when they watch it. And you want this movie to be enjoyable to all ages. You want people to be able to follow the story. So some level of bluntness is afforded to Star Wars as compared to, say, Lord of the Rings, where Lord of the Rings is written much more in a classic high English literature style, where it's kind of written to be the more mature sort of long lasting, although Tolkien didn't really intend for that. He didn't want people to
Crimson, something happened to your mic. Something happened to your mic, bro.
Can you hear me?
I hear you better now. You got like, it sounded like somebody put a glove over your mic for a second there.
I think it's a StreamYards thing because something like that happened to you earlier.
Okay, that could be it.
Either way,
that's definitely it.
Like Lord, there's different styles of writing that are afforded to different series based on what they are for. And I'll go to like my field of expertise with manga and anime. You have different ways things are written depending on the demographic. Really, shonens are very blunt. Seinens are a little bit more read between the lines. That's why you get stuff like Berserk, Sword of the Demon Hunter, stuff like that. Shoujos are very focused on the touchy-feely aspects of it. It's delivered in a way that is more emotionally appealing because they're aimed at teen girls. Same with I forget what the adult women's demographic is called, but there are different ways you write things and deliver them based on who your target audience is. Is effectively the bottom line.
Couldn't agree more with what Crimson just said. Like the shoujos having tons of emotional intelligence, like purposefully. Yeah.
It's all about that emotional experience. It's an action movie for a family to enjoy. That's effectively what Star Wars is. It's a space opera action movie.
Actually, that's what Star Wars is. Yes, it is. It is a space opera that's supposed to teach you some values throughout the way, and it's supposed to be fun with action. But I think that was a very succinct and good point, Crimson.
I wouldn't call it succinct, but it was a point.
I'd say it's fairly succinct.
And this manner of speech makes it so that we never really know who these characters are on a deeper level, because
that's not true.
None of these characters have character traits.
They don't have character traits.
I'm gonna let you guys take this one.
They don't have character traits?
None of the characters in this movie in the Phantom Menace have character traits.
So I can see the initial point, but it doesn't stand on any legs. Like, so his initial point, I think he should have worded it like, at some point throughout watching this film, you will feel some characters are duller than others.
They don't get characterization.
Yes. Yeah.
Is what he means.
Mm-hmm.
They're not but you can't say that not every character has character traits.
Right, like if you said that some characters are rather dull or bland, fine.
That's fine.
But, yeah, but to say that every character, no.
Especially the main
also
cast.
Never talk about how they feel, and all of the dialogue is just to tell us what is literally happening in the story.
Okay, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like I do get his point here, but that's not a bad thing. That's just how this particular story is told. Like, it's not.
Take all the dialogue scenes in this movie and think about what their purpose is in the story. Two characters explaining where they are and what they're doing. Characters coming up with a plan.
Okay, I gotta hear this out.
Characters coming up with a plan. Characters coming up with a plan and meeting someone new. Characters making a deal and coming up with a plan. Characters talking about the plot and what's happening. Characters coming up with a plan. Characters coming up with a plan. Inappropriate flirting.
We know that.
Okay, so I fucking hate that form of argument of characters doing this, characters doing that. And give me a second. Because I shut down that for a second because of the ad. I'm gonna bring this back up. Zach, you falling asleep, bro?
No, I'm watching soccer right now, to be honest.
Yeah.
You're watching soccer.
Bayern Munich.
How can you watch soccer? It's the most boring sport.
Just like wrestling, everyone pretends to be injured.
Ha! Characters coming up with a plan.
They
Inappropriate
actually get
flirting.
injured in wrestling, though.
Funny little boy.
Characters coming up with a plan.
Sure.
Do you see the fucking problem here?
Okay, so his argument right there was characters talking about a plan, characters coming up with a plan, 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 inappropriate flirting, coming up with a plan, coming up with a plan, coming up with a plan, coming up with a plan. You see a problem here? I can describe Game of Thrones the same way.
That's true.
I can describe so many movies. I can describe Pirates of the Caribbean the same way. I can describe Lord of the Rings the same way.
A lot of dialogue in movies.
Like that's what
exposition.
I hate about some of these arguments is that it's like all they do is talk about plans. That's not an argument. There's so many movies where this happens. Like it's the same argument as like, oh, it's the movie about space wizards doing magic. Okay, well I can say like people will be like, oh yeah, The Godfather. I'll be like, oh yeah, it's that movie about that guy who's a mobster. Like, what kind of argument is that?
Talking about Phantom Menace, I mean, it's the one that I appreciate the least, I think. But I still have many nice things to say about it. Yeah.
I mean, Duel of the Fates, we were talking about it earlier. Duel of the Fates is the best song in Star Wars, next to Binary Sunset and the original Star Wars theme.
Hard agree.
There are very few scenes of our characters being normal people and expressing emotions in this movie. There is legitimately only one scene of Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon talking to each other about anything that isn't the immediate plot.
Why would there be anything else? But okay. Like they do have conversation about stuff that doesn't influence the immediate plot, but
but what else are they going to talk about?
So why would we show them talking about? The movie's not about Obi-Wan and okay. It's not about Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. They're not. Qui-Gon's just there as the mentor figure, dude. I don't think this guy understands the movie that he watched.
The only time they have a fucking heart-to-heart is at the end of the movie. For 99% of the runtime, these characters have no relationship to one another, and we never learn how they feel.
Right there! Right there! They have a conversation about how they feel about each other's positions.
Yeah, how much of this video is left? 30 minutes. Wow.
A lot. You're showing it
about each other. Yet we're expected to care when this happens.
We do care when this happens because we care about Obi-Wan.
Right.
In the original trilogy, correct?
Yeah, well, you want to know what the fate of Obi-Wan is after this. Yeah.
Right. We've seen the original trilogy, and we care about Obi-Wan in the original trilogy, so therefore we care about the fact that he lost his master here.
Yep.
So yes, we are supposed to care about it. Even if you're not enjoying the movie, you still are invested in what happens to Obi-Wan.
Build-up was there, and definitely a reason to care afterwards, yeah.
This movie also has some of the most flat performances I've ever seen.
I don't fully understand.
She is 17 and he's fucking like 10.
This is a strange place to me.
There is zero chemistry between any of these actors.
That's not true.
Zero. I mean, literally no chemistry.
This is a bad example.
Not fun.
That scene was a bad example because he's talking to CGI characters.
Yeah.
So he's not looking or talking to anyone real.
Right. Yeah.
To watch. It's not even fun to make fun of. Now, people have been making fun of this new scene.
Yeah. Why would you not? Because it's fucking retarded. Why?
Why would the First Order use a fucking ground vehicle when for thousands of years in Star Wars they've had floating vehicles?
That's a fantastic point. Yeah, I didn't even realize that when watching.
Why would you use a vehicle that
Yeah, I
drives
just
on the
noticed that
ground?
actually.
Why would you use a vehicle that drives on the ground? And you could argue that they took them from the place that these people work. Okay, so then why is there a launch pad on the back for a fucking jump trooper? And then why do they go? Oh, they fly now. Like clone troopers didn't do that fucking 60 years ago during the Clone Wars.
It reminds me of like how older folk talk now
You've never
about.
seen a Mandalorian with a jetpack? Oh, people fly now. Jetpack
Exactly.
just now exist. Shut the fuck up. Yes,
know-
this is retarded.
You know, in my time, we were getting mustard gas. Like, yeah, all that shit.
Dude, it's like, oh, they can nuke us now. Like, oh, that never, like, what? This is something that has always existed for thousands of years. Why do you... Yes, people make fun of this scene for a reason. Cosmonaut, you fucking twat.
From The Rise of Skywalker because of this particular line.
They fly now! They fly now! They fly now!
Oh, it's too quippy. It sounds like Marvel dialogue. Oh,
That's not why people make fun of it.
Well,
that's not why people make fun of it. People make fun of it because they've been fucking flying for hundreds of years.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Let's talk about this for a second, though. Compare this chase scene to a chase scene from this movie.
They're completely different.
One's underwater, one's on land.
One makes sense because they're in a submarine. The other one doesn't because they're not on speeder bikes that we've seen them use countless times.
Granted, you can do so much more underneath water too in films. Like,
oh my god, yeah, it's basically space.
Yeah, and like you could just have ginormous creatures you've never seen before, and all these beautiful backdrops, just like space.
Yep, it's basically space.
Mm-hmm.
Our heroes are going to be eaten by a giant monster. I wonder how they feel.
You can't critique this, dude. That's such a fun sequence. You might say it lasts too long or it's kind of stupid, but like it's fun. You can't deny it's not fun. The whole underwater sequence of there's always a bigger fish. All that is a fucking blast, dude.
Feel about this? Oh, they don't really care. These characters just can't be bothered.
No, the Jedi are staying calm because he's freaking the fuck out, and they're trained to be calm in situations like this.
To give a shit at all.
It's not that they don't give a shit, it's that they're trying to calm him down. They literally say that they're trying to calm him down to each other.
Relax.
Okay.
Yeah. He uses the Force to calm him down purposely.
Yeah, because they're trained to be chill. Well,
yes,
they're
trained for situations like this, dude. Before the war, this is the type of shit that Jedi dealt with. Disputes on planets and being in random ass situations where you're getting chased by a creature. Like, this is the type of shit they dealt with before they were generals. And after the Sith War.
Yeah, man, I won't worry. Even when they're planning the final battle, they don't care.
Once we're
What do you mean they don't care?
inside, we shouldn't have a problem.
Oh yeah, it won't be a problem.
Okay, that doesn't mean they don't.
Yeah, this guy failed at making reasonable arguments because it's just not reasonable.
That doesn't mean that they don't care.
Mm-hmm.
That just quite literally means that they think that once we get in, once we do all the things, once all the things are in place, it should be a straight shot. That's what that means.
Based on the plan we set up.
Emotionally invested. The movie has low stakes, low energy.
Low stakes? It's a planet being controlled. Low stakes. It's the subjugation of a planet. This guy must be friends with Movie Bob.
And it really doesn't allow you to engage with it in the same level that you would with any other Star Wars movie. So yeah, personally, I'll take these corny, energetic performances over this shit any day of the fucking week. But hey, that's just me.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you are right. It is just you, because it doesn't matter how you try and justify your fucking hate boner against people who don't like the sequel trilogy. The sequel trilogy is still ass.
Dude, how? Oh my god.
A lot of the criticisms that people will lob against the prequels are similar to what they lob against the sequels. It's just that the prequels were still something that like offered some level of enjoyment, some level of storytelling people liked because it tied into the greater series and didn't do a whole lot of damage. For example, you brought up the whole thing about they fly now, like they've been flying like for years, for decades now. Like it's a continuity error there. A lot of people lobbed like similar writing critiques about midichlorians and all.
Well, Crimson, here's the other thing. The prequels did, the sequels did not. They expanded the fuck out of the lore and the universe. There's nothing to expand.
That's my point. Is the prequels actually brought a lot of writing and stuff to the universe?
Gaming.
And they brought a level of storytelling to, like, just the mainline 3 movies that did the original trilogy justice. What the prequels or what the sequels did was fuck all that up.
Yeah.
Very true.
Anyway, let's talk about the actual plot. And I'm going to.
Now you're going to talk about the plot. But you said there was no plot, though. He said there was no plot.
Be honest with you guys. I have never known the plot of this movie until now.
Yeah, he just has. You can't say that because it takes away your credibility when
When is the last time that you watched The Phantom Menace?
Hilariously enough, 2 nights ago, I was
No.
I didn't rewatch it, but I had it in front of me, and because I was choosing between that and Lord of the Rings, the very first one, Fellowship of the Ring. I went with Fellowship of the Ring, so I did rewatch that a couple nights ago. But I literally was going to, unironically. Yeah.
Okay, so when is the last time you watched it? What did you say?
Months, not even years, months ago. Yeah.
All right, give me the plot of The Phantom Menace.
The Phantom Menace?
Yeah, in short words, give me the plot of The Phantom Menace.
He's a kid, pod race, fucking family issues, fucking... What happens after that? Jar Jar, tons of Jar Jar. Maul.
That's not really the plot of the Phantom Menace. What you'd be more looking for is there's a conspiracy to take over a planet, and 2 Jedi warriors find something much deeper than they had expected when coming across it.
Right.
Yeah, there you go. So there you go. In one sentence, that's it. There is a plot, though. And he said there is no plot. He has not understood the plot of this movie until now.
It's not that hard. It's not that
really
complicated.
simple. It's called The Phantom Menace, and there's a guy that they introduced within the first sequence that's a phantom in a hologram.
Yeah, exactly. You have to like piece it together, which is hard for newer like Gen Z audiences, I imagine.
If
coming
you
back
watch
and
the
watching
original trilogy, you know it's Palpatine, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Most of the times when I watch this movie, it's with friends where we just quote the awkward or funny moments until we get bored and turn it off halfway through. But as far as the plot goes, I am only just now piecing it together after having watched this movie for 20 years.
Well, then, frankly, sir, you are, without a doubt, the most lobotomized reviewer I have ever heard of. If you can't figure out the plot of The Phantom Menace over 20 years, I'm sorry, but your temperature is probably... Your IQ is probably room temperature in Celsius.
Your temperature.
Your temperature's probably room IQ in Celsius. I agree, though.
Yeah, same here.
That is not a good sign.
This
But
dude's
hey,
out here
maybe it's
thinking
just me,
he's
right?
Ervin,
Maybe
but he's
I'm the
Aaron
dumbass who
instead.
just
Wait.
now piecing it together after having watched this movie for 20 years. That is not a good sign. But hey, maybe it's just me, right? Maybe I'm the dumbass who just doesn't get it. So I even asked you guys.
I'm watching The Phantom Menace, and I'm just now realizing that I do not know the plot of this movie. Could you guys actually explain the plot if you were asked to? Be honest. Yes.
Guys on Twitter if you knew the plot of this movie, and most of you didn't.
No blow is not a good answer, though, because that implies a joke.
Yeah, it's yes, I do, or no, I don't. It's one of those.
It's a weird comparison for me to make. It's like certain Pokemon games for me. It's like, okay, gym leader there, Elite Four next. The progression is simple. You know what I mean? You just have to read the progression. Yeah.
I actually expected most of you guys to lie or just check the wiki, but no, you guys were pretty honest for once. And I don't think this is because the plot is overly complicated. I mean, it is, but that's not why we don't understand it.
It's not.
How?
It's not that complicated.
How? It's literally what Crimson just said. Jedi uncover a deeper conspiracy. It's really not all that complicated.
Jedi have their first encounter with a deep conspiracy
If you want
to take over the galaxy.
If you want to go deeper than that, you could also say that they haven't quite uncovered it, but they are trying to solve a dispute between the Trade Federation and a planet, and they, along the way, rescue the queen of said planet to get her off world so that she can speak her truth. And there's a kid that they meet when they're stopping for gas, and this kid is super strong on the force, so they bring him with them because he wins a race and he gets the money, and then they go back to that planet and they liberate the planet at the end, and they find out that there is Sith involved.
So was that the most like spectacular way a Jedi has ever been drafted? Like win this glorious race and then like is there a more crazy story than that on how a Jedi got drafted?
Probably not, because they all get taken as kids.
Okay.
I guess Luke Skywalker.
Oh yeah.
Luke Skywalker here. He's just a guy, and he's like, he goes to chase his droid down, and then he gets knocked out by sand people, and then this old man's like, "Hello there," and then wakes him up, and then he goes back home, and his aunt and uncle are burnt to a crisp, and then he's like, "Well, time to go," and then this princess is like, "Hey, help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope," and he's like, "Oh my god, I'm going with you," and then he becomes a Jedi, and he meets this little green dude on a swamp planet. Yeah, so I'd say Luke's is probably crazier because he has no fucking idea what's going on, whereas like Anakin has people to tell him. But
Luke also had the unique disposition that he wasn't a kid when he first became a Jedi, so it was
neither was Anakin, technically speaking. He wasn't like the right age, but you're correct. Yeah, Luke was like 18.
There's supposed to be there's a cutoff age.
The cutoff age is like 3.
You are not allowed to become Jedi if you are at least this tall.
Literally, that's what I'm thinking.
Pretty much. Yeah, no, the cutoff age is like 2 or 3. Like, you can't remember your family, basically.
So yeah, Jedi are evil.
No, it's just they're all about no attachment. There is so much.
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
We could have an entire conversation about the hypocrisy of the Jedi, but
the intention was so good by them, but for obvious reasons.
Yeah. I mean, again, Kuzi, we could have an entire conversation. Like, we could do a whole stream about the hypocrisy of the Jedi Order.
Yep.
Like, it's long, but not as bad as the Empire.
It's because the plot is not conveyed properly to the audience.
I disagree.
For a movie that's mostly just our characters telling
I think it's pretty fucking easy to understand what's going on when you watch this movie.
us what they're going to do and then doing that thing with no.
Yeah, they tell us what they're gonna do and then they do it. That's pretty fucking easy. That's the plot.
Yeah, that's not that hard to.
It's not that it's a good thing or a bad thing. Like, I'm not even saying it's good that they do that. I'm just saying they do that and it's fucking easy to understand.
No diverging paths, this movie is really bad at conveying what the story is. The story is presented to us in a way where we cannot understand it unless we can read the minds of the characters. In this movie, information is conveyed in a very strange and vague way. Take, for example, the scene where Anakin is being interviewed by the Jedi Council. They ask him some random questions, and then they say, sorry, he's evil, we cannot train him.
That is not what the fuck happens. At all.
Yeah, because
I feel like
they literally
take him on.
like they test him and he fucking passes with flying colors, and then Yoda gives him the speech about fear and how it leads to the dark side. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering, and then they conclude that he's too old because he talks about his mother. His thoughts dwell on his mother. They don't conclude that he's evil. Did you watch The Phantom Menace, bro?
Yeah,
I think he's purposely being as pedantic about it as possible because he just wants to prove a point.
Yeah, also, this is like, you see some people do it on Instagram where I don't know if they actually hold this opinion. It's just like they're trying to get this reaction out of you. Which is because it's a dumb opinion. It's like what he's saying. It's a dumb opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it makes for good content.
Mm-hmm.
Say they sense fear in Anakin, and that is the main reason why he's not to be trained.
That's not the main reason. The main reason is his attachment to his mother. They do sense fear in him. But that's not the main reason.
So you're telling me you expect the kid to...
Actually, the main reason, if you were to break it down, is that he's too old. That's the main reason. And by being too old, he now has attachments and fears. Which are the problems. But the main problem, therefore, would be that he's too old. Not that he has fear. The fear and the attachment come from the fact that he's too old.
To just not be scared at all.
Living with opioid
addiction.
Finally, a story I can connect with.
Same here.
Man, I love me some fentanyl. I'm going to take these fake $20 bills and go try and buy me some CDs.
I need me some heroin, Doug. Low key.
Oh my god, dude. Stop. I don't think you can actually even say that. Especially
bro.
Come on, man. In honor of Juneteenth, I was making George Floyd jokes. What are we talking about here?
But it's not Juneteenth anymore, Holmes.
Oh, this is a completely kind of related to Juneteenth, but like unrelated to anything we were talking about previously. I literally was out shopping that day, and in the Walmart, I passed by this black dude who he must have been doing this as a gag because the only things he had in his cart were a watermelon, a 2-liter of grape soda, and some fucking fried chicken.
I mean,
are you serious?
I am dead ass,
dude. So
he had to have been doing it as a joke.
So my boy worked in Psalms, and Zach and Roman will know where I'm talking about. He was doing restoration or something like that, and he had a job in Kensington. Guy had a truck and he grabbed it. The guy was standing there with a watermelon outside his truck.
This is a black dude, and he was trying to sell watermelons, and he opened his trunk, and it was just full of watermelons. And he said that he drives down to Florida once a month, and he buys all these watermelons from this one farm, and then he comes back up and he sells them. And he gave them free samples of watermelon. And then they were like, "This is delicious," and they all bought watermelons from him.
Reminds me of that one episode of Cowboy Bebop.
He was the cabinet man, bro.
Yeah, and then Avatar. Yep.
Wait, what Cowboy Bebop episode?
I'm pretty sure it is the Mushroom Samba episode.
Yeah, it's Mushroom Samba. The black lady goes and buys a watermelon right in front of Ed.
Yep. It's like a food stand, like just on the side of the road. Yeah.
You buy a fucking watermelon, really?
Yeah. In that episode, absolutely. I'll never forget that because it was just random.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Doesn't really fit, where the theme of that episode is. Just like here's a watermelon.
Hey man, them Japanese do some wild stuff.
Japanese don't be giving a fuck. Fuck.
They do know comedy and storytelling beyond our years. Yeah.
Well, they still have people over there who actually give a fuck about.
I don't know. Americans made Ghost Stories what it is. We have to admit that.
That is
we made our contribution, but in terms of just anime.
Sure, but it's not a Konosuba, a Love Is War, or a Nichijou. So
yeah.
Oh,
stuff.
So I'm putting Love Is War. That's on my. That's actually on my. That's on my. That one is on my list next.
I've been telling you to watch it for years.
Oh, you know what, bro? I work at my own speed. Okay.
No, Crimson. That should be February next year.
we do Fictionology in February next year and just do Love Is War.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
That'd be a good one.
That would, yeah. I can have it done by then. It's not as long as Attack on Titan. Right?
You'll definitely have it done by then. You better.
I was about to say, if you really struggle to get Love Is War done in half of a year,
bro, the first two seasons,
I will personally drive out to Pennsylvania just to slap you in the face.
All right, well, Psalms, for the context, it took me 3 years to finish Attack on Titan in full. So
were you just savoring it, or what was the?
No, he was watching Dark Knight with his mom every night.
Shut up.
You really like that movie?
So
he does.
It's a good movie, but
so first of all, that's not true. Roland is capping.
Sure.
Secondly, I would watch it in chunks, and then I would forget about it, and then I would go back to watch it in chunks, and then not watch it for like 6 or 7 months.
Yes.
So I bullied him for like a year.
I've had that problem with certain animes, like where you just let it linger. Like you finish a little bit, let it linger, and then you're like, well, I forgot where we started. Time to restart again. Yeah.
Right. So, but then when Crimson was like, I want to do it for a Fictionology, I was like, oh shit, I have to finish it. So I didn't finish it until like a week before, and it was still like fresh in my mind. But bro, there was a time where I got really, really deep into work, and
I think everybody here has watched Attack on Titan too, right? Like we've all finished it.
Yeah.
Zach and Crimson have.
And so like I was low key worried that I wasn't going to be able to finish it before Fictionology because I don't want to go on Fictionology if I haven't finished something. So I'm not even kidding. And if my boss or my coworkers see this, please don't get mad. But I was literally
see this, then like you're not gonna like me very much. I assume.
I was literally in the kitchen binging Attack on Titan when I should have been cutting shit. So like, hey, look, I had to do what I had to do, and yeah.
So yeah, I'm actually wondering if any of my coworkers are watching this because I do know that some of them pop in here sometimes.
I'm putting this and sending this to your employer, Ronnie. Please do. So, Roland, are we continuing this video or are we just?
I mean, I think I'd be careful because Ronnie might actually do it.
Yeah,
Unless
actually.
we live, thanks to Zach.
Yeah, Zach, thanks. Hot girl. That is the only thing.
No.
So he
I
needs
need
He needs Padme with black eyeliner and a green streak in her hair. Yo, what the fuck was that?
What the fuck was that?
The fuck was that? Did you just bust a nut on stream, dude? What was that? Just came in your pants. Did anybody see?
I saw that.
What the fuck? I thought I was the only person seeing that for a second, dude. What?
No, that was a thing we all
just
saw.
busted a nut, dude. He was like,
I can see Roland peeking over the top.
like,
He full on. The thought hit him,
oh
and
my
he just
god, where's
what if?
Oh, we lost Jake and Zach.
About that stream, by the way, Biggle still refers to you guys as the two dudes who don't know the touch of a woman.
Oh, I know.
Every time I talk to him and you guys come up in conversation, you're like, "Oh, the two guys who don't know what the touch of a woman is."
Oh, I know the touch of a woman.
I do
The
too.
two dudes who have never touched a woman.
Roland, that's funny that you want to play that though, because you said that's funny that you want to say that though, because you said this.
Basically, if you don't have a penis, don't hit on me. All right. Well, we seem to have lost Zach and Jake, so it was nice to have them while we did.
I don't exactly know what happened or where we are. I am almost done with this fucking intro.
There you go.
So hopefully.
I'm gonna see you going through this video with Roman.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm still gonna comment on it. I'm basically just adding effect to everything that's going on here.
We have much time to kill.
Too much time on my hand.
You just expect them to have the emotions of a Jedi once they get here. They know he's strong in the Force, but they still tell Qui-Gon that he can't train him. But what's the alternative? Just send him back home and hope he doesn't harness his inherent Force powers? And
no. He might use the Force, but he won't be able to like use it. He don't know, bro.
Yeah. Continue.
And Qui-Gon just says, "Oh, I'm just going to train him anyway." You're just allowed to do that? You can just do whatever you want? If you can do that, then why does anybody ask for permission?
Well, he actually wanted to hand it over to Obi-Wan. But that's fine, I guess. Whatever.
The boy is dangerous.
Okay, but why? Literally just tell us why. Somebody please tell me something. Please, sir, may I have some movie?
Man, I don't this is getting on my nerves, bro. Like, it's just like we're only 13 minutes in, bro. And like at this point, like now that I'm watching this, I remembered this video. And I remember not liking it. And a big part of the reason a big part of the reason is just because, like, it would be one thing if, like, he was saying, I don't like the prequels, but, like, y'all are entitled to like them and you're not wrong for liking them. But when someone has like a point of view on a movie or show or hell, even music, and they're like, my point of view is the correct one and everyone else is wrong, and here's why, automatically I can't hear your argument. No matter what it is, whether it's right or wrong, if you're coming off as a pretentious douche, I'm not going to listen to you. And so I think that's the issue, is that Cosmonaut comes off a lot of the time as a pretentious douche. Even when I agree with him, I still don't really vibe with him because he comes off a lot of the time as a douchebag. So, sorry, that's just a long rant, but that's just
Well,
my
when he says "fuck you" to the viewers, like literally, no, not even pretty much. Like he literally said it earlier. He's like, "I don't give a fuck what you think."
Yeah.
People don't like that. I mean, I'll say that to you guys, but I understand that you're not gonna like it.
Even when you look at the finer details of the movie, there's shit that just doesn't make any sense. For instance, why would you bring Anakin to a war zone? Qui-Gon.
Well, they had
Okay,
no choice.
I understand. But he could have stayed back at the staging area. But here's the thing. They didn't have to bring him with them back to Naboo. But let's say that they did. If he stays at the staging area and they lose, he gets captured. He's got a better chance with the Jedi. And then a Sith shows up and they're like, oh, fucking hide.
Qui-Gon already has an apprentice, and now he just grabbed another one.
Okay, that's different because he explains that Obi-Wan's ready for the trials.
And brought him along to the war.
Anakin, stay where you are. You'll be safe there.
But I...
Stay in that cockpit.
You stay here.
But Rick.
No buts.
Also, why would you go down to Naboo in separate ships? It's kind of a throwaway line, and it ends up not mattering in the long run, but...
Because hiding two people in one cargo bay is a lot harder than hiding one.
Exactly.
So they go down in two ships that should be quite near each other, and also they're Jedi, so it shouldn't take them super long to find one another because they can sense each other because they're very close and they have a bond.
From a logistical standpoint, it doesn't make any sense. You guys could just go on the same ship. You're really fucking lucky.
Now, I will say, yes, those ships are like miles away. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there's not one, like, not that far from this one. But also, they don't seem to find each other till the end of the day when it's like dusk.
Yeah.
And if they're just sensing each other and trying to make it towards the same point, then they would eventually find each other. So I don't have a problem with that.
Lucky they parked next to each other.
They didn't park next to each other. They didn't find each other till the end of the day.
What does Palpatine want to accomplish with this fucking trade blockade?
Oh my god!
Does he not understand that it's all just a show? Like, it's all just a ploy?
No. What does Palpatine accomplish with the trade blockade?
He's able to separate, or like
Roman and
basically
Chris, think about it. What does he accomplish with the trade blockade?
This is the event that eventually triggers the Separatists and ultimately the Clone Wars.
Exactly.
And before that, what does it accomplish?
It gets him into power.
Exactly. Because Padme votes in no confidence on Chancellor Valorum.
Valorum, yes.
He cannot dissolve this dispute. And Palpatine gains the power of Chancellor through this. That is what he gains.
This is his most roundabout.
Okay, hold on. So then in episode 2, Jar Jar, what exactly does Jar Jar do?
Jar Jar
gives him
unlimited power.
Unlimited
not
emergency powers.
Not he gives him emergency powers, which means
Okay.
that he can stay in office until the war's
Just wanted
over.
to keep that straight and make sure we
It
had this
basically
under
means
control.
basically what it means is that he can make more clones, keep the war going, and stay in office until the war is over. That's what he means.
Plot ever, and he's already known for those. This is his most roundabout and complicated plot ever, and he's already known for those. He has no problem with killing the Jedi in the beginning, but he's just going to try and convince Padme politely to accept his terms. He doesn't have any problem trying to kill her in the later movies. I don't understand this man. What?
Because she is about to show up to the Senate in Attack of the Clones and speak on the Separatists,
right,
to stop a war, and he wants the war.
This is being purposely obtuse because you want to prove a point.
That's
all you really need to say about this video. You don't even need to go any further into dissecting it. You just need to say, like, this dude is purposely being obtuse because he wants to make a point. He wants to pretend like there's all these critiques he can make. Yeah, because he likes the sequels and he's upset that everyone else doesn't.
That's a good point. But we're gonna dissect it anyway.
What does he even want? I always found it strange that Palpatine's ultimate goal is to just be president and rule everything.
Bro, he is the emperor of the fucking galaxy. That's not be president and rule everything status. That's more than that, bro. That is I can think something and it will happen. I will make it happen.
Right.
Anyway,
and it's
in the galaxy.
It's like
I own everything in a galaxy. And probably just outside of it too.
Yeah, like everything's his. That's what it's.
Yeah.
That's what it. Yeah, that's what it boils down to.
That's.
It seems like a really simple-minded goal for someone who's supposedly so wise and attuned to the Force. Normally, this is a movie that's trying to be more complex than the previous films, and it's just not very good at it.
Is it though?
So no. I'm stuck on the villains in Star Wars being simplistic.
I mean, Palpatine, the overarching villain, he's not simple at all.
I wouldn't call him simple. I would say his goals of ruling the galaxy is like, yeah, okay, he's a bad guy that wants to rule the galaxy. Okay, Sauron's a bad guy that wants to rule Middle Earth. But, like, it doesn't make them simple.
Right.
Their goal is very on point. They know what they want.
Yeah, but
It's
how
not simple how they get there.
How they get to that goal is not in the least bit
the least bit simple at all. And Dooku, I wouldn't say is simple when you look into his character. Grievous, his motivations are not simple. And what happens to him is not simple. Maul's motivations are not simple when you look into that character. So, Vader is most certainly not fucking simple. Vader is the farthest thing from simple. Now, what you could say is that Kylo Ren and Phasma and Hux are fucking simple. And so is Snoke. They're simple characters. Kylo Ren just does evil shit and he's like, I don't know if I want to be good. But he just does evil shit. Hux is like, I'm just evil. And then he just goes, I'm actually a spy now. And Phasma just dies twice. So
yeah, like you want to talk about
I'm talking about simple fucking villains. you can't even talk about Grievous, Maul, or Dooku because each one of them is an aspect of Vader, purposely.
Right.
So, it's fucking stupid.
Entire plot of all three of these movies revolve around Palpatine's schemes, and his schemes never make any sense.
I mean, they're not that hard to pick up for me.
Bro.
Kind of...
Bro. He just said team schemes don't ever make sense.
Now, wait though. If you talk about the Rise of Skywalker,
with the fucking
I agree with him.
Clone Troopers, the creation of the Clone Troopers into Order 66.
If you talk about the Rise of Skywalker, I agree with him. However, he's not talking about that. Palpatine's plan in the Rise of Skywalker is dumb as shit. So yes, I agree with him there. But for the most part, I get.
Yo, Jacuzzi, thanks for coming on, bro.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. I get Palpatine's plans like 5 out of the 6 times that he has one.
I think I understand every single one of Palpatine's plans. They're pretty easy to understand when they're explained in the movies.
Do you really understand his plan in the Rise of Skywalker, Roland?
I'm not talking about that. No, I don't understand. No. I don't understand why Emperor Palpatine was like, if you kill me, I'll take over your body. And then he dies and doesn't take over her body. No, I don't understand that.
Right. That's one that I'm talking about. But Cosmonaut didn't bring that up. He was saying that Palpatine's plans don't make any sense. But his
There's also this thing with the prequels where you can sometimes take a single line and try to analyze it, and it just doesn't make any sense from a simple writing perspective.
You can do that with any movie.
Yeah, facts.
You can do that with any movie. You can take a simple line from any movie and try to analyze it, and it doesn't make sense.
Literally any movie. Even like...
I'm serious.
Even like a movie that I think is like very tight knit.
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Yeah,
you can
take that out of the movie and analyze it. This is stupid.
Or like there's lines in like Godfather that like you can like
I was thinking that exact movie. I was like, you can take a line out of The Godfather and be like, that's a stupid line.
Oh shit! Okay, cool. Intro's done.
This is in every single.
Hey, fuck yeah.
One of these movies.
And it's clear check, so there's no copyright on it.
Ooh, okay.
To analyze it,
my man,
and it just doesn't make any sense from a simple writing perspective. I'm serious. This is in every single one of these movies.
A communications disruption can mean only one thing.
Invasion. Why is that a stupid line? A communications disruption can mean only one thing. Invasion. Why is that a stupid line? That's exactly
not.
That's what it means. I don't understand why that's a stupid line.
It's not.
Invasion.
No, it doesn't. You're telling me that if your communications get messed up, the only reason is that you're being attacked?
If the entire planet is jammed, then yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, probably.
Psalms, that's a fantastic idea. Almost forgot to mention.
How would you all feel if we made each other watch our favorite movies and react to it? Just thought.
We could do that on Patreon.
Yeah, that's possible.
So I make Crimson watch Tusk. That works. That's fine.
I'm sorry, who's forcing me to watch what?
You're watching Tusk.
Go fuck yourself.
Rudy. I am not watching Rudy. No, but so Crimson.
Wait, are we talking Mushoku Tensei? I'd watch that again.
No, like I'm talking a horror movie. I'm talking about Tusk.
I'm gonna make you guys watch Cuties.
Hell no. Wait.
All right, we're arresting Roland.
I've never
Wait
seen
a second.
I've never seen
Wait a
it.
second. Wait a second.
I'm gonna
That's
make
your
you
favorite
watch
movie,
it.
bro?
No, I've never seen it. I'm just gonna make you watch it.
No.
Yeah.
No. I would get put on a watch list. No.
Exactly.
No. I don't want to be on a watch list. You might like it, but I don't.
I don't want to be on a watch list.
I'd rather not be on a watch list, Roland. I don't want to end up on that island.
Sir, I'd really, truly rather not be on a watch list. Shut the fuck
I don't want to go to that island, Roland. Why the fuck did you go to that island?
Why the fuck would they go to that island, dude?
Oh, by the way.
Kanye, why would they go to that island?
By the way, did y'all see or hear that Kanye dropped 3 songs and it's
I didn't
him?
see or hear you put your camera back on. Yeah.
Did y'all see and or hear that Kanye dropped 3 songs, but on the songs he's rapping on it's not him, it's AI. It's not him rapping. That is crazy work. But his songs about Nazis is him, but then these new songs where he just sounds normal as hell, it's all AI. It's not him. But they sound like official as hell, but it's not him. So I just thought that was interesting. But
if you guys want to take a break from this, I do have the intro up on a YouTube file. It's privated, so I can show it. Or not privated, it is unlisted, so I can show it if you guys want to see this, like the preview of the.
If you want to show it on our stream, then sure.
That's fine. We've been around here for a while, and I'm going to be it's going to be public next week anyway, so it's not like it's a huge
All right,
issue.
good, bro. Show it off. Let's go. Let's go.
Hell yeah, man.
Let's top this down.
Hell yeah, man. Let's do it.
Hopefully, this will work.
It's working.
All right, there we go. Hopefully, audio works.
Ooh.
Great shot.
Just turn, the show goes on, but what we learn is never gone. Heroes new and heroes old hold the power of stories told. Force of fiction, wield the flame, stories carved into the page. Worlds forged by mind untamed. Legends not for greatest fame, silver screen and cluttered page.
Yeah, bro, the real hero. Fuck yeah.
Legends clash, their echoes roar through the void. We crave for lore. Heroes rise and villains fall. Upon the page, we see it all. Forge the fiction, wield the flame. Stories come.
Let's go.
Worlds forged by mind untamed. Legends not for greatest fame. Silver screen and cluttered page. Comic books and anime. Just get through the day.
Fuck yeah, bro. Fuck yeah, dude.
I'm proud of it. I'm really happy with how it's turned out. Especially
sick.
with my very simple editing skills. So,
dude, that was fantastic.
That
was fantastic.
Dude.
Good
there's a bunch of like little Easter eggs in there of ones I do eventually, like ones we've already agreed to cover and ones that I eventually do want to.
The bleach one for the blood war.
Yeah, there's. If anyone recognizes some of the other ones that are in there, good for you. But
yeah, it was cool.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Now I have to get to work on my own like actual live weekend live show intro, so that I have something for that too. So, but that's another project all in and of itself. But
I'm working on the outro for this.
So animated's gonna get an intro, like a proper one.
Yeah, I actually already have the song generated for that one. I just haven't done any of the actual video editing. It's in the same video file as all the stuff I just recorded tonight for making that. So some of the footage may be reused, but there are other things that I do need to get.
Nice. Dude, that was awesome though.
Yo, Roman, is there a way to format us where we're on the bottom?
You should be able to make a custom format.
I was gonna say, can you make a format where we're on the bottom?
Yeah. Yeah,
I will be right back. I need to step away really quick. So
that's fine.
You don't have to wait up for me, by the way.
All right, so we're not gonna wait for Chris. We're gonna keep it. Fuck, dude. His profile picture is me.
I love that profile picture.
That's hilarious.
Hold on. Let me delete one of these layouts. Wait, no, that's not. What the hell?
No, it should be awesome.
Okay, no, I get that, but I'm trying to. To create more, delete one of your custom layouts from settings. Okay, so I got to do that then. You just play the video, so I can figure this out.
I can't. The video's not being shown on screen.
Oh. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let me just figure this out, and then you just play the video, and I'll figure this out.
You've made a commitment to the Jedi Order, a commitment not easily broken.
Not easily broken? You mean not easily maintained. The oath itself is very easily broken.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
But Obi-Wan, that in itself is an absolute statement.
Everyone knows that, dude. Shut up.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Statement. George is not good at writing dialogue. It would be very funny if it wasn't so sad. And I should now probably mention the one thing people say is the biggest problem with this movie. Jar Jar. Honestly, all of the other issues in this movie are actually worse than Jar Jar.
Okay, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I mean,
I would agree with that. I would actually agree with that, but I don't think he's gonna make the same point that I would make.
Well, what is the point that you would make?
The point that I would make is that there's writing mistakes, and that Jar Jar is not like as detrimental as certain writing mistakes could be interpreted. Do they bother me? No.
Oh shit!
Not as much, but they are flaws that I can point out. Oh my god, we're not on screen.
Yeah. Yes, we are.
Lifeless performances, bad dialogue, a convoluted plot, and an overall lack of direction are all things.
Convoluted plot? Don't think so. Lack of direction?
Things that I hate.
Don't think so. I think it has direction. I just don't think you agree with what the direction is. And also, I've never noticed that you can see the Senate building from these windows here in this scene.
Huh.
That's cool. I also like the Senate Guard outfits because they're like a maroon version of the Tantive 4 Alderaan outfits that the Rebel Guards wear in the beginning of A New Hope.
Way more than one dumb character. And if we're being real, while he's annoying, his role in the story actually makes more sense than Anakin's.
You called him a Jamaican earlier, and why does Jar Jar make more sense than Anakin, dude? What?
Yeah. Nah.
All right, let's hear him out.
The worst thing about Jar Jar is that you literally cannot understand what he's saying.
I think I understand him most of the time, if not all the time.
I watched this movie with subtitles for the first time, and I only now, 20 years later, have understood what the fuck Jar Jar has been saying.
Mr. Day starting pity Okie Day with the...
Mesa day starting pretty okie day, so my day has been starting good.
Brisky morning munchin.
With a brisky morning munchin, so with an early morning breakfast.
Then boom.
Then boom. Ooh, I paused it right at the ad. Look at that.
Slick, Roland.
Ho. Stop sharing it too. Get fucked, YouTube. You can suck my cock.
All right, Roland. Tell me if you dig. Hold
if
on.
I dig.
Yeah, if you dig this layout. Hold on.
I have to present it. Hold on.
Yeah. Once we go back to sharing, I'll show it to you. Okay. Do you dig this?
Yeah.
I did something right.
Yeah.
I did something right.
For the most part, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I like this better actually.
Yeah, that works well. And we got the chat right there. If we had more people though, it might people are gonna get covered by that chat.
Well, yeah, but if there's more people, I would just take away chat.
Yeah, you could just make it disappear. We could just have it on the side. Yeah, that works. Yeah, look at this. Consistently, 5 of you have been hanging out. You guys made it through. So there's at least one of you here has made it through the movie Val video, and I salute you for making it through the movie Bob video with us.
Also, I salute whoever is on Twitch and hasn't said like a damn thing the whole time.
It's a bot. It's the bot that keeps dropping a fucking link.
No, man, that's on Kick.
Oh, you're talking about on Twitch. What's up, Twitch
Yeah.
bot or person?
Be nice to the Twitch bot. I mean,
No, Twitch person, you should make your name Twitch bot and say something in chat, and you can be our Twitch bot, but like the cool one. Yeah, I guarantee you that somebody in this chat has been here for the whole movie Bob video and everything else, and I salute you for that.
Yeah, 5.5 hours is crazy.
Let's continue.
Yeah, let's.
Oh my god, no.
I have no. Day starting pretty okie day with the brisky morning munchin.
So the brisky morning breakfast.
Then boom.
I have no fucking clue what you just said, but hell yeah, man, I'm gonna speak my truth.
But
that made sense. That was not a good example of Jar Jar not making sense.
Despite this, they actually need Jar Jar around for most of the movie. I really hate admitting it, but he's so integral to this dumbass story that you kind of need him here more than you need the other characters. However, it doesn't make.
I don't think you need Jar Jar more than you need the other characters.
I was about to say, I think Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan are probably more important than Jar Jar.
Yeah, Jar Jar Binks never actually sees Darth Maul.
Make any sense that you bring him into Mos Eisley with Qui-Gon and not Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Look, I'm not saying that Jar Jar and Darth Maul are the same.
He said, why does it make sense that you bring Jar Jar and not Obi-Wan into Mos Eisley? Because Obi-Wan is also not Mos Eisley, that's Mos Espa, so get it the fuck right. But Obi-Wan is supposed to stay back and protect the Queen, and Qui-Gon is going out as the master to figure out what the situation could be.
Again, I'm not saying that Jar Jar and Darth Maul are the same person, but they've never been in the same place at the same time.
That's true.
Crimson, do you buy into the Darth Jar theory or no? The fact that he was the one like behind everything?
No. It's like that's like a chemtrail level conspiracy, dude.
That's flat Earth retardation.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that theory so many times.
Actually, I take that back. I can't even say he's a main character in this movie. It is truly baffling to me how small Obi-Wan's role is in this movie. I think
What? Obi-Wan's role is not small.
Obi-Wan's not a main character in the Phantom Menace.
Dude, we're 17 minutes in, and he's only been talking about the Phantom Menace. So I don't know how long he's gonna spend on Revenge or Attack of the Clones.
So, just to be quick, I do kind of see his point on the Obi-Wan thing. Obi-Wan doesn't do much advancing the plot in and of himself. He's just kind of there being dragged along with it. But to say he's not a main character or that this isn't like a setup to the backstory of his dynamic with Anakin and their relationship, like nothing that happens here is important to Obi-Wan and you can remove him from this movie and still have the same thing. That's bullshit. Because it plays out over the next 3 movies. Or the next 2 movies. Technically 3 if you want to include A New Hope.
Yeah, man.
Technically speaking, Obi-Wan and Anakin saved the day in this movie. Obi-Wan saves the day on the ground, and Anakin saves the day in the sky. Obi-Wan defeats the Sith. Anakin blows up the fucking droid tower or control ship and shuts down all the droids on Naboo. So, technically speaking, the two of them do the same job. They just do 2 different ones that are both difficult. And Anakin does it accidentally. Obi-Wan actually does it out of anger. Movie Bob probably loves that scene. Because the guy that gets bullied by Darth Maul gets revenge on his bully.
I'm serious. Like years ago for a project I've been working on, I made this whole like the villain was basically meant to be a mockery of the sympathetic villain sort of thing. Where like right at the end of the story, he goes on this whole thing like, I was bullied. That's why I did all this terrible stuff. And the main character's like, shut the fuck up. You killed a bunch of people, nearly ended the world. I'm gonna kick your ass and be done with you.
Yeah, well, it's that's like Akira. Like it's the same thing. It's like Tetsuo, dude.
So I'm changing his name to I'm changing the villain's name to Bob just to be
You fucking please do, dude.
I'm actually going to make it Robert, so it's less obvious.
Yeah, Robert Shipman. Movie Robert.
His name will be Robert Chipson.
Robert Chipson.
Robert Chitlin.
Robert Chiclet. Robert Sicklins.
Chiclet? Is that
Robert
like is that like a is Chiclet the like female version of a manlet?
That's a candy.
The only reason people are moved by Qui-Gon's death is because Qui-Gon gets way more screen time. He's close.
That's the only reason that we're moved by Qui-Gon's death is because he gets more screen time. Hold on. Let's hear this.
Closest to being the main character. And just think about how much characterization Obi-Wan has in episodes 2 and 3.
All right. I don't think the only reason that we're moved by Qui-Gon's death is because he has more screen time. I think that we're moved by Qui-Gon's death because we already care about Obi-Wan as a character because we've watched episodes 4, 5, and 6, and his master just got slain in front of him while he was helpless to do anything about it. And I think we care about Obi-Wan, and that's why we care about Qui-Gon's death, not because of Qui-Gon's screen time in the movie.
Exactly.
Like, Qui-Gon could have had less, like, way, way, way less screen time. He could have only been in the end, in that one fight. And just knowing that that's Obi-Wan's master that trained him. Like, Obi-Wan could have filled all the other roles of Qui-Gon throughout this movie, except for the beginning, where the two of them are together. And then you could have split them up. And then just had Obi-Wan do all the shit for the rest of the movie. And then Qui-Gon shows back up, because maybe he's been on Naboo the entire movie. With the Gungans or something. And then Qui-Gon shows up with Obi-Wan and they both meet up. But then you don't get the whole thing with Anakin, but that's this is a different storyline. But even still, if you got way less Qui-Gon in the movie, it would still be impactful because you care about Obi-Wan as a character. You care about his emotional impact from what just happened. That's like his father figure getting slain in front of him. Like, you care about that. Even if you don't know the character. Dude, we barely know Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru. But you care when Luke goes back home and his aunt and uncle are dead and burnt to a crisp out on the lawn. You know what I'm saying? Like, am I wrong there?
Yeah. Yeah, no. You're right.
In episode 2 and 3, you find out that he doesn't really like flying that much. That's kind of a cute character trait. I wish he had traits in this movie.
He has traits in that movie. He has traits in this movie. He's young and brash and a little bit like Anakin in the way that he's like headstrong, a little bit forward, very action oriented, as opposed to where he is in Attack of the Clones, where he's very defensive. Because this is before he realizes that he's amazing at defense, not so much attack. Except for when he was fighting Maul, that was with full anger. And he admits that.
The only character with traits in this movie is, again, Jar Jar.
Roman, you can take this one.
The only character with traits is Jar Jar. So, does Palpatine not have the traits of, like...
I was going to say Palpatine's in this movie.
Like, does Anakin not have traits?
No, he's just a kid.
Does Padme not have any traits?
No, she's just a queen.
She's just a bitch.
So even Qui-Gon's got traits.
No, he's just a monk.
Dude, even Maul's got traits.
No, he's just a guy. He's just a guy with a sword. He's mean. That's his trait. He's mean.
Like, every character in this movie has traits. It's not just Jar Jar. Now.
Yeah.
Now.
So yeah, while Jar Jar is really awkward and a fucking stupid addition to the movie, he's the only thing in the movie that feels real. Whenever
that feels real.
He's not the only thing. Like, this is... Again, you're 20 minutes into a 45-minute video, and, like, you're almost 20 minutes in, and you're not even on the second or third movie yet, so let's see what you're on to.
I watch this movie and he shouts this line, I seriously wake up.
Okay, he's happy that he's going home. To go and save his home. He's happy that they're going back to his homeworld because they're going to liberate his homeworld. If you were trapped in another country and America was fucking under siege and you were able to help in some way and they were like, yo, we're going to take you back, you'd be like, fuck yeah, bro, we're going back to America. Like, what? Yes, that's fine. That's totally fine that he's like, we're going home. He doesn't know what the fuck this place is. He's never been to Coruscant and shit. This is way out of his league. Plus, he's worried about his homeworld and his people, which are under siege currently. And there's people with him that are willing to help that. It's totally valid for him to be excited to go home.
From the coma that this movie...
What was that?
I'm saying, like, if I was in Jar Jar's shoes, I would be happy to go home too. Like, I'd be anxious to go home.
Yeah.
I seriously wake up from the coma that this movie put me in. If he wasn't in the movie, I legitimately think the movie would be worse. Think about it. It would just be these dry humor.
Well, you're correct. The movie would be worse without Jar Jar Binks, but I don't think
I actually do.
I don't think you're going to say the same reason that I'm going to say. I think
Roundabout
is needed for the story, but I think what he's going to say is something completely different as to why the movie would be worse without Jar Jar.
Roundabout, I agree with him, but like you said, probably not for like the same reason. But I actually do agree.
If you just tell me straight up, The Phantom Menace would be a worse movie without Jar Jar Binks, I'd be like, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But if your reasoning for that is because everybody else is a shitty character, then I'm gonna be like, whoa. I would argue that he plays a valid point in negotiating with the Gungans. That's why he's important. That's why removing him would be weird. But like, you telling me that removing him makes the movie have no good characters, I'm like, hold the fucking phone. That's completely different of an argument. That's like way fucking different. Like if we're talking about like Lord of the Rings, right? And you're like, oh, Gandalf should have died. I'd be like, okay, that's an interesting take, and like I understand that. Like, yeah, that's really good. And it's like, no, I hated him. He sucked. You'd be like, whoa. What? Like Gandalf sucked?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like one of those things. Like, wait, that's why you think he should have not been in the movie? He sucks. He's a terrible. No, Gandalf's a terrible character. He sucks. You'd be like, wait, hold the fucking phone, bro. I don't know if I can talk to you about Lord of the Rings. Right? So it matters on what your reasoning is for why these things should or should not happen. So let's see what he has to say about removing Jar Jar.
Ultimately think the movie would be worse. Think about it. It would just be these dry humans delivering boring dialogue. It would be so boring that I don't think I'd be able to sit through it. Honestly, in order to fix this movie,
So the Phantom Menace would be boring and have boring dialogue if it wasn't for Jar Jar saying Misa and Yusa and big
room temperature IQ, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
You would need to reformat the entire plot. Everything is broken.
Yes, if you remove a character that is central to one of the plot points, then you would have to rewrite the entire plot. You are correct.
You would have to rewrite The Lord of the Rings if you removed Frodo.
Yeah, like that's fucking retarded. If Bruce Wayne was a woman, everything would be different. Then
you would have to rewrite Spider-Man if you took out Peter Parker.
If Peter Parker was a woman, things would be different. Yes. If Peter Parker had an uncle instead of an aunt, things would be different. Yes. I fucking agree. Like what is that? That is not a point. That is not a point. If you remove a character from a story, you'd have to rewrite the story. Yes. The character has a point. That's why they're in the story. How many fucking subscribers does this person have?
1 million.
1.44 million. Guys, anybody can be a YouTuber. And I invite Cosmonaut Reviews to talk to me about this. I will debate you on the prequels. You won't ever do it, but I'll do it.
Most people agree that the biggest problem here is that you can just delete this whole movie from the trilogy and it changes nothing.
I'm sorry, but isn't the whole reason that Palpatine comes into power and that we're introduced to many of the characters who become important players this movie particularly?
No, it's not even only that. It's Qui-Gon Jinn
his influence on Anakin, the loss of him, and how that affects Anakin's training. Because if Qui-Gon had trained Anakin, then everything would be different. Because Qui-Gon was actually the perfect master for Anakin, because Qui-Gon didn't quite feel the way the Jedi did. He probably would have been okay with Anakin having a wife and wouldn't have told anybody. Like, Anakin could have confided in Qui-Gon about that, and Qui-Gon probably would have been okay with it, because he himself was entangled with a woman, and she ended up dying. So I think Qui-Gon probably would have been the perfect master for Anakin. So yeah, all of this shit matters. Not only what happens on Naboo to cause him, Palpatine, to go into power, but Qui-Gon, Padme meeting Anakin, Anakin's mother, him leaving his mother, Obi-Wan losing his master, Darth Maul being killed. These are all very important things that need to happen for the storyline. Now, you could make it happen where you could just speed the timeline up where Anakin's like 16 instead, and then have Revenge of the Sith be where he's like 27. But like the same things still need to happen. You could change them, but they still need to happen.
A lot of Star Wars viewing guides actually recommend that you just don't watch this movie.
Actually, that's not true.
How sad is that?
It's not, because it's not true. Oh my god, you're showing Solo. How sad is that?
Spin-off movies are equally useless in the grand scheme of things, but those movies are fun and a little experimental, so I don't really mind them. They don't really...
Solo is fun and experimental, so I don't mind it. Not that it just randomly fucks with the lore a lot.
Hurt anybody by existing. This movie really hurts my feelings by existing.
I don't know why you're torturing yourself like this.
Yeah,
it just genuinely bothers me whenever I watch it. There's no main character. The characters that are in this movie don't have any traits or personalities. And if you try to break this movie into a beginning, middle, and end, you would have trouble finding out where each part begins.
No. No. I'm pretty sure that I can do
Wouldn't
it.
the beginning be up until the very the escape from Naboo? The middle be all the way until they came back to Naboo, and then the ending, the final act, be basically the Battle of Naboo.
Is the final battle? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing in this movie works at all. This one is a really big disappointment. And if I was an adult when I watched this movie, I don't think I would even like Star Wars anymore. And the worst part is, we still have 2 more movies to go. 3 out of...
I know. That is the worst part. I have 2 more movies to watch you.
Do we have to watch the other 2? I
I'm
guess
gonna promise the chat we're gonna do it. We have to do it.
I hope it doesn't get any worse than this.
Fuck. How many fucking ads do you put in your fucking video? I almost called him a French or a fucking British cigarette.
Hey, look, it's us down on the bottom.
Oh my god, we're just down at the bottom in general.
Yeah, I can fix that. Unless you want me to keep it in this layout.
No. Keep it in that layout. Oh my god, you have Nick Rekieta as your fucking picture, dude. That's crazy.
Dude, I changed that right before I came back, and I was wondering if anyone knows. I also have professional Twitch bot in my tag, so.
Star Wars Episode 2 is basically as bad as The Phantom Menace. I tried pretty hard to figure out which one of these movies is worse, and I'm having a really hard time figuring that out right.
Attack of the Clones.
now. But I think if you held a gun up to my head and made me answer, I'd probably say that this one is marginally better. The fan.
Oh.
Nah, by all metrics, Attack of the Clones is worse.
Attack of the Clones is the worst movie.
I like Attack of the Clones better.
I like Attack of the Clones, but it marginally as well is a stupid term because it's not marginally better or worse than Phantom Menace. But it is not as good. It jumps around a lot. It's got a really weird plot that just like boop, 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 boop. And I want to see if he touches on plot in this.
Phantom Menace is bad because it's boring and it doesn't really feel like a real movie. But
The Phantom Menace is bad because it's boring and it doesn't feel like a real movie. Okay, dude. You review movies and that's your take at the end of the day. The Phantom Menace is bad and it doesn't feel like a real movie. Gotcha.
But technically, once you figure out the story, it is sort of comprehensible.
Once you figure it out, it's fucking easy.
Then you compare this to Attack of the Clones, where structurally it feels like more of a real movie. The characters have traits. There's a few cute interactions.
The characters have traits. Roman, the characters have traits.
I know, I heard.
But nothing the characters do make any sense, and the story is absolute nonsense. But
Nothing the characters do makes sense.
Okay, I 25% agree with him, but that's also kind of a stupid point. Like, there is some...
Let's hear it. Let's see the argument.
So, I do feel like, while it's not, like, unnecessary, like, there is just, like, and it's... I don't know how to explain it, but like I feel like there's like every scene is necessary, but there's some that feel like if they weren't there, it wouldn't really change the movie all that much. Only just like because I'm more invested in like the mystery of, Attack of the Clones. And while I get that like Anakin and Padme's love and the start of their relationship is like crucial to Anakin's downfall, I didn't need them rolling around in like, the grass and stuff like that. Like that, like I'm just saying that's not for me personally. I think that there's too much of like the love stuff. 3 or 4 scenes, fine, but there's like 6 or 7 of them, and they just go on and on and on. So I would get rid of them rolling around in like the grass and then keep their, argument scene. Keep the scene where it's right after Anakin slays all of the Tusken Raiders. I would keep that. I would keep the scene where they kiss when they're like, looking at the water, and I would keep the truly deeply love you. But all of like the other scenes, I'm not keeping them.
I have a problem with the Tusken Raider scene because she just goes, it's natural to be angry. It's a makes you feeling. And I'm like, bro, he just told you he murdered kids.
I was just telling you what like my point of view was.
Well, from a certain point of view.
But I'm saying my problem with Attack of the Clones overall is that I feel like, and like it doesn't ruin the movie for me, but there's too much love stuff in it. That's just my own point of view.
It needed to be there to set up what happens in Revenge of the Sith.
I understand that, but I'm just saying that's
we
like
talked
my
about this when they were rewriting the prequels.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, Roland. That's all. I'm just saying.
All right, just keep saying.
I am keeping it all saying.
Keep on keeping on, cuz.
But for what it's worth, this movie is way more entertaining to watch because it is just a hot mess. It's probably the worst plot in the entire Star Wars saga.
Didn't you say that the last movie had no plot? So wouldn't that make that the worst one?
To the point where I could spend this whole review just explaining the story and you would fully understand what I mean. So that's exactly.
What?
What does that mean?
I swear I actually have an itch and I'm not just scratching my head to be a dickhead. I am, however, pausing the video to be a dickhead. What? So, I swear I'm not going to explain the plot. Wait, hold on. I gotta rehear that.
You just explaining the story and you would fully understand what I mean.
Yeah. Hold on. That
the worst plot in the entire Star Wars saga. To the point where I could spend.
So the plot is so bad that he could spend an entire video explaining the plot and you'd understand what he means. Okay? I can say that for any movie. I could spend an entire video explaining the plot and you'd understand what I mean.
Yeah, like, isn't that the
But
point?
What? I'm not retarded, right? Like, you could also be referring to, you understand why I mean it's bad. But, like, yes, obviously, if you make a video explaining why you think it's bad, then I'll understand why you think it's bad. Right now, I'm understanding why you think these are bad. You're just not giving me good reasons. I just think that you just think they're bad to think they're bad. I don't think you have reasons. I'll debate you on it. But you won't do that.
Well,
this
he's not
whole
going to
review just explaining the story and you would fully understand what I mean. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So the movie starts off and tells us this.
There is unrest in the Galactic Senate. Several thousand solar systems have declared their intentions to leave the Republic.
Okay,
that's important. Why is that not important? Several thousand or hundred solar systems have left the Republic, have seceded. That's pretty fucking important.
But joking aside, this is supposed to be the main driving force for the plot. These separatists don't want to be part of the Republic. But why not? Well, I hope you are prepared to die with that question in your mind because this movie is not interested in telling us.
Yes, they are. Yeah. They do tell us they're not happy with the policies going on in the Senate.
Yeah, that's made very clear.
Yeah, that's why they're leaving. That's why certain federations are funding them.
Maybe go read one of the books or something. All right.
Oh, just fucking watch the movie.
So the rest of the crawl tells us that the Jedi are overwhelmed by the separatists. But overwhelmed how?
Because multiple planets are fucking leaving all of a sudden and are now very hostile towards the Jedi, who are probably stationed on some of these planets that were friendly to them and are now suddenly hostile to them because technically they serve the Republic and are now on hostile planets. Not necessarily hostile as in kill, but hostile as in we don't fucking like you. Because you're basically a cop. Yeah, they're not at war yet. That'd be like if you were like a U.S. Marshal walking around in Pennsylvania if Pennsylvania seceded and was its own sovereign state or its own sovereign country. You know what I mean? They'd be like, why is there a DC U.S. Marshal walking around? No one would like you. But like, you're not one of our sovereign military or sovereign government things. Why are you here? It's the same thing. It's the same thing that happened to the Jedi. The Jedi were doing their jobs as peacekeepers, and a lot of people liked them. They liked having them around. And then as soon as the certain planets seceded, they were like, "Oh fuck, the Jedi are here. We can't have them. Don't be nice to them. They're part of the Republic." And the Jedi had to dip. So makes perfect sense.
Jedi are overwhelmed by the Separatists, but overwhelmed how? The Separatists aren't hurting anybody.
They don't have to be hurting people to have them overwhelmed. They are causing domestic disputes across the entire galaxy. They're causing trade disputes. They don't have to be, and the Jedi are. That's their job. That's the beginning of fucking the Phantom Menace. Is that they're there to figure
They're
out
peacekeepers.
Yeah,
they're peacekeepers and arbiters.
Yeah, basically. So yes, they would be overwhelmed if hundreds of solar systems are seceding, because one solar system doesn't necessarily mean one planet. That could be 4 planets that seceded. You know what I mean? That's a lot.
Any battle droid attacks at this point. The first thing the Jedi say in this movie is that Dooku and the Separatists.
Battle droids aren't evil. The battle droids are the enforcers of the Trade Federation at this point. They are not part of the CIS army. The Trade Federation funds that army. Actually, Newt Gunray funds that army. But the Trade Federation droids at the moment are just Trade Federation droids. They're not battle droids. Well, they are called battle droids, but they're not for war yet.
This aren't violent, and they just have different political leanings. So why are the Jedi overwhelmed? Why do we need to create?
Okay. Do I have to explain politics to this person? Why is somebody overwhelmed in politics when they're not at war? It's retarded.
Create an army. What do you mean by civil unrest? Well, I hope you are prepared to die with these questions in your head, because this movie has no interest in telling you why any of these things are happening.
Yes, it does.
But whatever, that shit doesn't matter. We just need Padme in the city so she can get blown up. So in this movie, Palpatine is trying to kill Padme.
No, he's not. He's trying to start the war. Padme comes home, and he tries to blow her up or doesn't come home, actually comes to Coruscant, and he blows her up because she's about to speak on the fact that she doesn't want there to be a war.
So yes, he is trying to blow her up, but there's a reason.
But as soon as she leaves, he stops trying to kill her. As soon as she leaves Coruscant, he stops trying to kill her. He just doesn't want her on Coruscant for him to get the war started.
Yeah, because he wants to be able to manipulate Jar Jar into doing those things.
Exactly, because Jar Jar and Padme trust him. Because even though Padme ends up speaking out against him, they both trust Palpatine. Even though she doesn't agree with him, Jar Jar trusts him. Because they both know him. I mean, he was the senator when she was queen. She worked very closely with him for years. She just doesn't politically agree with that decision. But she still trusts him. It's not till Revenge of the Sith that she doesn't truly trust Palpatine. So Jar Jar obviously would be like, yeah, I trust this guy more than anybody to be in charge of this if we need to go to war. And you also need to think at that point, some of the members of the Senate
know that Padme, including Jar Jar, know that Padme, Anakin, and Obi-Wan are captured on Geonosis and being held hostage. Now, you could argue that the Geonosians could just be like, bro, they fucking snuck onto our planet. Like, this is a sovereign thing. Like, we have all rights to prosecute them however the fuck we want. You could argue that. But it's better if the Republic just shows up in atmosphere and just fucking attacks them.
But why? Well, it's because Padme is here to vote against creating a military force for the Republic. And I guess
There already is one of the Galactic Marines. She's against creating a larger military force.
Palpatine doesn't really want that because he has his own army and he wants to control.
Okay, no. You can't show this yet.
Control it. But the assassination attempts just stop about a third of the way through the movie. I guess.
Yes, because she's off planet.
It's so that Anakin and her can hang out more. But then he still has Padme thrown into an arena to be eaten.
He does not do that.
As I was about to say, that would be Dooku and the Geonosians.
That, if anything, that's the Geonosians and Dooku, who doesn't need Padme.
In fact, it would probably be better for Palpatine if Padme ended up dead, because it would be more cause for him to call for war.
Yeah, but Padme, exactly. But Palpatine did not have anything to do with this. He didn't expect them to be there. He probably does not even know this is happening yet. Although, it could be, you know why I don't think he knows this is happening yet? Because Dooku tells Obi-Wan, he's like, there's a Sith Lord controlling everything. And I think that I think he did that on purpose.
Do you guys think that Dooku was being genuine in that scene when he said that if Obi-Wan worked with him, that they would, destroy the Sith?
Yeah, I genuinely do. I think Dooku wanted to do something completely different. He didn't like the Jedi or the Sith. He just liked the Sith more because he thought the Jedi were too stuck in their ways. And he saw the Sith as a stepping stool. I think he and Obi-Wan probably could have killed Sidious. The two of them together, probably.
Yeah, but then Sidious just would have become one of them. I hate that plot line so much.
Yeah, except he doesn't do that when he says he's going to do that. So who knows?
Eaten by Pokemon. So what's the plan here, buddy? Give me something consistent. Do you want her dead or not? Oh, don't worry, bro. It's all a part of Palpatine's plan. Can I just say that I fucking hate this way of writing? Oh, let's make it so our villain can predict the future. So then when anything happens that contradicts information we're given, we can just say, oh, it's fine. He knew it was going to happen. See? Oh, he
Isn't that the entirety of the sequels?
He doesn't know what's going to happen, but that is the entirety of the sequels. But he doesn't know what's going to happen in the prequels. He just fucking plans ahead. At any moment, it could go wrong. If Anakin didn't do what Anakin did during the scene when Mace Windu was about to kill Palpatine, he would have lost. If he didn't grab Anakin's leg when they were falling down the elevator, he would have died. If Mace Windu killed Anakin, not Mace Windu, if Dooku killed Anakin and Obi-Wan in their fight on Revenge of the Sith in the beginning, the plan changes. The plan is ever changing. He has so many different fucking backup plans, bro. Anakin could have gotten shot randomly, sniped in the skull randomly at any point in time during the Clone Wars. Palpatine's like, oh, well, there goes my apprentice plan. I got another one. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's...
Come on. Know the character.
Galaxy, all according to plan, but if you line it up piece by piece, it's the biggest fucking joke in the whole series. Here is Palpatine's entire timeline. First, he supports the Trade Federation so he can control space trade. However, the Jedi shut down the Federation.
That's not it, but okay.
So he starts a new organization of planets that don't like the Republic.
Wait, did you say the Jedi shut down space trade? No, they don't. The Viceroy Gunray is not in control of the entirety of the Trade Federation. He only owns one sector. And he gets arrested. So, like, he basically just loses his estate. He's just a banker at the end of the day, or like a businessman. It'd be like let's say there's like Elon Musk, Bezos, fucking all the billionaires, right? And like Bill Gates gets locked up. It's like, okay, there's still like all these other billionaires out there. Like that's what Gunray is. They just all work for the Trade Federation.
Public. At the same time, he's building a secret army. So now he has two armies, an army of clones and an army of robots. Oh, but Padme is going to make things difficult, so he has to kill her. But he messes up and doesn't kill her. But that's okay.
He doesn't mess up. Zam messes up, which is retarded. We could talk for hours about the assassination attempt being retarded, but I doubt you're going to touch on that.
Okay, he actually wants Anakin to get close to her and fall in love, but then he tries to have her killed anyway right after that.
He doesn't try to have her killed. This is not Palpatine's doing. He also doesn't put him and Anakin... He doesn't put Padme and Anakin together. Obi-Wan decides to go on the investigation and decides to put Anakin with Padme to protect her. Because you would expect that the more experienced Jedi Master would probably do the investigation. I would think. I mean, some people would argue that you make the Padawan do the investigation and have the Master do the protection, but Anakin already proved that he could protect her. So, I'll see it.
You're really lucky that none of these Pokemon ate her, because then Anakin would just be a good guy forever.
That's not necessarily true.
And your plan wouldn't
Not necessarily true.
work. So anyway, it doesn't matter. Padme...
His plan could still work without Anakin. He would just keep Dooku. Like what? Or just get somebody else. He'd figure it the fuck out.
It doesn't matter. He unveils both armies at the same time and he makes them fight each other secretly. And over the next few years, he orchestrates an entire war between two armies that he secretly funded so that people will democratically vote for him to be king of space so that he can end the war that he started with his two secret armies. And then as king of space, he kills all the Jedi and gets rid of both armies. And then he rules for like 20-ish years, and then Anakin throws him in a hole and he dies. There are so many holes in that plan.
Why? It worked. It actually was really fucking good. You mentioned the fact that it took about 40 years before it actually was implemented. Like, of planning. It's pretty fucking solid. Roman, are you asleep, dude?
Me? No. Sorry, but
Crimson might be asleep.
I'm not. Sorry. I was working on another side project of trying to retrieve a bunch of stuff that I had lost to a fucking dragon without alerting the dragon to my presence. And this required me to punch my way through about 3 miles of stone in order to get to where I died.
I don't understand.
I'm playing modded Minecraft.
You're playing Minecraft?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah. You guys are sounding like rave. I'm trying to, like, talk about a video.
You're
sorry,
saying,
Rowan.
look,
I'm
it's
falling
one of those
asleep, bro.
things
I'm
where,
sorry.
like, I've kind of said everything I feel like I need to say about the guy, and you are generally covering the points that I would say. So, my apologies.
No, you're okay.
Yeah, Roland. I'm sorry, pal. I'm trying.
Continue. You got this. You need training for when we do a 24-hour.
That I don't even have time to break it all down. It would take an entire video. It would.
Okay, wait. I hate when people do this.
20-ish years, and then Anakin throws him in a hole and he dies. There are so many holes in that plan that I don't even have time to break it all down. It would take an entire video.
Which you're making right now. You're making an entire video right now about this exact thing. You guys hate that too?
I don't.
When people say, like, well, I could talk about the entire point of my video, and then they just don't.
I could talk about this point here.
And they say that they're not, but then yes, they are. Yeah.
Me too long to talk about this point.
In some cases, there is like a legitimate case to be made about that, but in this case, your whole thing is about how these movies suck. Maybe you should tell us why this sucks.
Yeah. Instead of just saying it sucks, I'm not going to tell you. It would take me too long.
It would actually be better for the story if you told me he couldn't predict the fucking future.
He can't. He can't.
I don't think he can. I just think he's really smart about how he does things.
Now he can slightly do it through meditation like most Force users can, which is why in the Return of the Jedi, Empire or Return of the Jedi, he says, I have foreseen it. It's Empire when he's in the hologram, I believe. He says, I have foreseen it. Yes, he has foreseen it through meditation. He can't predict the future, though. He can see things. But he can't just, like, be walking down the hallway and predict the future. It's like, he's not like Anakin. Anakin has foresight. Palpatine does not have the gift of foresight that way.
Because this plan reads like it's made by someone who can't. So anyway, Obi-Wan and Anakin go to protect Padme, and I love how the first person to talk in this scene is Jar Jar. I also love how he literally stops, looks at the camera, and smiles.
Okay, that's kind of great, but
as if to say, that's right, fuckers, I'm not going anywhere. I'd also like to point out that while we now have more scenes of characters actually having heart-to-heart conversations, they're all awful because
that woke me up. It was funny. I never even noticed that.
In the most unnatural way. For the most part, this movie has some pretty good actors, and they have.
God damn. Rowan, that's the outfit that I was talking about, but just give her some green streaks in her hair, some green eyeliner. You don't talk about?
Bro, she needs like a nose ring. She needs like ear gauges. And
fucking love you, small
ew. Ear gauges, really? No.
And she needs her nips pierced and her cooch pierced, and I would be Gucci.
Roman's just describing his girlfriend.
Not my girlfriend yet.
Yet.
Working on it.
No way to make this
I get one
awful
before you do,
dialogue
Roland.
sound natural.
I don't know why I keep dreaming about him.
Guys, Wawa. Fuck you.
I can't believe that they did that. Wawa sold out, bro. It's crazy.
I hate these retards.
Bro, they're in our neck of the woods. I hate it. I hate it.
What's going on here?
You don't. Logan Paul and Mr. Beast went to a store.
That's gonna get clipped. I hate
Oh.
these retards. They're in our neck of the woods.
Oh, you're talking about that shit.
There's a Wawa ad, and I can't fucking stand it.
I mean, I can't stand fucking Mr. Beast or
Dude, and
Logan Paul
here's
either.
the thing: Logan Paul's just standing behind him like this. I literally, oof. I can't say it on YouTube. Anyway,
Dreams pass in time.
No balls.
I'd much rather dream about Padme.
What the fuck? So Padme, the woman who just had an assassination attempt less than a day ago, sleeps in her room alone with giant windows with the blinds open.
okay, I agree. That's retarded.
Yeah, no, that is actually dumb.
I think most people agree that that's retarded, but she also says that she's trying to be a decoy, and there is clearly a shield over the windows.
So obviously, under these circumstances, she's basically begging to be assassinated. And the following
that they actually do say that that's the point. I do have to point that out. Do I think it's stupid? It can be, but they do say that that's the point. That she's purposely trying to get them. She's goading them into coming after her.
Scene is probably the funniest shit in the whole movie. So this little probe droid sends in little poison bugs to kill Padme, but
yeah, okay. So there's a lot I can say about the probe droid scene, and I think it's stupid. So the first thing is that the droid doesn't just shoot her through the window. If the droid has a little probe that sticks through the shield and allows bugs to come out of it, then why don't you just have a little probe that goes through the shield that allows a laser beam to come out of it and shoot her? Why doesn't the droid just fly through the window and explode?
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? There's a lot here of like, why doesn't the droid just do whatever? Also, when Obi-Wan jumps out the window, why does the droid go back to Zam? Why doesn't it just explode? Why doesn't it just do its job, drop the little bugs, and then blow up and fall to pieces? You know what I mean?
Become defunct. Yeah, there's
there's so many problems with this scene, so it's okay. Whatever he says, I can't really disagree with it because there is a lot of problems with this scene. I'll admit that. I'm okay with that.
Again, Attack of the Clones is probably the worst of the original 6 Star Wars movies.
Yeah, I think most people would agree with that.
Catch it right in the nick of time. And then Obi-Wan fucking jumps out the window. What?
Yeah, that seems like... So you could argue both ways that feels like more like an Anakin thing to do, but also Anakin thing to do is to protect Padme.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie to you though. Rewatching it as a grown-up, that is very out of character for Obi-Wan to just like.
Is it though? Is it though? Watch Phantom Menace. He's very reckless in the Phantom Menace.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be like a master here.
Doesn't mean he wasn't still reckless.
I'm not saying that, but
he's hypocritical. The whole point about Obi-Wan is that he's hypocritical. Not the whole point, but like one of the things about Obi-Wan is that he's very hypocritical.
That's true.
He does exactly what he tells Anakin not to do. A lot. And I think that's purposeful from George's point.
Is his plan? What's his end game here? And why is he the one who jumped out the window? Anakin just got done talking about how much he loves Padme and how he's obsessed with her. So I'd almost accept this if Anakin was the one who jumped out the window. Isn't he supposed to be the brash, headstrong apprentice who acts without thinking? But then the worst part is that later, Obi-Wan gets mad at Anakin for doing the same thing.
That's on purpose.
He has no right to get upset when Anakin jumps out of the fucking car. He's like, oh, my apprentice.
He doesn't get upset. It's just a sarcastic remark. Did you guys take that as him getting upset? I never took that as him getting upset.
I take a lot of things that Obi-Wan says as just his sarcasm towards Anakin, as in, like, I'm just used to Anakin being Anakin.
Yeah, like, I don't see this as I don't see this as a like annoyed or angry. I just see this as like, oh no, he's doing it again.
Is so headstrong and stupid and he acts without thinking. Bro, 2 minutes ago you jumped out the window to grab a tiny.
Well, yeah, he acted. You like Anakin's first reaction was to check on Padme. Obi-Wan's first reaction was to get the killer. Am I wrong about that? Like that?
Yeah, no.
And I'm sure as he was jumping through the air, he was like, fuck. You know what I mean?
all that adrenaline, just like,
yeah, he ran into the room, saw the killer, and jumped, and then was like, oh shit, I am like 4 million miles in the sky like Verizon Wireless. Like Eminem, bro. Like, he's up there.
Robot. You are lucky to be alive.
Yeah, I think he realizes that.
Patience. Use the Force. Think.
So anyway, they catch the assassin and they find out that she is a shapeshifter. Now, this is just screenwriting 101.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I will say it's retarded that she doesn't just shapeshift in the bar and leave. I will also say that it's retarded that, I mean, you could also argue that it's stupid that Jango Fett doesn't just fly into her fucking window and shoot Padme dead and fly out. But, like, that wouldn't fucking happen either. Doesn't have a story that way.
But why is she a shapeshifter?
Well, you do. It's just a very different story.
What does this actually bring to the plot?
Why is she a shapeshifter and what does it bring to the plot? It proves that she's the one that put the bomb on Padme's ship in the beginning. She's the one. She's the one that blew up Padme's ship in the very beginning of the movie. Because she shapeshifted into somebody else and planted a bomb. That's what that proves.
Of this story. Does she at any point shapeshift in this movie to affect the story?
Yes, what I just explained.
Nope. Even when they're looking for her in the bar, this would be a great opportunity to have her turn into something else to avoid being found.
I agree. I can't disagree with that. That is true.
But no, she doesn't do it.
Nope.
Why did George make her a shapeshifter?
I would say again because of what I explained, but this is the stupid part that she doesn't shapeshift again in here. Because you could still have her try to kill them. You could have her shapeshift into somebody else before she does it. You know what I mean? Like, she could be the Sleaze Pagano guy. Like the Death Sticks.
Sleaze Pagano.
Yeah, she could be the Death Sticks guy. You know what I mean? That'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
If she was like, you want to buy some Death Sticks? And he's like, you don't want to sell me Death Sticks.
She fails her assassination attempt all because she got mind tricked.
No. She doesn't actually get mind tricked because maybe it doesn't work on shapeshifters the same way it doesn't work on Watto. And she's like, goes to walk away and then turns around and shapeshifts back into Zam and goes to kill him. And then gets her hand cut off and gets pulled out and turns into the lizard. That could work.
Yeah, no, that could work better.
So I don't disagree with this point.
and I did say when we went into this video that there's probably some points he'll make that I won't disagree with. That is the first one so far that I really don't disagree with.
The characters bring it up in a way that shows that it might be significant.
This is also true.
And I think she's a changeling.
And then she doesn't change. In the bar. He goes, "Look out, master. I think she's she's dangerous, and I think she's a changeling." And then nothing happens. She doesn't change. The one thing I can say about this bar that's really cool is that the original arcade, which shout out to Muffler Tape mentioned earlier, the original arcade version of the Pod Racer game is on the TV in this room.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, be extra careful.
It's on the far left screen when you see them walk into the bar.
But if you go back into this movie and you pretend that she's just a regular person, it doesn't change anything.
Actually it does. It changes how the fuck Padme's ship got blown up.
These are just the basic rules of writing a story. Now, this scene is funny to me because if you take it and try to figure out exactly what's happening and why it's happening, it becomes hilarious.
It's happening because Anakin's... Okay.
So I'm going to have everybody try to follow along with me real quick.
I'm going to attempt that. I'm going to attempt to follow along with you real quick.
So Palpatine needs Padme dead, but he doesn't want to do it himself. So he asks Count Dooku to go kill Padme.
No, he doesn't.
But Count Dooku doesn't want to do it himself. So Count Dooku asks Jango Fett to go kill Padme, but Jango Fett doesn't want to do it himself. So he asks his shapeshifter friend to go kill Padme, but the shapeshifter sends a robot to go kill Padme. And if you really want to be an asshole and get even more granular, the droid says, "I'll send these little bugs to go kill Padme." Palpatine sends a man who sends a man who sends a shapeshifter who sends a robot who sends bugs to go kill Padme. And what's even funnier is that after they chase the robot and the shapeshifter, Jango has a chance to go kill Padme.
No, he doesn't, because the entire building is on lockdown and there's security everywhere. After the assassination attempt.
I'm actually going to sign off here, so you guys have a good night. I'll watch the rest of this. I'm going to pull out of the call here.
All right. Peace, Crimson.
Later.
Crimson.
So, what I have to say about this is, that's just ridiculous, because I don't think Dooku's involved yet. Directly. I think Dooku is probably like, yeah, I got a guy. Here he is. He'll probably do it. And then you got Jango. The same way that Palpatine hires Bane throughout the Clone Wars.
But instead, he goes out of his way to assassinate the person he hired to assassinate Padme.
Yeah, because she was about to say his name. A bounty hunter named Jet. Yeah. She's about to expose him.
Hey, secretly genius these prequels are. Many original ideas these movies have.
They do have many original ideas.
The prequels, while suffering from flaws, were most definitely Star Wars stories.
Fuck. What the fuck, YouTube? Why are you parading ads?
Did you see that they're moving to triple unskippable ads starting in September?
Of course they are.
Yep.
Ronnie said he likes Attack of the Clones better than the Phantom Menace. That is a fair take that I will not argue.
To each their own.
To each their own, indeed.
One manages to track down the assassin, and he finds him on a planet called Camino, a planet where they are growing clone soldiers. And what is truly strange to me is that wise Jedi Master Obi-Wan goes to this planet where he literally sees the clones being grown and trained.
Yeah.
And he learns that Jango Fett is the man that the clones are based on.
Okay. All of this makes sense so far. That is what happens. So Obi-Wan shows up, and they're like, hey, this guy named Cypher Diaz had these made. And he's like, who's the template? They're like, oh, we keep him here. He's like, can I meet him? They're like, yeah, we were expecting you, by the way. And then the template says, I met a guy named Tyrannus. I don't know Cypher Diaz. Obi-Wan goes, interesting. So I don't know what's wrong with that. We'll see, I guess.
Jango Fett lives in this facility. He also learns that Count Dooku hired Jango Fett.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No one knows who Tyrannus is. They actually don't ever find out who Tyrannus is. They find out in the Clone Wars. But if you remove the Clone Wars from existence, they still don't know who Tyrannus is even after Dooku's death. No one knows who Tyrannus is. Which, by the way, one of the most underrated Sith Lord names. I was thinking about that the other day. I was thinking about all the Sith names, and I was like, Darth Tyrannus is underrated as fuck. That's sick. Like, I was recruited by a man named Tyrannus on the moons of Bogdan. So fucking cool.
And he later finds out that Count Dooku and Jango Fett are evil. And yet,
I don't know if you'd say later. I think he finds out Jango Fett's not a good guy when Jango Fett tries to kill him. When Obi-Wan starts asking him questions on Camino. He still doesn't know he's working for Dooku until they end up on Geonosis when he tracks him there. Fakes his death in space, lands on Geonosis, and then sneaks into the Geonosian facility and sees Dooku. And then gets captured and sees him with Jango. That's when he realizes that they're working together.
Yet never at any point does he figure out that Dooku and the clones are connected.
He wouldn't, because he's not Tyrannus. Or Cypher Diaz. Dooku could have completely hired Jango Fett for this entire other job. He knows that Jango Fett's a bounty hunter. That's all he knows. He knows that Jango Fett still goes out and does bounties. He asks him where his last bounty was, and Jango tells him it was somewhere else. So he knows that Jango still goes out and does bounties. So this doesn't necessarily prove that Jango Fett or that Count Dooku is connected to this at all. Because he could just be working for Count Dooku on a different bounty. Am I wrong?
No, man. No, you're absolutely right.
Bro, you gotta say some shit about these clones.
In any way. Obi-Wan Kenobi is given all of the information to figure out that the clones were paid for by the bad guys. And yet it doesn't matter, because I guess he just forgot.
Actually, the clones weren't paid for by the bad guys. They were paid for by the Republic. They say that. They actually say that they say that the Republic already paid for them.
But who's in charge of the Republic?
It was Chancellor RoloRome who did it before Palpatine.
Yeah, that's true.
It was, well, Palpatine Palpatine took control of it, like, basically immediately. If I remember correctly. But if I remember correctly, it was Chancellor RoloRome, who was friends with Cypher Diaz, who initiated it. And at the time, Dooku was still part of the Order. It was like right after the Phantom Menace that all of this actually was finalized. But it was originally like put into place by Valorum. And then Cypher Diaz, like Valorum was ousted and Palpatine was in charge, and then he put it through with Cypher Diaz and Dooku, if I remember correctly. And then Dooku killed Cypher Diaz. By the way, cool fucking name.
If Obi-Wan just remembered that Dooku
facts.
and the clones are connected, he probably could have stopped the whole war.
Yeah, he could have, but there was no way for him to know that.
He could have saved the galaxy.
Yeah, but there was no way for him to fucking know that.
It's such a small thing that would have changed the entire course of the Star Wars saga.
Yes, but there's no way for him to know that.
And it's just based around Obi-Wan forgetting a crucial piece of information.
No!
So anyway, that's the A plot, and it's dumb as fuck. But meanwhile, we have the B plot, and it's just as bad, because George Lucas does not understand romance. In this movie, we get to watch Padme and Anakin flirt and go on dates. And this
Okay, you can admit, a lot of this is cringe.
wouldn't be too bad if it wasn't so painfully written. Half of the shit they say to each other is pretty cringe, bro.
Here everything is soft.
This is not a good example, though. Because of my explanation earlier about the sand line, this is not a good example.
And smooth.
Oh! Now, I wouldn't say that these two characters don't have any chemistry, because it's not really like that at all. I think that they could have made something work if they were better directed and if they had a better script.
Yeah. This is the scene I have a problem with, and I also explained that earlier. But I agree. They're good actors. If they had a better script, they would do better. If they had better lines, they'd do better. You could say that about a lot of things as well.
I mean, look at the scene where Anakin talks about how he just murdered a village full of people. This is how you can tell it's the director's fault, not the actors.
I killed them. I killed them all.
Natalie, can we get a reaction to this, please?
They're dead.
Roman.
Yeah.
Switch the layout back, since we don't have 3 people anymore.
Not what I meant to do. Relax. Yeah.
Impedimento. Made me sound like fucking what's his name? Severus Snape. Impedimento. Roman, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you right now.
Why?
You're a real streamer, dude. You're past your bedtime.
Any reaction? George, that's your job.
I'm functioning
Tell
on
her what to do.
I'm functioning on
help her
right now.
Oh, we got this. We got this. We got this. 15 minutes after the video.
Help you, George. So these two really dumb
You're
plots
pausing, it's gonna be
converge
like-
on Geonosis,
it's gonna be
where
like
we can
an
have our
hour.
dumbass final battle. And the end of this movie has now devolved into a dumb CGI action climax, and I personally cannot stand it.
Okay. The CGI was good for its time, but I can understand.
Action is kind of boring if it just shows up for no reason.
Okay, I don't think this is boring. There's other problems with this you could argue, like the fact that R2-D2 tries to kill C-3PO by just pushing him off the fucking edge. You're gonna argue other things in this scene.
So then, to end it all, we have a lightsaber fight.
Oh my god, you skipped the entire arena. He skipped the entire arena.
Yeah.
And it's probably the worst one in the entire series.
It ain't worse than. There's not one in the sequel trilogy or in The Last Jedi, but it ain't worse than the one in Rise of Skywalker.
I don't even need to explain why. I'm just going to show you.
Oh my god. I fucking hate you for that. It's the worst lightsaber duel in the entire saga, and I don't need to explain why. You actually do need to explain why. You can't just say something like that and then not explain it. That is like a huge take. Because, like, you know what I would argue is worse than this? Roman, do you have a lightsaber duel that's in one of the mainline movies? Worse than this? Because I can name one right now that's from the prequels that's worse than this, that everyone forgets about.
Worse than this?
Yeah. And I think he forgot about it when he was making this video because everyone forgets that this duel even existed.
The first Qui-Gon and Maul fight.
There you go. That's worse than this.
Is that what you were also gonna say? Yeah.
That's about 20 seconds.
That's not a duel. They just like scrapped for like a few frames.
It's a skirmish, but it's a duel. They have full choreography and a full fight. He just jumps out of it real quick. He jumps straight off of the speeder bike. They go right into battle. They're fighting. They show it through the cockpit of them fighting out in the desert. They're fighting the entire time, and then they fly the ship down next to fucking Qui-Gon, and he jumps in. That's a fight. That's a duel. There's 2 duels in the Phantom Menace. I would argue that I would argue that even though that's not bad,
that was worse than this one. Yeah.
That's not bad, but I would argue that if you're arguing worseness, that's worse than this.
Yeah.
Show you guys a clip of the fight, and I want you to know that I did not alter it in any way.
Okay, let me just split.
I'm gonna. I want the ability to dislike ads.
Never.
Show you guys a clip of the fight, and I want you to know that I did not alter it in any way.
Okay, that's fine. By the way, I don't have a problem with this. They are connecting sabers still. They're fighting, and Christopher Lee is also in his late 80s. They wanted to get face shots of Christopher Lee in the fight, but he can't do the same fucking moves he used to be able to do.
This is the most boring choreography I've ever seen.
That's a fucking hot take. The most boring choreography you've ever seen. I've seen choreography more boring than this just because it doesn't have lightsabers.
The only time it's visually impressive is when Yoda enters the battle. And while it is impressive that the Dooku stunt double...
I think it's pretty visually impressive that Anakin cuts the wire and it goes into dark. And then it's just the lightsabers illuminate their faces for like 10, 15 seconds. And the music changes. I think that's cool.
Impressive is when Yoda enters the battle. And while it is impressive that the Dooku stunt double is fighting with literally nothing and somehow making it look convincing, it doesn't change that this is by far what I consider to be the biggest problem with these movies.
He was fighting with an actual saber. It just was a green stick.
No, but what he's saying is that there's no Yoda. Like
Oh,
what he's...
yeah. Okay, yeah, that is impressive. But there's not a problem with that. I have no problem with Yoda jumping around. He's fucking small.
What
I don't think he was saying that there was a problem with it. I think
and that problem
he was actually giving rare props.
is Yoda. It absolutely hate about
Oh
the
my
prequels.
God.
And that problem is Yoda. It absolutely blows my mind that people don't have a bigger problem with Yoda in this trilogy. Because if you ask me, this is blatant character assassination.
What about fucking Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi, bro? That's not character assassination? That's insane. That's wild, dude.
Seeing Yoda with a lightsaber fills me with so much dread, and honestly, I can't explain it.
Roman? Speak on that.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to.
Seeing Yoda with a lightsaber is a problem.
I mean, I kind of just view, like, I kind of view it as like two different Yodas. Like, the one in the original trilogy is like the sage old hermit dude, and then the one in the
Bro,
prequels
he
is like.
loses his lightsaber in Revenge of the Sith.
May I finish, please?
No,
The
I'm
Yoda.
not arguing with you. I'm just saying
Yeah.
you're correct.
Yeah.
He's a different person by then. He doesn't have a lightsaber for like 20 years.
Right. So the Yoda in the original trilogy is like a sage, kind of old hermit dude, but then like the one in the prequels is like not like in his prime, but he's still kind of like a badass.
Well, he's
Not
been
like the one.
spending his time on a planet where it's just all spiritual force shit. So like, you'd kind of become like basically this is, and I hate to reference Korra, but this is basically when she goes to the spirit world and Ira is just chilling there.
Yeah,
like Dagobah is basically the spirit world, and Yoda's just chilling there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I kind of don't have a problem with Yoda's characterization. Now I will say I can see why, if like someone who's a fan of the OT really loved like this version of Yoda, I can see why him being different in the prequels would like, upset them. But what I would say is he's a different person. Like he's not like the same dude. Like he's like his mental state isn't where it's at.
Well, I mean, also for 20 years he's been by himself on this planet. You might go a little kooky.
Yeah.
But he snaps out of the kookiness. As soon as he starts talking to Obi-Wan through the Force, he snaps out of the kookiness.
Yeah, but that first scene when you meet him and he's trying to steal like the
Oh my
hot
God, I
dogs,
love it. It's fucking laughing.
That's so funny. Yeah.
Remember when I praised the scene from Empire where he has this beautiful speech about the Force? Well, all of that understanding and wisdom is gone in these movies. Yoda.
I don't. Excuse me. I don't know if I can agree or disagree with that.
No, I half get what he's saying. Like Yoda doesn't seem to be as attuned with like the Force, and
Well, a lot of the times that we're seeing Yoda say shit that would be considered wise, it's towards Anakin, and like you could argue that no one really knows how to handle Anakin because he's such a different case than every other Jedi. But also, like, the one thing everybody says is, like, Yoda's an idiot for just being like, no, let go of everybody that you care about. Like, they can all die. Like, instead of just being like, dude, what's really going on?
Well, I do in a way hold Yoda partially to blame for like, Anakin's fall. Like,
as you should.
As you should. Obi-Wan's to blame. Yoda's to blame. Mace Windu's to blame. The only person that's not to blame is Qui-Gon Jinn. Ahsoka's to blame. Padme's to blame. Now that Ahsoka's a thing, like they're all to blame. Technically speaking, they all are parts of why Anakin fell.
So I can kind of see what he's saying here. Like I half and half, like it's half that I agree with him.
But what he said was Yoda was one of so keep in mind he just said Yoda was his biggest problem with the prequels. That's all I gotta say. Yoda never makes a single good decision in these movies. I think showing up with a clone army at the end of this movie is a pretty good idea.
Side is clouding my judgment. Come the fuck on, man. I need real plot elements.
That is a plot element that is important because that wasn't happening in the Phantom Menace. It didn't start until 10 years after Palpatine was, or almost 10 years after Palpatine was in office. Like it took that long for the darkness of, or the cloud of the dark side to fall. Like,
because this shit isn't working. I should never see Yoda directing troops of soldiers.
Why? Some people can argue this. I don't think he's going to have a good argument for it.
I should never hear Yoda say these words.
Concentrate all your fire on the nearest starship.
Seeing Yoda doing ninja flips is just so upsetting for me, and maybe this is why I like that Luke dies without hitting anybody with a lightsaber.
No, dude. I knew it. Showing your cards. Last Jedi Defender.
I have my problems with The Last Jedi, but
of course you do. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you have problems with The Last Jedi, but you defend this. You literally defend Luke Skywalker overdosing on the Force. I'm sure you have problems with The Last Jedi. Shut the fuck up.
But this is how a Jedi should operate in my mind. I love that once Luke arrives on the scene, nobody else dies for the rest of the movie except for him. A Jedi should work hardest to find a
He wasn't even there.
Solution without resorting to violence. In episode 3, when Obi-Wan begs Yoda and says, "Please, Yoda, don't make me kill Anakin," Yoda says, "Sorry, bro. You gotta do what you gotta do."
Yeah, you know, because the fate of the galaxy is at stake. The fate of everything is at stake. If they fail, the Sith take over everything. They have to kill them. They have to go against their morals. That's like the worst of the worst. We have to make this nuclear decision.
In these movies, Yoda's #1 solution is to kill the bad guys. He never at any point tries to negotiate. He always goes in, guns blazing.
There were hostages here that were about to be executed. Of course he went in guns blazing.
This isn't Yoda. This isn't how Jedi are supposed to work. There's zero nuance and zero subtlety.
Who the fuck are you to say that that's not how Jedi are supposed to work? During wartime, when they're forced with a quick decision of, oh, high-ranking members of my council are all about to be executed. What do? Do I save them or just let them go because I'm a peacekeeper and die? Oh, I have an army at my disposal. I might just go and save them.
These movies just tell you flat out what is going to happen, and then those events happen. There's nothing to surprise you, and there's nothing to enjoy.
He just described a movie. The movies tell you what's going to happen, and then they happen. Roman, you got this.
I'm here.
You good, buddy?
No, but I'm here. I've literally been up since like 4. So
you got this, bro. Keep on keeping on. You're gonna sleep so good, bro. But not yet.
Fam. You're gonna be here for like another hour.
No, I'm not. We got this. Come on.
Along the way, you're going to see classic characters acting stupid, acting out of character. But no, remember, these are the movies that are better than the new movies. Remember, guys, these movies understand Star Wars. The Last Jedi isn't a real Star Wars movie, but this one is. This one gets to be a real Star Wars movie. And guess what, guys? We still have one more to go. 3 out of 10.
Okay. That was manic. That's kind of what every single sequel fan seems to do. They always just go, they do that. They do that voice, trying to make fun of our critiques. And I think a lot of our critiques are fairly valid. Most of the time, people are fairly valid with their critiques. Just saying.
10, I hate that you all made me do this.
No one made you do this. You did it on your own. I actually got upset and messed up my voice after recording that bit, so I took a break. I don't care. Why do you put this in here? You don't have to tell anybody that.
Last prequel. And this is the...
Can't even call yourself a fucking Star Wars fan, dude. Like, if it's not as bad as you remember, like, you don't watch it often. You haven't watched it in a while enough to remember what happens in Revenge of the Sith, then, like, I'm sorry.
As the last two, except this time you don't feel like you're in a coma while you're watching it. This is the movie that people meme on the most, and I think these memes,
because it has the best jokes,
have kind of convinced everyone that this movie's better than it is. Because if we have all these...
No, the memes have not convinced people the movie's better than it is. Some of the memes directly make fun of the movie.
Fun memories of it, then it can't be that bad of a movie, right? Kind of reminds me of another movie I've talked about with a rabid fan base.
Oh, Roland, you should see what he...
Now this movie is...
You should see what he gave those.
He was talking shit on Spider-Man 2.
He gave it like a 5 or like a 4 out of 10. Yeah.
Is set during the Clone War.
It's not set during the Clone War. It's set at the end of the Clone War, but okay.
This title crawl explains that Coruscant was attacked and Palpatine was kidnapped off screen. What?
Okay. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
The fuck, man. Now, yeah, you're supposed to watch the Clone Wars
You're not supposed to. You can.
Cartoon to see that stuff happening. And it's really cool in that show.
It is.
Come the fuck on, dude. If I'm showing someone these movies for the first time, this is the dumbest shit ever.
It's not. It establishes very easily that they shot into the fucking... They for all we know, they hyperspeed jumped directly above the fucking Senate building in a capital ship and grabbed Palpatine and then shot back up into the atmosphere. Fast as fuck. Well, we don't know what happened. So that's fine. Yes, Grievous showed up, got him, and dipped. We don't need to see that to know what's going on.
Did we need to see the entire sacking of Osgiliath in Lord of the Rings to know that they have a reason to defend that city out front of Gondor?
No.
No, we knew that it was important. We knew that it was important because it was on the edge of Gondor. They told us that it was the jewel of Gondor at one point or whatever. Like, we don't need to see it fall to know that, like, it fell. And there's been fighting there for fucking seemingly years. Like, it's evident, right? It's evident that that's an important place. We don't need to see Palpatine get captured to know that that's important. That, like, oh shit, we don't need to see it. It's just, yeah, he got captured. It's like here's a perfect example. We do not see Elizabeth Swann's dad get killed in Pirates of the Caribbean. He shows up as a ghost and talks to Elizabeth. You don't need to see him die. That would just add screen time.
Honestly, that would have been a really fucking cool intro to the movie.
Yeah, it would have, but you don't need it. And the whole point of it was for comics and this to introduce this was to introduce Grievous. That opening crawl was written the way it was because of this. Because of what George wrote with Tartakovsky in this led into that. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, it would have made the movie really long, but I don't know. You can trim some of
Yeah, dude, I would love to see a 4-hour Revenge of the Sith. Let's go.
this other dumb shit. Is there any significance?
Dumb shit. Obi-Wan and Anakin talking about the fact that Anakin has to go, and that's the scene where Anakin's talking to Obi-Wan about the fact that he has to now spy on the Chancellor. A mentor and a friend. That's what's wrong here. Or that's what's out of place here. That's what he says. He just said this dumb shit. That is a very important scene.
Wait till you see what he says in like 2 seconds.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, he says that
to the Kashyyyk.
He says that the Kashyyyk thing is dumb too.
Long, but I don't know. You can trim some of this other dumb shit. Is there any significance to the Kashyyyk scenes? No.
The Order 66.
They just wanted to show us Chewbacca, and why does Chewbacca look like that?
Younger?
Is it just me, or does he look weird in this movie?
Younger.
Was that Peter Mayhew that was actually in the costume, or was that like
that's Peter Mayhew? Yeah,
CGI.
That's Peter Mayhew.
What's wrong with your face?
Oh, also, the title crawl tells us that there are heroes on both sides. Evil is everywhere. What the fuck does that mean?
I gotta explain to you exactly what that means. There are heroes on both sides. The lines are beginning to blur because the war has gone on for so long that certain planets are now falling to both sides, and some are fighting against each other, and there's good people on either side. But evil is controlling the entire war because that's Palpatine. And there's people doing bad things on both sides of the war. That's pretty fucking easy to understand. There are heroes for both sides. Yes, some people would consider, some separatists, I'm sure, consider General Grievous to be a war hero. Because they don't know all the atrocities that he's truly done. Because of their propaganda. The same way that people consider Anakin Skywalker to be a war hero.
See, in episode 2, Anakin is really fucking sinister. But it feels like George was like, oh shit, I made him too.
He's really sinister in episode 2. But he's not really sinister in episode 3, where he actually murders, like, a lot of people.
Too evil. I gotta remind people that he's supposed to be a good guy. And now in this movie, he feels like a completely different character than he...
Because it's been 4 years, and he's also 23. He was just turning 19 in that movie. He's about to be 20. He turns 23 in this movie.
He was in the last one. But these jarring characters.
I can tell you right now, and I'm sure Roman would agree, that the amount that I've changed since I was 19 to 24 is insane.
I mean, if you don't change as a person, like from when you're 19 to when you're 24, then you're just failing yourself.
Yeah, he's also not married in that movie. He's married for these past 4 years and has also been a war general. Like that changes things.
Shifts are not justified within this narrative. We are supposed to see him killing Dooku as a bad thing, but based on everything we've seen,
it is. We do. If you do not, then you are not watching the movie correctly.
Seen in the series so far, there's nothing wrong with him killing Dooku.
Whoa! Based on everything we've seen, there's nothing wrong with him killing Dooku? Hold on, let's see the explanation.
Nobody said Obi-Wan was supposed to spare Darth Maul, or
he wasn't.
Heroes never spared any of the enemies they've been mindlessly mowing.
Those two were both trying to kill him. Dooku was literally unarmed. Literally. Had no hands. Yes, it was wrong to murder that person.
Going down. I just like to think that
neither of the other two were defenseless.
That everybody told Anakin that bad guys have to stand trial, even though they don't follow that rule themselves.
And no, right here, it makes perfect sense for Mace Windu to want to kill Palpatine because he is the evilest thing ever. He shouldn't stand trial. He needs to go. He needs to go immediately. He just killed 3 other Jedi Masters in front of Mace Windu. He needs to go. Like, it makes perfect sense for him to fucking kill him right here. It also makes perfect sense for Obi-Wan to kill Darth Maul in self-defense and for Mace Windu to kill Jango Fett in self-defense. Count Dooku's death was not in self-defense. He was already defeated. He murdered him.
Again, if you stop to think about the movie, it makes a lot less sense.
No.
This is the movie where Anakin's supposed to fall to the dark side, but his fall is not very convincing.
I think it's fairly convincing.
From a storytelling perspective, it makes no sense that he changes his mind so quickly based on no information. But anyway, we'll talk more about that when we get to the actual shift in morality.
Daddy? Jesus fucking Christ.
You're so beautiful.
It's only because I'm so in love.
No. No, it's because I'm so in love with you.
I don't want to watch these movies anymore, guys. I want it to be over. The middle chunk.
So, if I were to pick a scene where I said that they were standing in cold, lifeless CGI corridors or environments, I wouldn't pick the one where he was not standing in a CGI environment. Like, that was an example of, like, crappy dialogue, yes, but that was an example of why it feels cold.
Of this movie makes one giant mistake in my mind. It splits up Obi-Wan and Anakin.
No, this is the movie where you need to split up Obi-Wan and Anakin. Anakin doesn't turn to the dark side if he's split up from Obi-Wan. You need to split them up in this movie. That's probably the stupidest take I've ever heard about Revenge of the Sith, is that Obi-Wan and Anakin need to be together for the entire movie. That's retarded. You absolutely need to split them up. 100% need to split them up. Because if Obi-Wan's there, Anakin does not turn. It doesn't happen. Him and Padme together hold Anakin back. If Obi-Wan and Anakin are together, Anakin eventually probably cracks and tells Obi-Wan something, or Padme does. Like, you don't have Revenge of the Sith if Obi-Wan's there.
In this opening, Darth Maul is cool, but he gets kicked out of the movies immediately and doesn't even like have any lines. Count Dooku is probably the worst Star Wars character of all time.
I need to remind people that Rose Tico exists. And Rey Skywalker. And Finn and Poe. And that fucking dick alien from Rise of Skywalker. Claude. That was its name. I need to remind people that these things exist. Before idiots like this have the take that Count Dooku, Christopher Lee, is the worst character in Star Wars. The villains of the prequels have a point. They are all aspects of Vader. They are also meant to be disposable. Fuck you for insulting Christopher Lee.
His existence is truly baffling to me, and he never develops into a real character.
They explain everything you need to know about him before you meet him. You just aren't paying attention to the movie.
Most importantly, he never becomes a real threat.
Whoa! He fucking bodies Obi-Wan and Anakin and stalemates Yoda. He also captures all of the Jedi before that. What do you mean he never becomes a real threat? He also knocks out Obi-Wan during the fight before Anakin kills him. What do you mean he never becomes a real threat?
Then we have General...
He's there.
And beyond that, we just have more characters.
Why? How is that fan service that Chewbacca's there for less than like 20 seconds in the movie? He picks up Yoda and then runs over and then and then you see later that he drops off Yoda at Yoda's escape pod or escape ship. It also would explain when they show all the Wookiees getting massacred later. It also explains why you don't see many Wookiees in the original trilogy. You don't see any other than Chewie. It's explainable. It matters. George Lucas thought about these things. Because she got massacred. Just like Gorman and Andor.
Talking about politics. What was it about politics that had George so horny? I don't
it matters for when somebody's taking over a galaxy.
think I'll ever understand. And George will be the #1 guy to tell you that Star Wars is for kids. Come on, man. George.
You don't think you'll ever understand the politics of Star Wars?
Lucas, swear to me on your life that you wrote these scenes with children in mind.
Will you defer your motion to allow a commission to explore the validity of your accusations?
I think that a child could understand that. I think that somebody could infer what that means. Most kids that speak English or whatever language they're watching this in, that speak their language, know what accusation means. And if they don't, they go, hey, what's accusation mean? And they go, hey, bud, that means that, they mean, are your accusation is, asking somebody or telling somebody that did this crime. And if you did that crime, someone's gonna call you out on it. Whatever. That sounded stupid, but whatever someone explains to their kid. But I feel like a kid could understand that.
It still has bad pacing, a stupid if understandable storyline.
It's not stupid.
And more of the George Lucas brand bad dialogue.
Don't make me kill you is not a bad line.
Don't make me kill you.
5 out of 10, an improvement, but not enough of an improvement. So that was it. The roughest patch in all of Star Wars. The worst of it is over. And I decided a long time ago, before the new movies came out, that we would never see a Star Wars movie as good as A New Hope. And similarly, we would never see a Star Wars movie as bad as Episode 1.
Oh. 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 The Acolyte wasn't out yet. Ahsoka wasn't out yet. Kenobi wasn't out yet. Rise of Skywalker wasn't even out yet.
If it makes you feel any better, Cosmonaut gave The Acolyte a 0 out of 10.
I think anybody with a working brain would do that.
Not
Do you
very
watch
confusing.
Cosmonaut? Do you watch him?
Who?
How do you know that Cosmonaut gave Acolyte a 0 out of 10?
Because I watched his video on it.
Do you watch him consistently?
I watch his picture shows, not so much his reviews, like him watching movies with like him and his friends. I watch that more so.
Word. Okay.
And for a while, I thought I was right. I thought, if anything, these new Disney movies would be safe and inoffensive. And I have never been more wrong in my entire life.
Three hours, 22 minutes, 42 seconds. Insane.
What, for how long we were going over that video?
Yeah.
We took breaks.
I know.
Y'all,
thank you for watching.
Oh, he's about to fucking what?
I have been up for 22 hours. I am going to bed. Roland, if you want to keep going,
no,
by all means.
We can say goodnight to everybody. I'm okay with that. This has been a blast, though. This has been a fun one.
Y'all.
We've had guests. We've had enjoyment. Jake came on. That was fucking cool. Shout out to everybody. Crimson Law, of course. As always, go and subscribe.
I love you guys all so much.
Yo, I guarantee you that at least one of you has been here the entire time. And you fucking rock, whoever you are, who's been here for 7 hours and 34 minutes.
Don't remind me about how long the stream's been going. I just want to tell y'all that y'all are awesome, and my head's gonna hit my pillow in about 2.5 minutes.
Hell yeah, dude.
See y'all later.
See you guys later. Have a good weekend.
Yes, sir.